Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the World Esports Iesf Qualifiers, Asia Qualifiers 2025 with me, Realize, and my partner as well, Kim, who, by the way, is still waiting for her time to jump in. But yeah, we're gonna chat a bit about the qualifiers today, in which we will start over with Mlbb, obviously Mobile Legends Bang Bang, one of the best games ever there is in mobile. We will have our qualifiers today with a few set of matches, a lot of set of matches to be honest. It's gonna be a long day today. And a total of 5 best of 3 matches and 1 best of 5 match, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll have to see it and check out the schedule later on. But yeah, it'll be a long day. A lot of teams that are going to play. A lot of familiar faces, I feel like, will also make their appearance for you guys, right? With the MPL as well rolling around the corner for Indonesia and Philippines. We'll also see most of those players making their debut in 2025's edition of Iesf Mlbb. This time, though, still the Asia and Oceania qualifiers. So there's going to be teams like Philippines. There's going to be teams like Thailand. There's also going to be teams coming in from the East Asia side. Teams that is also going to compete in Mlbb. So we're just going to have to take a look at that later on. But as we take a look at what's going on, in the state of Mlbb currently, a lot of changes. Obviously, the game's starting to become more dynamic, patch changes here and there. So yeah, we'll have to see if those patch changes are going to be translated into the qualifiers of Iesf Mlbb, the Asia qualifiers, excuse me. So we're just going to see and take a look at that. But before we go any further, obviously, we'll have to wait to see who's going to play today, the schedule, right? Because like I said earlier on, there has been the matches that are going to be played, 6 match in total. That's a lot of matches, to be honest, for us to go through. So before maybe we see the assets. So the first match will be Philippines against Myanmar. Second match will be Philippines against Thailand. Third match is Hong Kong, China against Mongolia. Fourth match, Kazakhstan against Uzbekistan. And the fifth match is Jordan against Oman. But before that, we'll take a look at the groups. We'll break it down for you one by one. So it is separated with 2 sides, Southeast Asia and West Asia. So Southeast Asia A, Southeast Asia B. Obviously, Mlbb is a very popular game in the Southeast Asia region. So we have to compensate for that by creating 2 groups full of 5 teams, right? We have Philippines, Myanmar, Thailand, Brunei, and also Timor-Leste in Southeast Asia A. For Southeast Asia B, we have Indonesia, that's where I'm from, Cambodia, Vietnam, Laos, and Guam. So that is for Southeast Asia. For West Asia, though, we have 2 groups of 3. West Asia A is Jordania, Syria, Oman. For West Asia B, it is Iraq, or rather Iran, Iraq, and Kuwait. So yeah, a lot of fun matches that are going to be streamed and broadcasted here in the Iesf Mlbb Asia qualifiers. So it's going to be a long day of Mlbb today. But obviously for the West Asia side, it's one of the best things that can happen, right? It's resurgence, because we haven't really seen the presence of Mlbb esports in these regions, right? So that's gonna be one of the fun things. We can also take a look at maybe the promising talents that's gonna grow even further. For the other side of Asia, though, Central Asia, we have Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan. East Asia, we have Hong Kong and Mongolia. And for South Asia, we also have Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and Pakistan. So, yeah, again, Asia is a very wide region, a variety of backgrounds here and there, with different love for Mlbb. So the groups here will obviously be one of the best there is, right? Again, there's a lot of matches to be rolled out, so we can't really fit every match in a day, but we're gonna try our best to deliver the best matches for you guys. But yeah, again, this is the schedule, daily schedule. This is our schedule for today, 24th of August, the Sunday of this week. We have Philippines against Myanmar, Brunei against Timor-Leste. Also, we have Philippines against Thailand and Myanmar against Brunei. By the way, the only games that are going to be broadcasted are the games with live in them. So that's going to be the games that we are going to broadcast for Brunei against Timor-Leste and Myanmar against Brunei. That's going to be off stream. We also have another game that's going to be broadcasted. That's Hong Kong against Mongolia. for Bangladesh and Bhutan. We're not going to broadcast that. Sri Lanka against Pakistan as well. So we do hope that they make it far in the qualifiers for maybe their fans to watch over and take a look at their teams, because we know that some of the fans coming in from those nations do share a passionate love for MLBB as well. So yeah, all the best for the teams that are going to compete today. As the schedule tightens, it's going to be one hell of a day. It's going to be grueling for these teams, obviously. The qualifiers are very, very, are very, very trying. The qualifiers, they kind of like go hard, right, on the players in terms of the stamina. That's going to be one of the best things that they really, really need to work on, right? As of now, it's going to be teams playing in this schedule.
Yeah, Classico best out of three. Philippines versus Myanmar. What a way to kick off the Asian and Oceania qualifiers here in IASF. And I can't wait. We've already seen glimpses of these teams played out in this season, this meta. I can't wait to see what they bring out here. And Philippines, Myanmar, they go all the way back to the M2 Worlds. They have so much history together. They've played against each other in the World Championships all the way back. So rich history there. I think the experience is there as well for Myanmar. So I think this is going to be a very, very close best of the three.
Yeah, Philippines against Myanmar. One thing we have to note is that the fact that the athletes here competing in the ISF Asian qualifiers, some of them do come from professional teams. Some really don't have that circuit in their own country, right? In their own region. But for the teams playing today, at least in the first match, Philippines against Myanmar, these are players who have experience, right? Professional play. We've been talking about Philippines having players like Kyle Teasy, Sanford, Calra, right? Players from Onyx Philippines, TL, PH, who has been able to grace the stage of MLBB. Here we go for the team roster. The Philippines, they like to keep their last names as their IGNs, right? They don't go with the Kyle Teasys, they don't go with the Ogwens, they go with Archangels, Saison.
It's actually funny that these names have popped up on their streams. Like whenever they're streaming, these are the names that they're using. I mean, of course, they're gearing up for the IASF qualifiers, and I think these are household names already. Who doesn't know the team of the Philippines here? Arcangel, Saison, Unigo, Requitano, and Canon. They're all like really known here in the Philippines. They've represented the country a couple of times in the world stage in IESF. So I think there's almost everybody who has been playing MLBB just knows them really well. So like what I said, if this is few, Kyle Teasy, Ogwen, then you got Super Marco and Flap Teasy playing for the roster today.
You're gonna have to kind of remind me those names. I do know only some.
Later on.
Kim is here to save me, right? She's Filipino herself. I have that on the back of my sleeve. But now from Myanmar, we have Boye, we have Kun, Nico, Ruby DD, and King Flash coming in from teams Mythic Seal for Myanmar. They had their share of competition as well in MPLMY. So yeah, experience talks, and Myanmar has been seen so far as one of the underdog regions there is, but sometimes they come as a dark horse. They like to surprise the teams that are playing. They are the kryptonite, right, for some regions, and I can't wait to see the surprise they're able to bring, at least in the ISF World Esports Qualifiers for Asia. It's always a treat to watch them play on stage. Play MLBB, one of the best regions that is so underrated in my own opinion.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't know Ruby Didi here in the Philippines? Like everybody has already dubbed the Lunox flicker in Ultimate Combo the Ruby Didi or whatever that happens to us in ranked
Yeah.
games. We just say it. Oh, they did the Ruby Didi on us. So Ruby Didi, a lot of you guys have already know, have seen, if you guys have been following MLBB for quite some time. He's a household name, staple name, even made his name known in M2, and now going here into the Asia qualifiers. I think it's very interesting. Realize that we're starting out with two, I would say, powerhouse and an underrated country as well that has been known to build strong players as well. Myanmar coming up against them, and again it's a BO3, so there's so many things that can happen in a BO3. For me, the game one is definitely the momentum changer for both sides. Like whoever can get
Mm-hmm.
that will definitely get the tempo for the rest of the match.
Yeah, I mean, we thought it wouldn't be the for Philippines at least the mixture of TL PH, Onyx PH, and then you have Falcons PH combo, right? Because we thought, hey, isn't Philippines running with the MPL? Philippines, right? Currently season
Oh yeah,
16.
yeah.
But as we saw and took a look, yay, they're on a break. They're not gonna play any matches today, so today they're gonna have their own national duty. They're gonna defend
Yes.
the ever so sacred Filipino flag, and yeah, these are the players who, by the way, were able to touch the trophy as well, right? A few seasons ago. So they're here to defend their throne again, their trophy again. At least this time around, they get to do it by making their country proud. I mean, it's a different stake, it's a different vibe when you're playing for an organization, for a professional team, compared to when you're playing for your country, right? You want to give your heart and soul for your country, and this is what I think the C-ball or like the Filipino team was
Yeah.
able to instill to the players, or the fact that they can be really really aggressive when it comes to just playing for their national team. Doing it for national pride. I mean,
Yeah.
me, I'm Indonesian. I saw my national team fail quite a few times. We haven't been able to get a gold medal in any official, government sanctioned tournament when it comes to just defending the
Oh,
nation. But the Filipinos, they're able to get a few first place finishes. So that's something I envy. But yeah, we hope that the teams playing today can show maximum resilience and performance when it comes to just being the best at the qualifiers.
that's the reason, realize why they put us together today, like PH and an Indonesian caster. So you definitely have to have a little representation there. But
Yeah.
for me, I think apart from looking forward to that, I believe you guys did win an IESF qualifiers. That was in your home country, right? Bali. I
Yeah.
think
Bali.
you guys got the gold medal there, if I'm not
That was
mistaken.
Evo's,
So
yeah.
that's one. That was one 1 point, but
Only
definitely
one.
a whole lot more for the. Let's see. I think for the Philippines, we've been dubbed as the whole. Our tagline has always been "Lakas ng Pinas," or the strength
Yeah.
of the Philippines. Even in the C-ball, our national team's name, the slogan there, or the quote there, is "Lakad matatag," or stand strong, walk strong. It has always been that the resiliency of the Filipinos, even in this weather. It's currently raining here in the Philippines right now. We're still powering through all of our matches, and I think for all of the players, I think a lot of them are looking forward. If I'm sure you're following, realize the local MPL Philippines. It has already started. I think it was yesterday, right? Like today's
Yeah.
Sunday. They started. Yeah, yes, yesterday or Friday they started
Friday.
already. So you've already seen Team Falcons play. So you've seen some strategies that they put out for the season. So I think everybody who's watching the stream right now kind of has an idea of what they're prepared to put out today.
That's gonna be the topic we want to talk about as well, right? Patch changes, right? Gameplay changes. I mean, back in MSC, XUWC, we did see some of the patches roll out and changes coming in. I think now the patch really demands you to pick up a hero that can just burst down quickly, have good damage. This is why Lancelot is high prio. Arlet even, this poster boy of the XP lane that has been gone for quite some time now, just makes its return, especially in the hands of Sanford, right? A Filipino player is gonna play today as well. This guy is well known with his Arlet, so we're gonna have to see if that is gonna be mainly contested, because I think the drafting phase now revolves around being able to grab yourself
XP.
a very, very heavy damage XP. Yeah, CC,
Yeah.
Arlet, right? Gatot Kacha,
Yeah.
these picks that are highly prio. And then on the mid lane, you go for or for a Farsa or for a Yves if you want to have defensive approach. And then in the
Yeah.
jungle, there's gonna be the Lancelot. There's gonna be the Hayabusa sometimes, or maybe
The sustain is
if you
back,
don't
I
really
think.
have, yeah, you can go Baxia as well. Right? If push comes to shove, you go Baxia, you go Fredrin. So there's a lot of options here and there for the jungle. But it's gonna be very, very fun to see this meta roll out, because especially when it comes to Filipino players with high mechanics, plus Myanmar players who are very, very smart when it comes to just intelligence and game IQ. It's very nice to see that.
Yeah, I think for the Filipino players, we're always updated. Like everybody, not to put you guys on the side or on the spot there, realize, but all of the teams actually look at the Philippine meta, right? Like we're the meta makers, and I think for the Philippines, it's just right. It's just fitting that we kickstart off IESF with a Philippine match, Philippines versus Myanmar, and I think for Myanmar, they can definitely keep up with the meta. I think going back to what you said earlier, it's definitely I noticed this even in rankings. There's a heavy prio on the XP. I think to a certain extent that people would just ban out like a lot of these good XP laners, Arlot being one, because definitely can make the plays and make the setups. I think what also is something that I need to point out too is that a lot of these a lot of people would say that the sustain meta is no longer there. I feel like it's still there, but the assassins definitely still are part of the picture, right? Like you still see Hayabusas being picked up, you still see Lancelots being picked up, so it's still definitely there.
Yeah, I mean, that just really adds the icing to the cake, right? When it comes to just brawling out, Indonesian players and teams, we get this tagline called Brawl Server, right? Because all we do is just fight. We don't play to perfection. We don't play the objective game. We don't structurize our movements in the map. When it comes to the Filipinos, hey, they like to move in structure. They like to move in unison, and this is what they really, really do, right? That is how you guys achieve systematical, methodical approaches when it comes to the game. But for us, it's all about the brawl, and this is why it kind of also benefits us, because in this meta, again, the Lancelots, right, the Arlot, like you said, and then you go for the Farsas. There's a lot of trace that's going to happen in the board. Maybe the 1-1s as well is going to be very, very high prio. But now it seems like when it comes to just Philippines, right, you have players in the same regard that are very, very good with those heroes. We talked about the Arlot, the 1-1s, and now we do enter the drafting phase. We see the 1-1 being banned by the Philippines. But for Myanmar, it's about taking out the Fanny, the Phovius, the Fanny in the hands of Philippines. I kind of forgot the jungler. I'm sorry because of their names, but yeah.
Saison, yeah. Kaltizi,
Saison.
Kaltizi. There you go. Got you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Kim. So yeah, the Fanny has and then you go. I do expect Myanmar to take out the Arlot here, but they can just leave it open.
No, not unless they want to pick it up.
Yeah, they can pick it up for themselves. Yeah.
There's also like the healers are still up, right? There was the rework on the Rafaela. There's also the Florine that I know a lot of people like to prior, especially in rankings. But I think it's a different ball game here in the IASF Asian qualifiers, because you're talking about multiple clips that are taken in and digested by Myanmar already. Like they kind of know who to ban, they kind of know what to respect as well in this case. But them being the first pick, now you Butterflies first, what can they answer with? That's probably the reason why they're taking their time as well for the last ban. For the Philippines, I think they should definitely, if they don't want to go up against the Arlot, they can take it out. But there's still a lot of power picks here that are open.
Yeah, I mean, the Chusin is a good respect coming in from Myanmar. Again, the Chusin is a very, very heavy, strong control mage. But again, when we talk about trades, like you said, a lot of trades could happen. I mean, if you want to leave the Lancelot out, Myanmar's going to pick it up. And then you can go Gatot Kacha Farsa 1-2, right? For Philippines. Or maybe you can contest the Arlot, but that's going to be the main point of contention. Will the Arlot be prio for Philippines or for Myanmar, right? As of now, they don't really seem to really bother the Arlot, but they ban out the Baxia. So here, Myanmar, they can go for the Arlot, or you can go for the Lancelot as well. Because the Baxia is
Hayabusa
not
also,
the
but I don't think
Hayabusa
it's
as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's a prio pick though. for Myanmar. Not unless they're super comfortable with that pick. Apart from that, healers are up. Arlot is up. I think it's a very good start. It's sometimes like people say it's flex, but for me, like you kind of know the role already, so you're kind of giving it away. Like yeah, it's definitely the XP, because there was a time that the Arlot can actually be flexed into their own position, which I know the Philippines does that. Unigo is very comfortable with that hero, so that's something to take in as well. So for Myanmar, I think it's really up to
They call me a
them
hero
that they want to pick
because
up
I
heroes
saved
first.
my
Oh,
nation.
I completely forgot
Oh,
about
yeah.
Lee Sun Shin. This is also highly contested. Even in the ranked games, a lot of these guys like really ban out the Lee Sun Shin, especially when it's farmed up really well. You can it can definitely wreak havoc here up against the Philippines. But yeah, Philippines, we know what we want. You pick up the Kalea, you pick up the Kyle TZ Lancelot. I've been casting Kyle TZ's games or Saison's game ever since he started out in the amateur scene, and it's so nice to see, like, I've seen that transition from being an amateur and going all the way to pro. So I'm really proud of where Kyle TZ, where Saison is right now. So classic Lancelot coming out from it, and the respect also coming out from Myanmar by banning away the Fanny.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, again, we completely forgot about the YSS. Very, very OP, very strong in this meta, right? It gives me PTSD when I see it pop up in my ranked games. But hey, again, like we talked
Same.
about, the response towards the YSS is picking up the Lancelot now. They can go for the Farsa here for Myanmar. That's gonna be very, very strong. They opt for the Selena. So Selena Gatot Kacha. At least they have team fighting power in the Gatot Kacha. For the Selena, it's all about the pick off, right? You wanna go hand in hand with the YSS. Again, burst damage is the name of the game for Myanmar. With the Lancelot Kalea combo. Do they go Beatrix here? I think that could be the Bandit's Rage X Tsunami Slam combo they can play with, but I think going Beatrix is very,
Deadly.
very early. Plus, there's a Selena, and you can't really run Purify on Beatrix, so yeah, that's gonna be the main point of thought for Philippines. Or do they go Farsa here? Farsa is actually a very good pick as well.
Yeah, I think they need to go head to head with the Selena, especially this is notorious to be very deadly, especially in the early stages of the game. But I think the Philippines, they're gonna think it through first, maybe get it through the second phase. But they picked up a classic canon hero, or a classic Flap TZ hero, Lapu Lapu. One of our homegrown heroes, one of our early heroes here in the Philippines, and what a way to go for the first game. They immediately take away the Ruby here though for the Philippines. Somebody who can set up the place. I think it's really hard to go up against that. The setup of the Avatar of the Guardian, and then you go with the I'm Offended. There's so many CCs if ever that's gonna be the case.
Man, I'm sorry. I know I highly respect Flap TZ, but every time I see Lapu Lapu, all I think about is Sanford. Like his jump on M4, Sanford and all that. But hey, I think that's suffering from success, right? Philippines, they're suffering from success. You guys have a lot of players so good that you kind of think of who's gonna play, who's gonna start, right? You have Sanford, you have Flap TZ, you have Kyle TZ, you have Carl TZ, a lot of talents playing in the nation. So hey, at least you guys have that resource rather. But hey, like we talked about, the Beatrix panned out, and the Harith is well respected. The Beatrix really goes well hand in hand with the Kalea. They don't want to deal with that. But I think for Myanmar themselves, they haven't picked up a gold lane. I mean, the YSS technically could be flexed to gold, but that's not going to be optimal. Because in this meta, I think it's mostly on the jungle, but we never know. The Ruby, the Uranus banned out to stop any form of sustain, because again, this combination coming in from Myanmar really wants to fight head on, and if you can block out the sustain, I think for Philippines it's gonna be easier for them to traverse around the backline.
No one can resist my charm.
There's also the Granger. I was gonna say like the Moskov. The Granger is such a classic. You've seen it in different games. I think despite the adjustments, despite the nerfs, it still works really well in the current meta. Maybe because of the high burst it has, the late game potential also once it has all of the items, and I think it can go head to head with the YSS when it comes to the range. But I think looking at this lineup of Myanmar, this is definitely a YSS that will go to the jungle. My only worry is that, if Philippines kind of snowballs with this type of composition, Myanmar, has to keep up with that, especially in the early game, right? But they do
Yep.
have the Selena though. This is something good, something that can go head to head with the Granger right now in the laning phase. The Beatrix is out, the Harriet is out. Massive respect to Super Marco there, which leaves the option of somebody that can cope with the Granger.
Ooh.
And I wasn't expecting a Claude, but this is definitely the burst that they need. I think it's just difficult to go in with the Blazing Duet, especially since there's a Kalea there. I was thinking something along the lines of a Moskov, or maybe a Leslie is kind of difficult, but yeah, the Claude, it's I would say maybe it's a comfort maybe for Myanmar.
Mm-hmm. The squad at least kind of gives them backline access, but again, you can't really access the backline when you have so many mobile heroes. That's gonna be harder even when you have the Valentina, the Granger with the mobility. Lancelot is just very, very slippery like an eel. So yeah, this Claude kind of questionable. But the Esmeralda pickup as well. We have seen this hero going very, very high in terms of pick rate. It has been rising through the roof. We saw twice it being picked up in MPL ID, even 3 times if I'm not mistaken. I think it's very good when you come
Yeah.
up against shield-based heroes, and the Kalea is there, the Lapu Lapu is there, right? So I think that is this Esmeralda is picked up to kind of like answer that sustainability coming in from Philippines. But hey, this is a very, very well-rounded draft from both teams. I really like the way that Myanmar has been able to slip past the drafting phase by picking up a YSS, who, by the way, is perma-banned in MPL. So we'll have to see how Philippines can really contain this YSS. I mean, they have the Lancelot as well in the hands of Kyle TC. That's going to be a very strong pick for him as well.
Yeah, I think for this lineup of Myanmar, all I can say it's a glass cannon type of lineup. They secured like the Selena and got the Gacha to make sure that the rotations can be done really fast in the early game and make sure that the Claude and the YSS gets the farm up. But if the Philippines does not allow that,
Yeah.
or maybe they kind of shut down that farming phase, or it doesn't go to the late game, then it's definitely hard for Myanmar to kind of pull this off, right? It's a double marksman. They need to farm. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's all the way into game number 1 here in our best out of 3 for the very first match of Philippines versus Myanmar here in the ISF Asia qualifiers.
Here we go. It's gonna be quite strange to say the names of the players of Philippines without their real nicknames, IGN names. But hey, we're gonna try for the sake of it. But as of now, again, King Flash going very quick on the clear. When it comes to clearing, I think Lancelot and YSS, they kind of fare together because they both have quite a decent clear. But for YSS, I think it's gonna be quicker because of the damage he's able to output, plus the attack speed as well coming in from the skills. The emblems, though, take a look at that. QC for the YSS for extra sustainability. I mean, the Selena goes for the lethal ignition for burst, so a lot of options there as well. Wilderness Blessing coming in for
Yeah.
the Valentina, so rotations has to be expected coming in
Yeah.
from Archangel. Archangel, right?
Oh, yeah. Arcangel, actually. I think
Arcangel,
that's how you
okay.
yeah. Arcangel here in the Philippines. Very early
Ah.
pause coming in. Look, we're gonna have to see that. Going back to the emblems, I actually noticed something interesting. I'm not so sure if this is, maybe they didn't get to change it in the nick of time. But Nico here has a seasoned hunter for the Selena. I believe it
Ah.
should be something else like a bargain hunter,
Mhm.
perhaps maybe for the
Yeah.
second item, since it's a mid Selena.
That's true. Yeah. I wonder if it is a misclick. Wonder if the pause is actually about that emblem. Hey, we don't know. Overthinking galore right here. But I don't know. I'm trying to think. Is it because Nico wants to assist the YSS in clearing the jungle camps, or is it because maybe rotations needs to be made? So then he kind of picks up the season hunter to just quickly farm the jungles and get gold. I mean, still speculations only. As of now, we can't really dictate what's happening in the game because the match has been paused earlier on. So now we can't really judge what's happening. But if you take a look at the lane
Mhm.
distributions, right? This gold lane down bottom, I think they will be playing one-on-one fairly even because rotations needs to happen. A lot of early fights can ensue. This is where the rotations coming in from the roamers really, really need to come, right? I mean, if you take a look at the gold lane down bottom, yeah, they're all split up in terms of the roamers. The gold laners are gonna play by themselves, just duking it out. But again, earlier on, the Claude is gonna get bullied by the Granger. Like Claude really needs to get that Swift Trinity to really go online. Plus, level 4 for Granger is going to be nasty, right? So the Claude will play in the island of hell as of now for the first, I think, 6-7 minutes,
Yeah.
unless he does get assistance. But the YSS, all he needs to do is just farm up a bunch, farm up a storm, and then just snowball. I mean, the Myanmar team, like you said, snowballing is going to be the name of the game for them. If they can get that, I think the Philippines will struggle. But if this lineup does not snowball, then it's gonna be very, very hard for them to get online, right?
Yeah, and it's interesting too. I want to point out the rotations too coming out from both sides. So you see the YSS here rotating towards the bot lane, so which means that they kind of want to gank the gold lane first before they go to the turtle. But in on the side of the Philippines, rather, you get like Saison or Kyle TZ rotating towards the like the XP lane. Maybe they want to do like a pick off first before they head over to the turtle. I think it's very important to secure that, especially in the earlier stages of the game. Right, you need the gold, you need the XP. This is a matchup that I haven't seen for quite some time, right? The Esmeralda up against the Lapu Lapu. Because if you're talking about the XP lane right now, you're talking about heroes like the Phobias. You're talking about heroes like Glue, Lapu Lapu being fielded into the XP lane. But rarely do you see an Esmeralda. I feel like it's more. It's not that it's not good. It's more of like it's a situational pick, depending on the situation.
Mm-hmm. That's gonna be very, very interesting. But hey, we are back to the game, and I'll look at the movement coming in from the three of the players of Philippines. And now Saison making his way closely as well as the Lancelot, gonna farm up a bunch. King Flash hits level 4, so detection will be available for the players of Myanmar. But as of now, Philippines, they don't really want to rush it. They don't want to be complacent. I mean, Nico is up there rotating, but he's still level 3, so no access yet to the transformation of the abyssal form, right? But the turtle coming in 5 seconds. This will be the main point of contention for both teams, but I think Philippines, they have the upper hand on this.
Yeah. They've already gotten a much better position here in the turtle. They were able to clear out first. Unigo trying to go in for Kui Boye. Saison going in, eyes on the prize, onto the turtle, gets zoned out by Kun, but Philippines will take in the first turtle here as the King Flash as well. Suffers a brunt of the damage coming out from Saison there with the Lapu Lapu. Nice zoning out as Philippines will take in the first turtle.
Ah, that's gonna be the Lapu Lapu. Kanon in the back, just holding them all, zoning it out, and level 4 hits. But hey, Nico under pressure again, pulled back with the Terrify, and Rakutiano. The Detonata gets the kill, and that is what I'm talking about, right? Level 5 for the Granger plus a kill, while this Claudius is gonna suffer even more. I mean, when he's gonna hit that Sky Piercer, the rotations will even be greater for Philippines. The fact that they can farm up a bunch. Kun under pressure by Kanon, and is Lapu Lapu gonna look for the kill? No, only gonna win out the lane and probably just reset for now.
Yeah, it's a double lane here for Requitano as well. So there's so much farm as compared to Juno here, who's taking a bit of his time, like clearing out the lanes. And it's also hard to kind of move forward, right? Like you don't know where Unigo is. He can just go in with the combo here. And, if there's no Purify available, it's going to be really difficult here for Juno. The XP lane also is kind of contained there by Canon. So it's pretty much a very, very fast in and out rotation here coming out from the Philippines. You see, like, they move towards the bottom lane, then they go to the top. Requitano's having the time of his life, like, taking in the jungle side there. But although I feel like he might have some trouble there down bot. Hundo here, taking in 3 members of the Philippines, will get taken down there.
Requitano?
Bottom side, though, it is going to be a flicker out from Requitano, but it's not going to save him from 3 members here of Myanmar as they pick up the kill here.
Oh no, that was so close. But hey, now it makes sense, right? Why Nico, the Selena, went for that Season Hunter. He really, really wants to have access to that quick rotation, quick objectives as well, right? And if you do just that, I think access to funneling the gold for other members as well is kind of unlocked. And now the turtle is going to spawn for a contest for both teams. Here comes Sunigo, playing closely. Nico is here. Myanmar, strong. 4 members, 5 members even. Requitano makes his way onto the down bottom side of the lane. As now, where is Saison, right? You need him as your jungler, but the Abyssal Arrow lands to Arcangel, and there goes the Tsunami Slam, purified. As Kanon in the back, the bravest fighter, still unable to get the stun, but there goes King Flash so low. No follow-up whatsoever, and Kanon might just die in vain, and he will. Arcangel to the back, gets the kill with Arcane Shade, but he has to move back now, though. Saison is still there, focusing on the turtle. The AOG connects onto Arcangel, and Arcangel is gone. Philippines, they get the turtle, but they still want to continue to fight onto the back. And Quibo, yeah,
Oh,
is gonna go to the afterlife, and
Oh,
Kun as well. They
sustainable.
turn it around, and the Philippines, after losing 2, they get the turtle and get back 2 kills.
yeah, definitely a W there for the Philippines. They were able to take in a lot of things there, like 2 members for just a price of 1. I think it was a very early bravest fighter there coming in from Canon, which I understand because you want to be able to zone everybody away from the turtle, and Philippines is known to just securing all of those objectives. But taking a look at the items here, you can see 4.3 already. Gold lead here for Recutano, picking up the Hunter Strike as well as the
Sky Piercer.
the Piercer.
Yeah.
Sky Piercer. So I'm kind of curious also, like how many stacks does he have? But he did get picked off earlier on down bot, so that's gonna be something to slow it down. But it seems like the Philippines has another plan here, trying to go in for the blue buff here of Myanmar, denying that from King Flash. They're able to take it successfully and try to push in the lanes as well. But as you can see, Juno is quietly farming as well up top.
Yeah, they're just obstructing the possibility of a
there's a
snowball.
setup.
But the Tsunami Slime connects, and that's gonna be Quibo Yi also gone and deleted again. They have a very good setup with the Kalea instant knock-up. And there goes the players of Myanmar. They lose 1 player. But again, the Philippines, so good when it comes to just assessing where the players of Myanmar will be able to achieve their snowball. They completely shut that down. And now for the Philippines, it's all about maintaining the same tempo. Because look at King Flash dying once and just behind in terms of level with Saison. Saison is level 11. King Flash, a YSS, you would expect to farm up a Storm. Only level 9. So this is all just King Flash being schooled by the legend Saison. And now their eyes set on the turtle. As Kun so low, they might enhance on him,
Half
but no.
HP already.
Focus on the turtle now.
Yep. Yeah, I feel like the Philippines has much better position to take this one. Look at the isolated team fights there. Onto the back, Kun though.
Juno.
Doing a good job zoning everyone out. Juno trying to go for the Blazing Duet there, but it's gonna get sandwiched out. He does get the Blazing Duet out, but at what cost? A double for Requitano instead. It was just a bait for them. It was actually, I kind of felt that, like, yeah, he wanted to go in for the Blazing Duet. There is that damage already, but the Philippines just sandwiched Myanmar there, and they couldn't do much there. Purifiers are up though, but up against 3 or 4 members here in the Philippines that can just combo you here with the tsunami slam, the tsunami wave, and even the bravest fighter. It's a difficult situation here for Myanmar.
Yeah. Now all they can do is just play the side lane game, right? You talked about it. What about a Moskov being picked up, right? If they have the Moskov, at least in this point of the game, they have access to the side lane. As the Cloud, you can't really do that because for Philippines, they have so much ways to just punish the Cloud, right? You have the Lancelot that can also access the side lane, so that's going to be a problem for them. But as of now, it's Philippines all with their names on the board. Control all around the map. So how does Myanmar reply to this, right? You can wait for the YSS to just scale, but Saison is again just gruelingly ahead of the YSS with 2 levels above him. And now they're gonna try to invade the jungle of King Flash again. Focus on the orange buff, but hey, at least he's able to get it. So now Philippines all about just resetting the lane again. But our Kangel, I want to look for something. He has the IMU to copy something, an ultimate maybe. But as of now, no.
Yeah.
All about just focusing and shoving this lane down bottom.
Yeah, it's actually usually the Avatar of the Guardian, but Unigo has to kind of go in
Purify.
for the setup. The Purifies have been used here from the side of Myanmar. They want to get the turret here, and I think they should be successful in doing that. There's the Avatar of the Guardian, the real one here coming out from the side of Myanmar, but Recutano able to flicker out just in the nick of time, gets a killing speed, tries to go for more, but Juno as well up here on top, able to take away a turret from the Philippines. So this is the thing, like, you have to consider here for Myanmar. You got 2 marksmen here that will scale up really well in the late game, and Philippines knows that very well. So they're denying as much as they can away from Myanmar, denying those buffs away from King Flash, taking in as much objectives as they can before these 2 marksmen are able to scale up, get their items. But here goes the First Lord Unigo trying to go in for Tsunami Slam. Kun instantly bursted down there with no Purify available. This should give the Philippines a much better space here to take this Lord. There should be no contestation at all. It's the numbers advantage here going to the side of Philippines. Saison will be able to take that first Lord of the game here.
This is a problematic situation now for Myanmar, because if you take a look, Kim, the only engage tool they have is an AOG, and that AOG mostly has been used offensively, right, to counter engage Philippines. Aside from that, they don't really have a tool that they can play with for a pick-off scenario. Maybe the Abyssal Arrow from the Selena only. That's it, right? No follow-up, because the players of Philippines has been very fed in terms of the items. They have been growing to just so much power. AOG again defensively, but cancelled with the Tsunami Slam. So beautiful. It's going to be Rakitano getting the kill on towards that Gatot Kacha. So now Myanmar again losing their front line. You said it. A very squishy lineup. Maybe the Esmeralda can come in flying colors, but this Esmeralda doesn't feel like anything, because as of now, Philippines, they are so damn rampant. So slowly but surely, they try to usher their Lord into the base. It crashes to the base now. It crashes to the turret. But here comes Rakitano as well, getting that turret broken down to pieces. Philippines playing this calculatedly. They're trying to approach this methodical way, excuse me. So now they will just move back and wait for another timer to expand.
Yeah, I really love how they're also very disciplined here whenever they take in the turrets. They don't want to overextend here, but there you go again. The setup from Unigo, an instant burst using the avatar of the Guardian, but there's Saison from the back going in for the recall. Rakitano still unstoppable at this point. The Abyssal Arrow connects, but there's nothing that they can do. 5 members of the Philippines still standing strong. The bottom inhibitor already down as well here for Myanmar. 13 kills for the Philippines. They go in for the Mountain Shocker here. They want to go for the end. They know that they can. They got a front lines here. There's the minion wave. Saison cutting through them, but not enough just yet. They're going to try to take in this middle inhibitor for now as the Philippines goes back. I'm not so sure what Nico is trying to do here. Maybe try to pick off the back lines, but still unsuccessful to do so. Getting chased down here by Arcangel all the way to the side of the jungle. He's buying so much time here for Myanmar, but that's as much as you can do. That's not the way to your base, Nico. That's definitely not the way to your base. You can prolong it, you can dash in and out, but the Philippines, they're gonna be there to finally pick up the kill, and once again goes to Rakitano.
Yeah, you can run, but you can't hide, right? Nico was hoping for a twist of fate, but Philippines, they are the fate makers, and now again from one last siege, inhibitor turret in the mid lane will try to be seized, but look at Tyson, unstoppable in the back though. It's gonna be the Lapu Lapu just wreaking havoc left and right. Kanon again going insane. The YSS rendered unable to be used by the players of Myanmar, and they go blitzing inside. The Blazing Duet will come out in vain as the crystal breaks down Philippines. They stomp on Myanmar 17-3. They take game 1.
Victory! Yeah, that's super clean coming out from the Philippines. I thought it would have gotten much longer for this game. You're talking about a YSS, you're talking about the Claude. These are heroes that scale up really well in the late game, but the Philippines able to close it out just like that. A mastery of skills here coming out from our representatives, actually from Iesf last time, going in with the original Falcons roster. I think for MPLPH they're playing in with a rookie XP laner called Ferds, but this time they're going with the classic Falcons lineup here. It's going to be the Philippines taking in the first game for this best out of 3. As we take a look at the highlights here, it's actually a theater thought between the two countries. You see like the Philippines, the Myanmar, they're mirroring each other's moves. And I think the key takeaway here is once Rakitano got in all of the items, it's just really difficult to catch the Granger. And not to mention, there's just a lot of front lines, a lot of setups that the Philippines tries to do first. I mean, they set up the tempo, and Myanmar is just a little bit more reactive at this point, right? Like, so it's difficult. They have the damage. I think you can see it coming out from the Claude, but again, Rakitano. So much damage. I really applaud the attempts here, the setups coming out from Myanmar, but it's just unfortunately not enough. There's too much burst coming out from the Granger, and the setups coming out from Unigo as well was super on point at this game.
Yeah, you said it, right? Myanmar was so reactive. All they can do was just react to the back of a Filipino play, Filipino execution, right? Well, the Philippines were just running around, like it was a playground. Myanmar, all they had to do, or rather, all they had as an option was just to play reactively. This is why you did not really see any AOG that made plays, because the AOG was used defensively to just run out when the Philippines were swarming the players of Myanmar. So take a look at the item build so far. Again, nothing too out of the ordinary. I mean, if you take a look at Unigo, he was able to go and build up that fleeting time to get the extra cooldown reduction on the ultimate, right, on the Tsunami Slam. This is why the Kalea was running rampant, even not dying a single time, right, as a Kalea is just insane. But the YSS only stuck on 3 items: the Hunter Strike, the Endless Battle, and the Malefic Roar. So no snowball like you would expect, right, coming in from the YSS. Saison against the Lancelot, just wreaking havoc again with so much items. Unstoppable he was. And yeah, nothing else out of the ordinary. I mean, it's all just the same. And 13 minutes almost the game for Philippines. We would categorize this as a very, very strong showing and a strong debut coming in the qualifiers now for Philippines.
Yeah, definitely why the Philippines' matchup went here first in the ISF Asia qualifiers. And looking at the gold obtained, I believe it's Recutano that has the most gold. Yeah, I'm right. He has the most gold, and he's the one that took in the most damage as well. That really does not make sense. I would expect Unigo to actually take in a whole lot more of the damage, since he's been going in for the Tsunami Slams time to time. Like once the Purifiers are not up, once he has that ultimate up, he's going to keep on pulling that off. But Recutano, though, surprisingly has 46,646 damage. And I think the most assist goes to Arcangel, of course, with the Valentina just terrifying the members here of Myanmar so that they can go in for a whole lot more damage here up against the Philippines. 12 minutes and 53. I would say this is a very yeah, it's not that fast, but it's not too slow as well. So I guess it's just showing again of what the Philippines can do and why they are again the powerhouse when it comes to Mlbb. But for Myanmar as well, they got that idea that you've seen some of the attempts that they had, and I think if it stretched out a bit longer, I feel like it would have been a 50-50 battle. Or again, it's going to boil down to mechanics here for both sides.
Yeah, it was very funny, by the way. A little bit of intermezzo. ATM basically is the richest guy, right? Usually in MPL ID, we call them gold diggers, if I'm not mistaken. Gold diggers.
Oh.
Like that. But here is ATM. A
ATM.
walking ATM.
Yeah, the
right?
Yeah. You know what do you call it in the Philippines? We just call it the rich guy.
The rich guy. That's very generic.
I believe it's like it's a sponsored segment from a banking giant here in the country. So it's like the name of the bank, and then they put like rich guy. So usually it's that. And I know it's a long-standing joke as well coming from the Philippines. Like I think one of the players from Team Liquid Philippines would say like, I don't have any money. I don't know if you've seen that stream where Oheb was saying, yeah, you know what? I don't have any money. It's fake news. And now, whenever he comes up as the rich guy, because obviously that's going to happen because he's the gold laner, people are just going to have that screen cap up like, yeah, what are you talking about, Oheb? It's just here. You're the rich guy.
Yeah,
so
he is a rich
it's funny
guy,
how there's like different names, different monikers for being the rich guy in the game. So it's ATM here. I think it's standard for everyone here in ISF. For the Philippines, it's rich guy, and for you guys, it's what is that, gold?
It used for one point it was a gold digger. It's a ever running joke here in the English cast, in the English desk. But yeah. I think so far the Philippines, gold-wise, gameplay-wise, macro, micro, everything was just on point. There isn't really much to say, right? But hey, we'll give the time for both teams to take a break and then re-strategize, because we're gonna come back soon to game number 2 and match number 1. We'll be back after the break, so stay tuned. Welcome back to the World Esports ISF qualifiers for Asia for Mlbb 2025. It's still me, Realize, and my amazing partner Kim. We are going to usher you guys to the second game of the first match. It's going to be Philippines up against Myanmar, and that first game was kind of one-sided. So, what do you think about that game, Kim?
Yeah, it's I would just say it's a matter of mechanics wise. Philippines has just so much experience when it comes to games. They play all around. Like we have MLB for breakfast, we have MLB for dinner, so it's pretty much ingrained as well in our routine, in our lifestyle. So I think for these players it's just a matter of it's another day in their life. But for Myanmar, as you can see, I feel like they already understand what the game is all about, what they need to do, but it's just a matter of execution. I feel like there was just a whole lot more late game heroes with their composition for the first game. I do know where that's supposed to be headed, right? Like if you're able to stretch it out, that's fine, but I feel like at this point, like the Philippines just closed out the game in 12 minutes and that's just it, right? I mean, the setups were there, the attempts were there coming out from Myanmar, but coming here into the second game, this is the match point, by the way, for the Philippines. So just this win, they're going to be taking in the series. They're still going to have a whole lot more later on. I mean, you guys have seen the schedule already for today, but I feel like for Myanmar, again, it depends if they're going to be on the blue side or the red side, but since the Philippines one, I feel like they will have the choice of which side to pick up, right? And usually a lot of people say like whenever you're on the blue side, there's just a high chance of winning. I don't know if that's true.
I mean, blue side always has the first pick, right? So basically have the keys to really just dictate how the draft really goes. But yeah, that was one underlooked hero that we didn't really discuss, was the YSS. But I think the way the Philippines handled it was very, very well. They knew that they can't really give away early on kills to the YSS, so that is why they kind of like don't know the pressure early on. But once they got the kills for the Lancelot, once they got the kills for the mid lane, for the goal laner as well, they kept on pushing on through and just pulverized the players of Myanmar, not giving any chance for them to snowball because they had a Selena, they had that YSS as well. But still, Myanmar, they will opt for the blue side again, banning out the Fanny, and for the Philippines, they highly respect the 1-1 because again, a blue side for Myanmar means they can pick up the 1-1, but I kind of miss Super Marco's 1-1.
Yeah, and the Fanny here of Kaltizi just respected all throughout. I mean, if you want a fast game, what better way to do it than just snowball with the Fanny? That
I am not the only one.
Are asking who's actually playing for the Philippines. Yes, I did see like these questions popping up on the stream from time to time. It's actually, yes, the original lineup here of Falcon. So you got Saison, this is Kyle TZ, then you got Requitano, who is Super Marco, Unigo, Ogwen, and then you got Arcangel, that's Few, and you got Canon here playing. It's not Sanford. A lot of people actually thinking it's Sanford playing. It's actually Flap TZ playing here today for the group stages of IESF. Yes, Sanford is a part of the roster here of IESF. I'm not so sure if they're gonna maybe field him up later on because he is part of the roster, as well as Kelra is also there as the dubbed as the substitute. So we'll see. You can play it out with different teams, different rosters. We've seen that in different IESFs. But going in here to the second draft, Myanmar still here having the first pick, now respecting the Kalea. Even though there was Purifies, right? I feel like it was such a big factor for them. Like once you get pulled in by the Tsunami Slam of Unigo earlier in game number 1, even though, the Purify wasn't there, they could have some escape paths. It was still an instant burst down coming out from the Philippines.
Yeah, I mean, again, the Kalea was indeed a threat because you can go very, very quick on the engage. You can go in and go out. With the Tsunami Slime, it just adds up more problems for Myanmar to tackle. But now, they will take out the Juicin again, so this leaves the Lancelot open, the YSS open. Again, you pick your poison. Which one do you go for?
The Arlot.
Oh, they'll go for the Baxia. So, okay, Myanmar with the Baxia. At least they have anti-sustain, plus they kind of have a tanky front line that can really, really just gank you up quickly with Shield Unity, and they're rolling around by the Baxia. So hey, they have that one solved out, and they feel like the YSS can't really yield them results. Now, for the Philippines, will they go the same? Will they go the same route of going Lancelot? Will they even go for the Arlot, right? Maybe the Farsa as well is an option to go for.
Yeah, now I'm thinking if they're gonna go head to head with this this Baksha, right? Again, still a big question mark. I've seen this in MPL Philippines. They've used the Baksha as a roam also, so it's a flex here for Myanmar. Could also go to the XP lane. I've seen that sometimes, but the R lot. We've been talking about this since the stream started, and it's so difficult to go up against these XP laners that just instantly set up the play. Like it's just one final slash. It's just you're done for, right? Especially if you're caught in a bad position. Myanmar starts it off strong. I know this was a ban coming out from the Philippines earlier. So will they go for, shades of Blacklist International in previous seasons where they go for the Uber strat or the ultimate bonding strategy here? But they still pick up the YSS here. Realize for Myanmar. So is it a roam the Baksha here? Because yeah, it's still again, it's very confusing, right? You did say the YSS can also be in the gold lane, but I feel like that's kind of a far-flung idea right now because there's just a Uranus, there's a Baksha also. So there's so much tanky picks here coming out from Myanmar. The Philippines definitely needs to have like a mid laner and a gold laner that can burst these heroes down first.
I think in this patch you don't really want to go gold lane YSS because you need something quicker, but I think the reason why they pick up the Baxia is to really set up for the Uranus pick. Is that even logical? Because again, the Uranus really relies on quick healing, sustain as well. And the Baxi just kind of denies that with the Tortoise Puissance, but again, I think that's just hard. Like the Baxia being put in Rome will not just be as effective, right? But now look at the Philippines. They have a well-rounded draft so far. Very strong laners, strong damage as well. Bursty coming in from the Farsa and from the Lancelot plus the Arlot for quick, easy setup. So basically, it's like a Kalea, but quicker, right? You have lower cooldowns with the final slash, and this is just a setup that's just gonna disrupt the players of Myanmar. Meanwhile, the Arlot, Filipino Arlots are to be feared, right? I mean, you have Stanford, and then here you have Flapteezy with the Arlet, so that's gonna haunt the players of Myanmar. And they take out the Selena, again, a strong laner for Nico, which they picked up last game, and the Carry banned out. Carry, I haven't seen that name in quite some time.
Well, okay, I see why they banned this out, right? Like Carry is dubbed as the tank killer, so it can easily melt down these heavy front line that Myanmar has. The Uranus, the Baksha, it can get melted down by the Carry, especially once it has the items here. So it's also an option. Like Requitano uses this a whole lot as well. So it's a respect. Maybe force Requitano out on something else here in the gold lane. But there's so much open. Like you mentioned, the Beatrix was open, the Granger. But I feel like the Granger, I'm not so sure right now. I mean, you're going up against a Baksha, you're going up against a Uranus. You still need something to kind of burst it down. Final ban here, I feel like it's still going to be centered around the gold lane, or maybe perhaps one of Unigo's heroes that can be taken out.
Yeah, I think banning out that might really make sense, but as of now though, let's take a look at Myanmar. What will they ban out here? I mean, the Harith, yeah, that's gonna be a strong
Requitano
option.
heroes.
Yeah,
back to back on the Harith though. Really massive respect here for Requitano's Harith. It's also a hero that can burst down these tanky picks coming out from Myanmar. They pick up the Badang here. I believe this should be Unigo's heroes, but again, super flexible coming out from the Philippines, because Unigo is also known to use this Arlot as well as the roam in previous seasons. So I've seen that. So super flexible lineup coming out from the Philippines. They have two setters here, but for Myanmar, wow, this is looking to be so tanky. Wait. So this is a... Okay. Let me just digest this for a bit. Okay, it's a Kimmy
Gold lane?
Kimmy jungle. No, I'm just kidding. Kimmy gold lane, and then you got a jungle.
I don't know.
Mid lane Kimmy.
This is jumbled up.
For sure.
It's gonna be a Kimmy mid lane. YSS gold. Uranus XP. Wait, no. Wait, okay. This is jumbled up.
Uranus jungle. Uranus jungle, that I'm sure.
Uranus jungle.
Unless you want to put it in the roam. I feel like this is one of the filters on the apps. Like you get to pick like your Mlbb.
Yeah.
Come on,
that one filter in the TikTok.
So what would you do here with this lineup? I definitely say this should be a Kimmy mid lane.
Yeah.
Kimmy mid lane, a Uranus jungle, and a YSS gold. Then you got a roam, Baksha, and a Lapu Lapu. CCC, they're switching it up, so it's a robot. Yeah, I was right.
Wait,
Robaksha, and then with King Flash
Lapu
and
Lapu
Kun. Not the.
Gold?
Oh, so they're going for the sustain now. The
Okay.
sustain. I mean, okay, I've seen this. Like fighters on the side lanes because they sustain so well. They have ample damage when it comes up.
Oh no.
When it comes to like the early game. So not unless they switch roles here. I mean, that could be a possibility, right? But I don't know. I don't know. Is that a possibility here in Iesf? But yeah, for the Philippines, it's very straightforward. Unigo on the Badang, and then you got Canon on the Arlot, the classic XP lane. They did get a very powerful pick here, but again, they got to assist Recutano here when it comes to the early game. So I think Saison, Arcangel definitely has that fast rotation. You got the Wings by Wings, you got Saison here on the Lancelot, super slippery. You can kind of go anywhere around the map. So I feel like this is good for the Philippines. Myanmar, I admire that they're trying to do something different here. But if this is the final lineup, this Lapu Lapu gold lane.
I don't understand this. I mean, my brain is getting
Let's
fried
take a look.
seeing this lineup. But
Yep.
yeah, I think the main reason why they really want to go for the Lapu Lapu gold lane is because they have an extra front line then. Two range heroes as the hyper carry. It feels like we're playing in Season 3, Season 4 again, right? With the Kimmy, with the YSS, two very, very strong late game heroes. And then when you pair that up with three front lines that can always sustain, like you have the Uranus with the Consecration, and then you have Lapu Lapu that can always jump in, jump out. Plus, you have Quibo Yi with the box. Yeah, it means that they will always have that option to just protect the carries. Now, in the emblems, looking at the Lapu Lapu's choice of Festival of Blood, plus the Brave Smite, yeah, again, sustain, right? The name of the game. But that is going to be an Impure Rage for the Uranus. Uh-oh.
Oh, down bot though, Kun. Yep, you're definitely gonna have to. Oh, he flashed out of that one. I flickered out of that one, by the way. So that's gonna be one resource out from the side of Myanmar. Kun still a. I mean, this is a Uranus you're talking about. It's not gonna be an easy burst coming out from the Philippines. Arcangel is here to join the party as well, and it goes to Arcangel. Unico though gonna get stuck there. Flickers out of that one, so again, resources taken out from both sides, but I guess what they wanted to happen here is just to make sure that the XP lane here does not get farmed up well. I feel like Myanmar has the sides contained at this point with their choices of heroes, but for the Philippines, they gotta send their entire battalion over to that side. Kun, again, gonna take a brunt of the damage. Saison gonna go in for the pickoff, and that's gonna be the first blood going to the side of the Philippines. There's gonna be the Mana Shocker coming out from the side of Myanmar. Oniga gonna get taken down there right before the turtle. A 1-for-1 trade-off for both sides, and that's gonna actually give the Myanmar a good positioning here into the turtle side. It's gonna be a matter of retribution. King Flash gonna take it in. Nice feathered air strike coming out from Arcangel, but that's not gonna do much as Myanmar gonna secure in the first turtle of the game.
Yeah. Oh, at least Myanmar now, they are alive, looking online in the first few minutes of the game. Second minute, as we enter, they're able to get that turtle as well as a kill on towards Quibo Yi, which is the Baxia. But the Philippines, that one kill towards Saison means that they can still kind of rely on that, right? The Lancelot with the rotations. That lane down bottom, no. Arlot against Uranus. The Uranus will always be very strong, especially with the ultimate available, right? Arcangel is here to kind of assist with that. It goes to Feather Airstrike, but there's a fight up top as well in the jungle. Saison left behind because Unigo has to bite the bullet. He has to go for the Phantom Execution defensively. Backs away. The Mountain Shocker connects, and Saison again just bleed to eternity. And this is where Myanmar kind of hits the gas right now.
Yeah, and I feel like at this point they're just amping it all the way up. As long as King Flash can farm up here. He's level 6 at par right now with Saison. Earlier in the previous game, he was not able to scale up as well. Like the Philippines just went in for the all-out team fight. I think what they're doing right now is just denying Unigo of the setups, right? He gets bursted down instantly. The flicker was already out there as well. So now, again, Kun is going to be the target this time on a Uranus. So it's not going to be easy to take him down. Not unless you have 3 members here. He's going to get locked in there. And finally, they get the kill. Saison picks it up once again. But here comes the backup. Here comes the Mana Shocker. Ganon gonna take a brunt of the damage as King Flash will pick up the kill here for the side of Myanmar.
Well, Myanmar, we finally make Philippines kind of struggle in the first 4 minutes, right? And now their main winning condition, at least for Myanmar, is to focus on just trying to kind of harness and caress the carries, right? Nico and King Flash, they have to be free out of any possible threat. Just protect them. It's gonna be protect Mr. President all over again. I mean, King Flash is level 8 with the YSS up. Final slash misses for Kanon, and they're gonna focus on the turtle now. But Unigo is gonna eat a lot of damage. Nico again with the guns comes blazing in. There goes the ultimate, but it's gonna be Saison getting picked off, and again a very important kill for Myanmar. 2 deaths, or rather 2 kills for King Flash, and Arcangel with the feather airstrike. Try to clear the wave, but hey, Myanmar cannot stop the bleeding, and that's Philippines hemorrhaging with a slight advantage on for Myanmar.
Yeah, the YSS here of King Flash is standing at a 2-0. He's already level 9 here, 2 levels ahead from Saison, despite the fact that they've gotten at least the second turtle of the game, right? And looking at the gold lead, 3.6, so at least 1,000 ahead of Saison here. And if they can manage to keep on farming up here with this YSS, Myanmar definitely has a shot. So right now it's going to be a sandwich move coming out from Myanmar here as well. Requitano going to try to go in for the Blazing Duel. Amigo once again getting the brunt of the damage there from the tankers here coming out from Myanmar. Juno going in for the Braces Fighter, taking in a lot of the damage there. Requitano starting to hurt. Feathered airstrike as well from the backline from Arcangel, but not able to take anyone down just yet. But they're gonna go for this instead. Kun taking in a lot of the damage, and finally Saison picks up the kill, but that's a lot of ultimates used just to take down one hero here of Myanmar. So the sustain is kind of working here, but again, Requitano will be the key here for the side of the Philippines. And looking at where he's standing right now, he still hasn't suffered any casualties, so I guess this is good for the side of the Philippines. I think they kind of want to pressure either one, right? Requitano, or you want to pressure outside Son.
And wow, that's the kill towards the Uranus as well, right? I mean, the Uranus can just make qualms with dying 10 times, and he's gonna be okay with that, right? Because that's kind of the responsibility of the Uranus. If you take a look at Philippines now, they're trying to move as a unit together. They stand 5 players playing closely. Turtle is going to be the main point of contention, but the final slash from Kanon connects onto the traction pulse on the back, but the Blazing Duet as well will connect with the Turtle. Will be stolen by Saison. That's going to be beautiful, but Myanmar turning things around. Look at King Flash gone, but Rikutano as well gone. Where's the damage now from Philippines? They still have Saison. They still have Kanon as well with the Dauntless Strike. Connects. The Thorn Rose misses, and Saison so low taken as well by Kun. And Myanmar, they live to see the edge of the world, as Unigo will run away. The turtle is secured, but 2 players from Philippines gone. That is a shocker. Akun goes in as well even further. Unigo thinks about the fist crack, but no yet. And oh my god, Kun will live to tell the tale, but that's Myanmar again with the grit to fight off Philippines.
Yeah, 8-4 here is our score, 7-minute mark. 2 turtles for the side of the Philippines. Again, it's going to be Requitano's job to melt down these tanks in the latter stages of the game. It's Myanmar right now with the gold lead, 22.8, compared to the Philippines with 19.9 gold lead. I think what's really making it difficult here for the Philippines is the massive sustain that they have, not to mention the revitalize here coming out from the side of Myanmar. So they can keep on doing these dives even before Unigo locks them in here with the combo of the Badang. So that's really what's making it hard here for the Philippines when it comes to the team fight. There's a concealed play here coming out from the side of the Philippines. They're going to try to go in here for Kun once again, taking about the damage. He's still alive. Saison going in for the Thorn Rose and the puncture. It's going to be Kui Boye, the next one on the chopping board. He has the revitalize here, but here comes King Flash, sandwiching Kanon there, taking a lot of the damage, but is able to escape. So this is, you see Myanmar like just fielding out all of these tags to make sure that, you know, King Flash is able to have a good game or is able to free it everyone here from the side of Philippines. But at the same time, you know, Philippines macro gaming here coming out from Requitano, pushing in the turret as well down bot.
That's the Philippines, right? They will always get pressured early on. It feels like they're going to lose their grip onto the game. But one moment is what it takes, and then the next thing you know is that they have control again of the game. Now, focus on towards the Lord. King Flash is level 14. Just speed running his way on towards the late game. I mean, Saison is down 2 levels. And this is the early game YSS. This is the snowball YSS we've been talking about, right? When it comes to the late game, the YSS is king. So now this is how Philippines, right? It's all about them. How do they want to contain this YSS? Kanon will make his way to the bush, trying to checking in. Kun is there
Yeah.
to just body block everything. And you, when we have Uranus, when you
Yeah.
have the Lapu Lapu plus that Baxia who's just kind of standing tall right there, becoming the body system of Myanmar to just block off any damage. This means that King
Yeah.
Flash and Nico will have the time of their lives to just poke forward with the Starlium Beam plus later on King Flash with maybe the Mountain Shocker. That's gonna be the problem now. Philippines, they have to move fast on this Lord.
Kanon already positioning himself here. This is what he did last time. That game-changing play. The Petrify coming out from his side. It is going to be the Lord who's going to take it. It's going to be King Flash. There's the Blazing Duet. Requitano taking a lot of damage. King Flash taken down. Arcangel here is the next one as the side of the Philippines is going to be backing away as they take in that objective. It's really hard to take down these bruisers, and this is the best possibility that you would want if you're Nico, if you're King Flash, just to be able to free it everyone from the backside. Something good here is that the Philippines is able to kind of catch up as well when it comes to the turret takes, but with this first Lord take from Myanmar, they should be able to at least take in the second tiers here from the side of the Philippines. So they're I feel like at this point, right, like Myanmar is just enjoying all of these turret dives. They can definitely do that. They got the Baksha, they got the Uranus here, just soaking in the damage and not easily taken down here by the Philippines, even though they do have Requitano here. But the positioning wise, he has to be careful here as well. I mean, if he gets sandwiched in between these tanks, it's not easy to get out, especially if you don't have the BMI. He's got the sprint though, but that's about it.
Yeah, they have to focus their attention and resources to the OSS, right? To the Kimmy as well. Traction Pulse. Kanon is gonna get locked down in place and just delayed it. There goes the fist crack coming in from Unigo, but no follow up again. Lack of damage, and the tankiness of Myanmar is just so gruelingly close. And the Lord will be cleared down, but that is Philippines again losing one, but not getting anything in return. The setup was there, the ultimate was there, then again, the main question is how do they cut through the tank of Myanmar? Oh, there goes Judo with the bravest fighter, but misses anything. Zarkangel is able to reposition. And Rekitano as well, just trying to clear the wave. How long will they wait? What do they wait for now, right, for Philippines? What is their timer? It's getting late. The Claude still unable to go online and wreak the damage needed. There goes the gold earned. King Flash #1 with 10k, followed by Rekitano. So, yeah, I think back to my point again, like Philippines, they have to focus on just eliminating Nico and King Flash. But now the question becomes, how do they skip the tanks, right?
Yes. How do they kind of get to the back line? It feels like sorry, I kind of want to say like it feels like the Infinity Castle here right now. There's so many things you have to go through and you still can't reach the targets that you need to reach. I mean, the only one who can, reach King Flash and Nico here at this point is either the final slash coming out from Canon or the feathered airstrike from Arcangel. But even before that happens, right, there's so much zoning, there's so much zoning coming out from Kun and Kuiboye. So there's where do they start here from the side of the Philippines, right? Like, there's so much attempts here coming out from Canon. There was really good final slashes into two members here of Myanmar. But again, the final slashes are mostly onto Kuiboye and Kun. So these are not the heroes that you want to get in. There's so much vision as well coming out from the side of Myanmar. So they know where to be in at the right time. Unigo again, trying to go for the combo, but gets bursted down there by King Flash. The Lord is up. A 5k lead here by Myanmar. So it's not that far of a lead just yet. Like, I feel like if it's a total snowball, it should be like, 10k. But at this point, again, it's gonna boil down to mechanics. It's gonna boil down to who's gonna take this next Lord. This is gonna be big for the side of Myanmar. At least inhibitors are gonna be down, so they're gonna have to fight for this. But Kanon gonna get sandwiched right there. Arcangel as well, picking up the double here for King Flash. Maybe the shutdown though, but Saison gonna take in the Lord here for the side of the Philippines. Another attempt here, but it is gonna be the flicker in there from Juno to pick up the kill here. 305, by the way, on the Lapu Lapu here of Juno. Level 14 as well.
We talked about, hey, it's King Flash, it's Nico, but we forgot to talk about the sleeping giant Juno, who, by the way, is getting stronger by the minute. Inigo might overextend. Traction Pulse committed to just try to catch him, but Inigo will be okay. As of now, Fist Quick will push back the players of Myanmar, and that Lord will go down in vain. So no treasure exerted as well
Yeah.
by the players of Philippines. They're unable to get anything effectively. Another airstrike quickly. Juno jumps with the bravest fighter, has to flicker coming in from Archangel, or rather Archangel, excuse me, and now Unigo might look for a set, but Kanon also close by. Looking for the final slash, jumping in with a puncture from Kanon. Oh, there goes Rakitano, gets the Boxia. And the Sword Rose to the backline, it's gonna be Saison, but King Flash guns him down. The flicker as well, still saved. As of now, that was a concealed play by Unigo to just get the backline going. Oh, Nico
Yeah.
closely recalls by the bend of Unigo, and now Philippines. They're still holding on by a thin thread. The final slash goes into blazing duet from Rakitano. Gets onto Juno, but still immune whatsoever. It's Unigo in the backside zone, wants to jump in with the puncture. And there goes Kun. Juno gone, King Flash gone. Only Nico left as the sole
No
carry.
minions though.
And now no minions for Philippines. It means they have to reset this. But the death timers are pretty high, and maybe they can get something out of this.
Yep, I think for the Philippines again, you know, for us, a Claude, these are heroes that need the proper positioning. And once you get that opening, Blazing Duet can wreak havoc. And what I said, it's Requitano's job to belt down all of these tanks. There's the BMI out for Requitano. They also take in the turret to the second tier there up top. So Philippines slowly trying to make the bullying, but as you can see, like the goal lead is already negligible. It's at par right now. 47k for both sides. They're able to bounce back just after that one team fight. So for the Philippines, again, it is a matter of bouncing back from those early wins coming out from Myanmar. Next up, the Lord is coming out, 16-minute Lord here. So for Philippines and Myanmar, again, it is going to be whoever takes it in. Now it's going to be Saison with the most damage dealt next to Kun, by the way, who has been soaking. Not just damage dealt, like most damage taken in as well. I feel like it should also be Kun here from the side of Myanmar.
And now the Lord has spawned. Philippines, they have whatever it takes to get this Lord, right? Again, the Blood Wings completed by Arcangel. That's gonna give him extra protection. Traction Pulse flickers away from Arcangel, but Unigo will force the Fist Crack to go out. Repositions from Philippines. Now as they make their way onto the Lord Pit, there's gonna be Kun from the back just eyeing a potential flank, but Saison stuck in the middle. 5 players from Myanmar, but look at where Rekitano is. He's looking for a flank angle. This might be the death of Nico. If they're not aware of this, there's going to be a concealed play. Kanon with the final slash, the blazing duet, but the Winter Crown right in time. So low from Myanmar. King Flash still makes his way out. He's fighting his way onto step, but Rekitano will catch him. Now it's going to be Unico as well with the kill, with the gun down. That's Nico still surviving. The Sky Piercer pops, but now Arcangel gets him down. It's only Kun and Quibo Yi. Will this be the turnaround that's been looked for by Myanmar? Kun goes for the play, but Saison is there to stop him. Quibo Yi looks for Rekitano. But in the back, they're playing insanely fast. Horn Rose. And Kun is gone. Rekitano runs for the hills, but Quibo Yi will only have to say goodbye to his teammate as now Philippines look for the end.
Oh, they're looking for the end. They got the minion wave stuff bought, but
they can
able to get back in there in time. There's gonna be the minion waves coming in. Better airstrike there from Arcangel. Close call there coming from the Philippines, but this is the inhibitor down. They're gonna have a much better position into the Lord and almost wipe out there from the Philippines. And look at how fast Rekitano is like shredding that Lord. So this should be a 1,000 gold lead for the Philippines, and they should be able to take this without any contest. Like Myanmar is trying to clear out the waves before they come in. So they should be giving out this Lord. Perhaps just go in for the defense. They do have that with Quiboye and Kun, by the way, who has been doing a really good job in being the front line here for the side of Myanmar. But for the Philippines, they're taking what they can here. Second tiers are all down. The bottom side is gone as well. They got the Lord on their pockets. 18 minutes in, it's going to march down bottom side here for the side of the Philippines. They're going to try to close this best out of three. But for Myanmar, they got a solid defense here. They got, I mean, I think at this point, even Juno is a very good solid front line here to set up the plays here for Myanmar. So for the Philippines, they got to watch out for that. They do got the damage here from Recutano. So that should be enough for them. Everybody has reached level 15. Again, it is going to be a matter of execution right now. Lord marching down bot here realize it is going to be the Philippines going to try to close this out, but yeah, wave here for Myanmar is just here. They should be able to burst it down. Philippines gonna make the minion waves move as well. The setup there coming out from Nico, but Requitano able to take down, not just yet, not able to take down that turret. The feathered airstrike from the backside. Kuiboye taking in a brunt of the damage. Kun Saison trying to go in for Nico, but not gonna overextend there. But King Flash, whoa, just bursted down there. Juno gonna go in for the bravest fighter. Saison trying to pick off the back lines. Unigo gonna set something up. Minion waves are still alive. Philippines gonna try to go in. He has the immortality though, and it's gonna be Recordado locking in the base as the Philippines gonna close it out. Nice and clean, disciplined there. Go straight for the base, and they take in game number 2 and take in this series in this best out of it.
Oh no. That was Myanmar with a cheese strat again, looking to work to the late game. But again, like I said, Philippines, they always find a way to escape death. And that was Saison. That was also Recitano in the last team fight close by the Lord, where they were able to get a flank angle to lock down, pin down Nico as well as King Flash. Take a look at the highlights here. Early on, Myanmar, they maximized the fact that they had 3 tanks, right? Again, with Juno as well by the side lanes playing against that Claude as the Lapu Lapu. But you saw how King Flash was able to really steamroll his way on towards the snowball. Sure, Philippines did manage to fight sometime. Making their way into the team fights with the final slash, again with the Blazing Duet, but it wasn't enough for them. Quite a few times they failed because Myanmar was just way too strong, and Nico made his way on towards his power spike. And that was Saison, basically, just keeping them together, keeping them alive. And then goes Arcangel, and then goes Ricitano online, finally, like a late game Claude, like you said. Very scary. I mean, Unigo as well made a few plays with the fist crack to catch King Flash, to catch Nico. But still, the fact that Myanmar looked very crazy and scary with this cheese strat means that they have some tricks up their sleeve. Thankfully for Philippines, all they did was play patiently. They played with discipline, and they waited for their moment to shine, for the power spikes to come through. And this Blazing Duet was very good, and the setup was very good as well from Philippines.
Yeah, it's right on cue. Realized they just blasted that double kill from Recordano. I think this was the moment in the 15-minute mark where it made a difference here for the Philippines. Recordano picking up those kills. I think for Myanmar, right, like their tanky front line can now be taken out by the Philippines once they got the items. But apart from all of that, it was super. I think it's longer than what we expected, right? We expected maybe 15-minute game, but with at least 3 sustainable picks here coming from Myanmar, it's hard, right? Like to cross over from the early game up until the late game. But for the Philippines, again, they have so much experience here when it comes to tournaments, and this is the lineup that they had that won the World Championship, so that can never be discredited. The Philippines has been dubbed as the home of the strongest, and this just goes to show what it is. But for Myanmar, I love how they gave the Philippines a bit of a hard time, of course, in the early game. It's quite understandable too. Like, you're going up against your Uranus, you're going up against a Baksha. There's so many front lines, and at the same time, their marksmen, Nico and King Flash, was able to kind of free hit. Again, it matters when it comes to the late game, wherein the team fights was executed so well there by the Philippines. They were able to bounce back. Again, Requitano is going to be the key here, but with the most damage, it's going to be Saison. He's actually doing a really good job, like in all of the games here of the Philippines, picking up the turtles here, stealing the lords here from the side of Myanmar, and able to at least make it work here for the Philippines. For this match point match, taking in the series at least with a clean sweep here from the side of the Philippines.
Take a look at the items. Not too much, out of the ordinary Nothing peculiar, to be honest, to be highlighted. Maybe just Saison, where you can see he was opting for a much more defensive build come the late game, right? The breastplate, the Queen's Wings, the Immortality as well to just keep him alive. King Flash was going on full rampage mode with the Hunter Strike, the BOD, the Endless Battle, the Malefic Gun as well with that Winner's Crown. Nico was also very scary, right? Sky Piercer means that you can always skip the threshold of HP coming in from Philippines. But I think it was props to the flank angles that Philippines were able to create. They were able to conceive those underlying angles that Myanmar wasn't really able to sniff out. And the box, yeah, again, as a roam, all it does is just stand there, right? All it does is just stand there menacingly to try to soak in as much damage as possible, plus pop the poisons to get that anti-heal going in. But yeah, not much that can be really achieved by the box, except to just gank around with the shield unity. And now let's take a look at the ATM, or the richest guy.
Oh, Saison.
It was Rikitano last game, and now it's Saison with 16k gold, 7 kills as well for Saison. Tank Saison as well. I mean, imagine a Lancelot tanking the most damage when Myanmar literally has 3 tanks in their team.
Yeah, considering Unigo already had so much fist cracks all throughout the game, right? Like, I would expect him to be the tank here, the one soaking up the most damage. But 97,000 here for Saison, which kind of explains why he built a bit of tanky items there, not like a full damage item. And Kanon also with the final slashes here from the Philippines that, of course, made a difference as well in the team fights that they had.
Wow. Well, what a game, what a match. That was very close. The Philippines, they were close to being upset because what Myanmar picked was, very, very cheesy again, right? We didn't expect the Lapu-Lapu to come out in the gold lane, and then they picked up a Uranus, interchanging it with Box. Yeah, we thought it was going to be a Boxy jungle, but then came the YSS, and then came the Kimi. We tried to piece together the bigger picture, to piece together the puzzle. Again, the Kimi, we thought it was going to go gold lane, but then it went to the mid lane. So yeah, a lot of questions. As the saying goes, don't let your opponents know your next move, right? And that's what the players of Myanmar did. But unlucky for them, they faced off against the Philippines. So hopefully in their next games, they're able to conceive an even better plan and start racking up those wins. But that is the end of the first match. That is Philippines against Myanmar, in which Philippines are able to wrap up the score 2-0 in a very, very dominant fashion. And game number 1, game number 2, not so much, but still a 2-0 is a 2-0. The second match will see us cast Philippines again playing up against Thailand. Now for Thailand, again, we can't really, I'd say, speculate the level of powers that they have, because Thailand themselves, we haven't seen them that much in the competitive scene of Mlbb. I think last was like M1, M2, and after that, they're just non-existent, right? We haven't seen them that much. So hopefully they put up a good fight.
Yeah, we see them here and there though. Like we see them in the last wild card also. So there's a whole lot of info here and there coming out from their side. But for the Philippines, again, there's so much VODs you can review. There's so much highlight plays that you can see from them, and this is just one of them. And I feel like it's just a really good way to kick off the IESF Asia qualifiers. You're going to see more of the Philippines. I believe the next match should also be the Philippines up against Thailand. So again, in another BO3. So please stay tuned for that, as the Philippines, just give them some time to breathe. They've gone through like 2 games, so they're going to be fighting again next in another BO3 up against Thailand, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm looking forward. A lot of you guys are also asking if who else is playing, but it's still going to be them, not unless they're going to change it up in the next game. But for now, it's just Kim and Realize here in the Casters Desk. We're going to be right back for more action here at the ISF Asia Qualifiers. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Welcome back
Hi.
to the ISF Asia Oceania Qualifiers 2025 for MLBB. It's me, Realize, and my partner, Kimberly or Kim. We have went past first match, the Philippines against Myanmar. That was a thrilling match. To be honest, game one was kind of easy breezy for them, but game two was where it became a showdown. It became very very close with that cheese strat coming in from Myanmar, but Philippines, being Philippines, were still able to weather their storm. Now we are going to move to the second match of the day. That's Philippines against Thailand.
Yep, we talked about this matchup earlier. I said it's going to be a back-to-back for the Philippines, back-to-back matches. That is, they just finished their first match of the day here in the ISF Asia qualifiers. You got the Philippines versus Myanmar, wherein they got a clean sweep. So again, looking to eyes on the prize, of course, looking at another clean sweep here up against Thailand. But for Thailand, I know they've had several qualifiers. I think to a certain extent they've had their own league within their region also. So when it comes to experiences, when it comes to tournaments, they've also had that. I'm actually really curious who's going to be playing for the team of Thailand, because we'll get to find out who the roster will be in just a little bit. But yeah, Philippines versus Thailand. Thailand, if I'm not mistaken, if you go all the way back, they've taken in the very first MSC of Mlbb. So that was
Yeah,
IDNS. So I'm not so sure if it's still the same team of IDNS that will be playing, because I'm actually quite familiar with IDNS. I've casted several of their games previously. So I'm not so sure if it's still the same team, or maybe if it is still the same team, maybe the roster might be different this time. And speaking of the roster, though, we're gonna have to take a look at who's gonna be playing here. Of course, this kid started off with the Philippines. There's not gonna be any much of a difference from what we've seen in game number one. And I know the chat always talks about this. Who's playing? Is Sanford gonna be playing? Is Keller gonna be playing? Yes, they are part of the IESF C-Ball team here of the Philippines. But for the roster today, for this particular match, it's gonna be few or Angelo Arcangel. You got Michael Saison, Kyle Teasy here. Then you got Roguen Unigo, which is sorry,
Ogwen.
Ogwen. There you go. And then
Yeah.
it gets really confusing, right? When you put out the real names, you got Marco Recutano, very obvious Super Marco, and then you got David Canon or Charles David Canon. This is Flap Teasy. That will be playing for the roster here for this particular match. So again, it could be shaken up in the next few days or whatever. So we'll get to find out later on. But for the team roster here of Thailand, realize who do we have here? We got Frong, Yo, is that
Yo,
not Notes? And then you got
notes.
Cha and Son. Yeah.
Yeah. Simple names, easy names. Yo, that's gonna be my favorite name ever to cast. To be honest, Yo, he wants to move. Yo, but yeah, Frong, Yo, Note, Sha, and Sun. To be honest, players that we aren't really familiar with, right? We haven't been able to hear or see these names and the competitive scene. I mean, you talked about IDNS or I Do Not Sleep. They were indeed one of the first founding members of Thailand MLBB, right? They played in MSC 2019. We talked about MSC 2019 being one of the first major tournaments, but after that, it
Yeah.
seems like Thailand just became erased out of the map. We haven't been able to see them make their appearance again. I think MSC 2022 they were still there, right? IDNS they were still competing, but aside from IDNS, we didn't really see a different Thailand team, right? Make
Yeah.
make their debut or make their way into the international stage. So that's gonna be a point of fixing, and we do hope coming in from the ISF qualifiers that this might be the turning point for Thailand MLBB, because we've been talking about it for quite some time now. For MLBB, mostly in Myanmar, Thailand, Laos, it's been unified as Mekong, right? We talked about it.
Yeah.
We had even the qualifiers for MWI, the Mekong qualifiers. We saw some Thailand players, the Myanmar players, as well as Lao players, right? But as of now, for the male seed, it seems like Thailand is slowly diminishing. So we hope that through the qualifiers of ISF, it kind of reignites the passion again, and we'll see if they can go further. But again, this is gonna be a tough task for them because they're up against the Philippines, arguably the favorites to win it all right here in MLBB,
Of
in
course.
in the ISF. They are indeed very notorious after winning their own trophy. I think it was back in 2023, if I'm not mistaken, or 2024. But yeah, now it's just about the Thailand players just giving their all. Just play it play just play your hearts out. You don't need to stress over any burden because you're facing against the titans of Mlbb,
Yeah.
right? I mean,
Yeah.
Myanmar were able to push them off their limit. We thought it was gonna be a quick game, but hey, Philippines, they're still humans. They still have their loopholes, and if Thailand is able to identify those loopholes, I feel like Philippines will have one blast of a game.
Yeah, they did the heavy sustained meta for Myanmar in the second game earlier for game number one, and it really, yeah, like what you said, pushed the Philippines. Well, I would say it was a difficult early game for the Philippines, and I think
Hmm.
for Thailand, I think in times like this, like when you talk about qualifiers, when you talk about the group stage, it's a matter of like putting out your comfort, right? Like I know some teams when it comes to like the current meta, they would like to again use as much meta heroes as they want, right? But I feel like at this
Yeah.
point, right, it goes to show that you need to kind of put out what you're comfortable with. Let's say you put out a meta hero, but it's not really your comfort. It's not going to yield the results that you want. So I feel like at this point for Thailand, just play with heroes that they know they're comfortable with. I know that there's some particular pocket picks that they actually prefer. So we might actually see it here in this best out of three. And like what I said, the first game has always been the tempo. You kind of get to read your opponents, what they like putting out, right? So we'll find that out here in this first game. But for the Philippines, you guys already got glimpses of that. Several of that even. It's MPL is going on, so there's so many VODs that you can review. And even in the previous IASF, this is the exact same team that actually got the championships last time.
Hmm. So we do hope that Thailand can field their best players. I do believe this is the best players chosen. But if you talk more about the game, aspect of this matchup, I feel like we can't really have much discussion when it comes to Thailand because again, no VODs of this particular team set of players, right? They haven't been able to really just make their names seen uh, 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 outside of like the circuit, like again, the lack of tournaments in Thailand seems like the players not getting spotlight as well, right? But for Philippines,
Yeah.
I think yeah, we talked about them just getting back on their comfort picks again. The Lancelot was up there. Being used by Saison, who by the way had a very spectacular game. Both games, to be honest, it was very very great. We saw the Arlet as well, the ever feared Arlet of Filipino teams. It was in the hands of Baptiste, but in the hands of Sanford, yeah, it's basically a signature hero at this point. What else do we have? Like the Granger, right? The Granger. I think the
Yeah.
1-1 could also be up for contention. We're gonna see because the Philippines they have been in red side for the past two games.
Yeah.
We'll see if in the blue side. I think in the blue side, if they're gonna play blue side, they're gonna leave the 1-1 open. I feel like and they take it for themselves because the 1-1 this meta is super super strong. Enables you to fight really quickly. Again with the crossbow of Tang, it just enables you to go in and out of team fights very easily. You have that extra purifier from the uh, thorns and needles, and I feel like in this meta where you really want to have quick fights and bursty fights, 1-1 is the way to go. But we'll see if that is going to be the case as we enter the draft now.
There you go.
And Philippines will
Wow,
still
that's
be in red
fast.
side. But hey, YSS.
What is with the? Okay, so it's the YSS meta. I completely understand. Okay, you've seen how the YSS was able to kind of fare in Myanmar's game with the Philippines, especially when it gets farmed up really well, which kind of did happen in the early stages of the game with Myanmar earlier. But now, for Thailand, they started off with the YSS, which means that the Arlet's already out. The classic Kalea here for Unigo is also taken away. So again, if the Philippines, it's a Saison comfort. The Fanny is open, by the way, which Myanmar has respect banned several times, 2 games to be exact. Might actually pop up, but still gonna go for the Lancelot here. I mean, it's so good when you talk about taking objectives. The Lancelot can just dash right in, steal the objective, go all the way out. So it's a very easy in and out of the team fight. They also pick up the Lapu Lapu here for Kanon. Thailand, will they go for the sustain meta? They actually pick up the mid laner here. They go for the Nuvaria for the peel onto the backside, and of course the setup with the Ruby here to go head to head with the Lapu Lapu. I think it's pretty okay when it comes to the laning phase, but I do see some teams using it as a roam. But I know with the recent adjustment of the Ruby becoming like a fighter instead of like a tank fighter, it's mostly centered towards the XP lane.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, we saw most of the times Ruby being picked up as a roamer, but now it's mostly on the XP. You get that healing coming in from the Don't Run Wolf King. A lot of sustain as well coming from Ruby, and the Novaria is a scouting tool. So basically, they have two detections now coming in from the YSS plus the Novaria with the ultimate, right? That's gonna be very very scary. But a quick Moskov. The Moskov looks very old. Looks malnourished, but don't worry. That's I think pre-work rework
Rework,
Moskov.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I kind of missed that Moskov, very busted. But now, take a look at the second phase of the bans. I mean, Philippines, they're able to run out their draft pretty strong. Enough damage coming in right from Lancelot, very mobile. You have Moskov as well, super mobile hero as well. Nan Lapu Lapu, a very strong frontliner that can really fight off and fend off against the burst potential coming in from Thailand. Thailand, they're gonna ban out the Valentina out of worry that the Astral Echo could just be stolen by Philippines.
Yeah. I feel like there's a certain set of heroes that each teams are comfortable with, right? Like it seems like for Myanmar and Thailand, it's been the YSS. I'm not so sure if it's that's gonna be the same case for the Philippines. I've seen it pop up here and there. I'm actually also curious why the new hero, the Zetian, actually hasn't been
Oh yeah,
put
Shetian.
out here. It's actually open. I think in terms of vision, it's hard to give away. Let's say you put the Zetian and the YSS all in the same team, you get so much vision for your entire team. And not to mention, if you add a Selena to the roam, there's so much vision. But for both sides, I think for the Philippines in particular, they like to go for very classic assassin lineups. Like you have a classic assassin with you. You got a mage that has so much AOE, and then you got somebody who can throw. They go for wow, a little bit of throwback there
Kagura.
from few Kagura to maybe go head to head. There's lots of possible combos coming Kagura with the Yin Yang Overturn and Instant Purify also if you get taken in. So it has a lot of in and outs, just like the Lancelot pretty much here of the Philippines. So for Thailand, are they gonna? They still need to add up their gold laner and of course their roamer. I really believe this Ruby will go to the XP lane.
We actually saw the Kagura make its debut as well in MPL ID yesterday. It was picked up by Navi in a loss. It was picked up by Dewa United against Onyx in a loss, and yeah, it's very strong. It's got a back line with a Yin Yang Overturn plus the way how Kagura is kind of very elusive as well, right, with the movement. So that could be a surprise factor now for Thailand. But they pick up the Esmeralda and the Grok, so they want to go green with that Grok. We have seen the Grok mostly go the XP, but I think in this
Yeah.
rendition of the lineup, I think it's
a
gonna
roam.
be it's gonna be a roam most likely, right? But the question is, what will Philippines pick up? They'll pick up the high loss, so this is gonna be a Ruby goal in, isn't it? So Esmeralda XP, YSS jungle, Novaria
Okay.
mid, and then you go the Ruby and Grok.
Okay, yeah, I was confused there for a bit because Kanon and Unigo kind of switched up heroes. I was like, wait, are you gonna go for the Lapu Lapu roam? I really don't think so though. But yeah, very classic pickups here coming from the Philippines. Very clean, very your usual assassin kind of lineup. You got somebody to like I said, somebody to soak up the front line, which is the high loss. You got the burst damage from the back line. I was actually expecting something more of like a Farsa coming out from Few, but looking at the lineup here of Thailand, you kind of need some way out. So the Kogura, which also has been buffed by the way in the previous patches, and then for Thailand they go for the Grok, which also has been reworked. I know it has gotten a lot of bans also in the ranked games recently, all because of the new rework. Some people are kind of intimidated with it. I'm looking at the lineups here, the IGNs here of Thailand. I believe like 2 or 3 players here are from the original lineup here of Thailand from IDNS. So let's see later on when the game starts, but yeah, it should be the same IDNS with a couple of new additions, new people coming in. It's it's Angelina there playing the mid lane, and then you got Flash SR. I'm not so sure if it's the same Flash that played in the role before for Thailand. So I could also be wrong, it could be a new player, but their XP laner or their gold laner should be the same if it's 32. We'll find that out later on. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first game here of the Philippines versus Thailand here in the ISF Asia qualifiers. You got Thailand here on the blue side and of course the Philippines on the red side, already on a winning streak that got a clean sweep up against Myanmar earlier in the first series of the game. In the first series of this qualifiers.
Emblems though, again, FOB. Three heroes picking it up. Sustainability is the name of the game. Wilderness Blessing as well for the Grok to enable rotations quickly. Same goes for the Kagura as well. With the Wilderness Blessing, really enables them to move very, very quickly throughout the map, throughout the river as well. But as of now, yeah, killing spree for the YSS to really go quickly. But Saison duking it out with Flash. Flash has to flicker away, and so
super
low, she's
low.
gonna get caught here by Saison, and again Saison with the first blood. That is a kill given to him in a gift box in a silver platter. So Saison now can really funnel that gold quickly and go even quicker to get higher levels. Angelina against the Kagura here. Navaria against Kagura. Not so much that we can comment on because so far it's been very, very neutral in terms of the lane. But Rakitano up top as the Moskov can play this super safe. But yeah, we've seen Ruby mostly picked as a counter towards the Moskov because how it can tank so much damage. But Nile is here. Try to dish out some damage towards Rakitano, but the turtle has been spawned, so now it's gonna be free Bryo for Philippines to get this turtle.
Yeah, they took so long there. I think they were trying to gank Rakutano there up top, but that just gives so much room here for the Philippines to take in the turtle. 3 members here of Thailand up top trying to get in Rakutano, but able to dash away. But instead, there goes Archangel with the combo. Nile bursted down, and here comes Amigo as well. Still does not have the ultimate, the 2 pickups there for the Philippines and a turtle to boot. But here comes 33! Dashing in and out as Saison able to take in the buff. Nice attempt though there by 33. He's been playing this lane for the longest time that I know, so he's mastered this quite well. But up against the Philippines, you can never be too safe here. You can see Canon as well going over to the blue buff here of Thailand, giving a lot of vision here to the Philippines. But Nile just came right in, but can't be too complacent just yet. He's reaching the level 4. Saison 2 levels ahead though, so this is a super good solid start here coming out from the Philippines 3 minutes into the game.
Going relatively slow, and you can see the rotations being made. I mean, look at where the Kagura is. Oh, Flash really wants to challenge Saison, not giving him freedom of movement, but he has to pop the Phantom Execution because the barrier just pops there and trying to trap him down. But now again, Angelina with the Astral Echo really wants to open up the map, give information, but the problem is, what will they do after that information is revealed, right? Will they burst them down? Because I feel like burst damage from Thailand is kind of limited to only the YSS and maybe the Navaria, but the Navaria still also needs those items to go. So I think it's all about scouting and maybe just playing it front to back for Thailand. For Philippines, again, they've been very, very active to push forward. SOD landed, but doesn't really hit anyone. So Nigo will just be there to back up the Moskov. Nakanon down bottom up against 33. This is going to be a bloodbath. Unigo being caught. The barrier pushes him back. The Astral Meteor misses. And Unigo still lives to see another day, but the Walk Charge committed. And even the Glorious Pathway executed as well. But that's going to be a free turtle now for Philippines. Unless, Angelina was so close with the Meteor.
Yep, there goes the bravest fighter there onto 33. Flickers out of that one to safety as Philippines just taking in objectives, going in for the macro game. I see a lot of pressure on Recutano's lane though. Like you've seen several times Thailand has rotated towards that side. Like Nile, you see Flash going all the way there to make sure that nice try will not just end up to be a nice try here up against Recutano. Canon also doing a good job here up against 33. He's able to sustain though, but you know, with Flash coming in here as well, he can't just fully commit towards the bravest fighter. For the Philippines, I think what's really important when it comes to the mechanics here and the gameplay, they really make sure that the macro gaming is still secured, right? Like you don't just pick up kills, you pick up turrets as well. As you can see, Recutano rather, up on top, able to chunk down this tower real low. Is he able to take it down fully? Not just yet, as nice right comes right in, but there's just so much more action here up on the middle. There's the burst coming out from Arcangel. Glorious Pathway as well from Udigo, but not gonna commit for more. Nile though, a 1v1 situation there with Canon, able to take him down bot.
And now Canon will indeed get taken down. So that is actually a very, very slow start for the Lapu Lapu. But Rekatano, all he can do now is just farm. At least for Philippines, they have that insurance in the side lane to play the sides, to push and pressure even more. And for Saison, I feel like will also be one of the side lane pressures that Philippines can really exert. Oh, random execution popped. Because the Falling Star Moon was indeed executed and expended by 33. Now then, Philippines, how will they contest this turtle? It's gonna explode anytime soon. The barrier is perfect, and
Wow.
Unigo stuck in a rock and a hard place. Arcangel
Oh,
in the
no.
back. Kanon will jump in as well, but Unigo still survives. Fops the glorious pathway. Gets a few nourishments from those fruits and has his HP up again. The seal pop. And where do they go now? Because look at down bottom, it's Rekitano forcing in his way on towards the bottom side turret. Kanon in the back. He's trying to wreak havoc, running rampantly. And nice try, gets level 8. But is that going to be a difference maker? As Kanon again in the back, Astral Echo being popped up. Wild charge. The next to Saison, but no follow-up whatsoever. Arcangel again just jumping in with the yin yang overturn. The flicker
no.
pop.
Gets a
That's gonna be
shutdown.
Arcangel down, but the turtle focus is still in the sides of Philippines. Nile steals it away. The Tortos from Saison will not save him, and Nile goes on a killing spree as Zunigo hunted down by 33, but no follow-up again. Rekitano at least down bottom gets a turret again. So 2 turrets for Philippines,
Yeah.
but they lose 2 members and the turtle as well.
Yep, I think for Thailand they shouldn't forget the macro game. The bigger picture here is to just take down the turrets. They've already done a good job, like kind of keeping at par with the turrets that Rekutano has taken down bot. But at the same time, like looking at how this is panning out, it's 33 on his classic XP lane. He's doing a very good job zoning everybody out. Like now Thailand forces Saison to use in that retribution to just take in that purple buff. But nice try as well, not forgetting in the lanes, taking down another turret here from the Philippines down bottom side. It's not that far of a lead. It's actually Thailand on the lead right now, considering they've taken in at least 3 turrets here. Kanon again isolated down bottom. Does he have the flicker out? He does. He gets the ultimate here from Nile and gets bursted down there by Flash, instantly taken down there. I think at this point, there's just so much pressure, not just on Rekutano right now. Like even the attempts here of Flaptizi or Canon with the bravest fighter, it's difficult to try and get in somebody at his point because nice try, and even Flash here has. Built up their items 313 as well for Nile, so he's kind of keeping up with Saison here in terms of the levels, in terms of the kills. So it's not that bad of a stat just yet, and the map control at least Thailand is able to kind of keep up here with the Philippines.
And so far, at least Thailand is able to keep things competitive. It's gonna be the I'm offended pulled back, but Arcangel is gonna be fine. Now the Lord spawns. Where is Saison? He's down bottom. Same goes for Rikitano. Look at how they're gonna activate the side lanes to add more pressure. And Thailand, they need to respond to this because if we take a look at how they want to play the side lanes to respond, I feel like they have only the YSS to just rotate quickly, right? With the passive that he has, with the ship and all that. But now the Lord will still be the main point of contention. Nice try. But open up the bush. That's gonna be Saison jumping out. He's gonna pop the ultimate as well. And now goes the
Okay.
Astral Echo. Unigo
Did
pops
he go?
through his pathway and he's low and he gets eaten to pieces by 33, at least up top. It's gonna be Rekitano progressing even further to the second tier turret. But the Lord is now in the hands of Thailand. Oh, the SOD lands. Where is the opening? Rekitano gets the turret and he jumps back to the Lord. It's gonna be Saison with the retribution. Thailand in shambles. Arcangel goes further, but Nile so low, still able to get the kill. They don't want to go even further. The ISS is getting even scarier by the minute, but they still fight their way into the back of the lane. There goes Saison with the puncture wounds as well, going to look
no.
for an
That's
entry.
5
The Thorn
members.
Rose saves him. Saison has to run for the hills. The Thorn Rose second time, but no. He won't be able to run anywhere. That's gonna be Philippines with the Lord Steel and their turret up top, all courtesy of Rekitano.
I still think that's a W for. Okay, there's 2 wins there for both sides. Okay, I still think that was a win for Thailand when it comes to the overall picture. But I think for the Philippines, the Lord is the best that they can do for now to at least stop in this aggression that Thailand has been showing them. So this Lord will at least stop them in their tracks. Nile has already scaled up here 416. I think this should at least be, yeah, this is 2 levels up against Saison. He's already at level 15. Saison still at 13. He was able to take in the first Lord here, but again, at least, you know, it's at least the second tier turrets down. The mid lane is still standing here for Thailand. 10-4 is our score, and it's a 2k goal difference here in favor of Thailand.
That goal difference dwindling down, but Thailand, they still have at least the grasp of the game. The wall charge onto 2! And the Iesf that connects. That is beautiful, but Saison is there to shatter the dreams of Thailand. He's still dancing around, but Kanon pops the bravest fighter defensively. He gets to go back, but Nile guns him down. And that's going to be Philippines again with a set play to respond to Flash with the wild charge that is so far always on point. But 11-5 with the growing and surmounting gold lead, it means that Thailand still has their grasp on the game.
Okay, there is the Astral Echoes there from Angelina, at least giving space, peeling the Philippines there from time to time. I think the best bet here for Philippines again is Recutano making the lanes move onto the side. And as you can see, the damage dealt the most is 33. This is his hero ever since, like the Esmeralda. I think he was also known for the Lapu Lapu for quite some time, but this is a classic 33 pick. He's very comfortable in this lane. Nice attempt there from Flash. If I'm not mistaken, I'll have to check this later on. I know I'm friends with them, so let me check if this is the same roster that's playing. So at least like 3 members here from the original IDNS are playing for Thailand, and they're again putting up a fight here up against the Philippines, right? This is the same roster that won them the ISF. And again, with 3 bruisers, it's the same case as what happened up against Myanmar. They have to find an opening here for the Philippines, but the problem is there's the ultimates here are always being baited out here by Thailand, right? The glorious pathway that is meant to kind of engage, it's sometimes used to disengage from the ultimates being tossed out here by Thailand. But here comes the second lord of the game, 13 minutes in. This is the Philippines gonna try their attempt. Canon, okay, Flash misses that wild charge, but there comes the glorious pathway. Canon able to tank up the front lines. Nice try. Gonna be able to sustain for a bit, but gets bursted down there by Arcangel. Inigo able to sustain. 33 finally shut down there by Recutano. The opening that they need right now for the side of the Philippines. That's gonna be 2 members down for the price of none. Is Thailand gonna commit towards this? Nile's still up though, but numbers advantage, Philippines.
It's the problem, right? Philippines, Recutano can be the secondary jungler to spear down that Lord. But the Astral Echo, predicted! That wild charge connects, but the flicker is still expended. Now in the backline, the glorious pathway popped, and it's gonna be Nile gone as well. The jungler no more. The Recutano gets the Lord as well this time around. It's all a loss for Thailand. Arcangel gets the turret as well, and that's gonna be Saison securing the Lord for Philippines. Arcangel has been such a menace to just play around the purple buff. There goes the SOD, it connects, and the Spear of Misery as well. Angelina deleted a nice try. Like his name suggests, it's a nice try. Philippines, they take 4. They get the Lord, the purple buff, and also the turret. It's gonna be full on plunder as Thailand colonized fully by the Philippines.
Yep, Recutano again. You check out the items later on. I feel like for the Philippines, right, there's this certain time in the game that Recutano just gets his items and the power spike is just there, and they're able to turn the tides around here. But now Canon able to soak up the damage here. They're gonna try to take in the inhibitor successfully here. Minion waves are coming right in. I love the minion wave management here coming out from the Philippines. Glorious pathway committed here by Unigo. The Lord is still up, by the way, here for the side of the Philippines. They're gonna try to end this. Full members still up for Thailand. They are not gonna overcommit towards their base, still respecting the front lines here of Thailand, still respecting the damage that they have also with the Yi Sun Shin, as well as the pokes coming out from the Novaria. But super minions, at least there should be another wave coming in, so they're gonna have to clear that one out first.
Slowly but surely, Philippines reaching the end of the tunnel. There is a light slowly blipping for them. For Thailand, it's how they want to escape this terrible ordeal. They had the lead against a squad as scary as the Philippines. But this time they have to hold their ground. Now that the orange buff being invaded, the purple buff as well available for the taking. Nigo is still there just tanking the damage. And look at the rotations coming in from the Philippines. They have been playing very, very solid, quickly together as a unit. The side lanes also pressing down on Thailand. The question is, how will they defend their base? Talking about high ground defense, they have the Navaria, right? With the meteors that's always going to come raining down on Philippines. Nile with the YSS has the Mountain Shocker to just stop the players of Philippines in their tracks. But by the minute, Philippines are going even stronger. Ricitano with 4 kills has the Sea Halberd. Let's take a look at the items here. Malefic Gun completed. Wind of Nature as well for the Moskov without a boot. Or without boots, without any boots. This time, all 6 items completed for the Moskov. And for Thailand, it's them still lacking the power and the pressure to stomp all over Philippines. And now timer for the Lord, 10 seconds left, and we will see who'll get the Lord. Will it be Philippines or will it be Thailand? Again, Thailand pressure omnipresent for Philippines. This makes it easy, and this makes Philippine has the pry on the Lord.
Yep, and I just want to say that this lineup of Ricitano, if you have a Moskov, there's just a possibility for a split push. You got a Lancelot as well, so if you look at the lineup here of Thailand, it's built for the team fights. You got a Grok, you got an Esmeralda, right? Like, you want to have the team fights, you want to have the close with the Navaria, but the Philippines can just go for the Spear of Destruction there from the Moskov and just go in for the lane on top. Now Inigo commits in the Glorious Pathway, but nice take in there with the I Am Offended. The Wild Charge as well going to connect, but it's Onigo. Still has the Revitalize up. Still taking in a lot of the damage there. No one's going to go in for the full commit. Requitano still knocking in. Still slashing in through that Lord. I'm not so sure if this is a bait. It's actually forcing out some of the members here of Thailand to back away since there's some minion base coming right in, right? But this should be the Philippines half HP. Thailand's not just going to give it away without a fight. Nice!
Oh, what?
No! Requitano gets shut down there. This could be the opening for Thailand. And we goes in for the Glorious Pathway. Just to escape Canon, doing his very best to just buy some time. But that's going to be nice try. And definitely a nice try there. A shutdown onto Requitano. Saison well getting picked off there. Now it's only Onigo left to defend. Running all the way back to the base. Getting intimidated there by 33. And now that gives Thailand the opportunity to squeeze it. 30 seconds for some of the members here of the Philippines. Are they going to go for the end here? I feel like it's possible. There's minion waves down bot. Can they actually take in this first game? Now still up. Onigo doing his very best here. The death timers are up. He's gonna get taken in there. Glorious Pathway all the way out just to buy a little bit of time. There is gonna be minion waves here. Requitano is up. Is it enough to manage
No way!
the base? But no way! What? Double kill for Requitano.
The minions!
The base is still up. A triple kill goes in.
The Savage?
And then a Savage to both 33.
No!
That's totally fine. The Requitano saving the day there for the Philippines. That was 1/4 HP onto the base, and now the tides have turned. They're gonna go straight towards the base. There's no inhibitors left. 2 down. Let's take a look at that replay there. The Glorious Pathway. You actually thought the Philippines would have saw the end of that game, but there's Requitano. It was Onigo buying the time. Look at that. 1/4 slither of HP, and it's over. Just like that, the Philippines takes in game number 1.
Oh, this is why he has Super in his name. Not Superman, but Super Marco, or even Super Requitano. Now that was superb. Coming in from the Moscow, from Requitano, from Super Marco, whoever you want to call it. He is a national hero at this point. Solo defending the base. The minion was gone, and then he was able to hold on for quite some time until his teammates got back up. The Maniac he was able to achieve. The Savage was so close, but Unigo was there to snatch it away. But hey, it doesn't matter, like you said. It doesn't really matter because at the end of the day, Philippines are able to escape that scare coming in from Thailand. Thailand, they thought that they would see the end of the game there. They thought that they would create that upset in game number 1. We talked less about Thailand because we knew that they didn't have any competitions. They weren't really seen as existent in the pro scene, in the circuit as well. But they were here and they came to play. They made the Philippines sweat. They made them breathe heavy. And you can take a look at this beautifully played team fight coming in from Thailand. They're able to layer their spells and as well as their resources pretty beautifully, and all the team fights are just boxed into different parts. And the Philippines, we talked about it, right? When it comes to the team fight, Thailand does have the upper hand because they have heavy AoE, they have heavy CC. You have the I'm Offended, you have the Falling Star Moon as well, and then you have the Wild Charge to play with, plus Angelina with the scouting tool coming in from the Astral Echo and the Meteor. So you have Poke, you have Vision, you have Team Fight. For the Philippines, it's all about splitting up, right? It's all about just creating a split push. You have the Moskov omnipresent with the SOD. You can play far lanes and then just pop the spear to the TP into the team fight. You have the Lancelot that can always move so swimmingly with the Puncture, with the Thorn Rose, with the Phantom Execution. You can always move around easily to just catch the waves in the side lanes. But when it comes to a team fight, Thailand has been able to layer that supremely well. And you could take a look at this team fight where we thought it would be the end of the Philippines, right? That one I'm Offended just corralled Philippines together, and then the burst damage came through. Even 33 was chasing down Arcangel down bottom. The Esmeralda doing heavy work as well to become the front line and then just become the main chase. But this was where it turned around. It was Rekitano alone, cutting off the minion, and then they had no minion, so Unigo followed through. And then a pushback from the Spear of Misery gave him an extra kill, giving him the Rampage. Rather, the Savage closely for the Savage because it was stolen by Unigo. Unlucky.
That totally, I feel like that totally did not matter at that point.
Yeah,
I could hear their voices actually screaming, like, just save the base. And I think for Neo, I was like, well, what was he planning by doing that Glorious Pathway all the way back? It was actually to give Requitano the opening there, to just buy him some time to kind of, like in the Philippines, we call it vuelo, or give him some time to get his positioning right at that point. And I actually thought, I think they were simply, for Thailand, that was such a good attempt, right? I actually thought they would have ended that base because there was minions. They got tanky frontline. They could have soaked up the damage, but the Requitano, I think at this point, Super Marco, Super Requitano, just call him Super. I think at this point, he should just change his IGN to Super Requitano.
Yeah.
That was just simply outclassing the entire team of Thailand and taking in this first win for this particular series. But hey, Thailand, I was not expecting that coming out from them, right? Like, this was the Philippines. Again, we love to say, like, late game always works, and late game Requitano again was able to save the day, getting in that 90 minutes into this matchup. Actually, like, it would have extended to 20, and by this time, like, everybody already has their items, and this time it's a bit different. ATM and carry, of course, goes to none other than Super Equitano. And then the tank, of course, you've seen how 33 was such a menace to the team of the Philippines. He was zoning everybody out. He was actually unstoppable at the first few minutes of the game. So I feel like this was a hard-fought victory for the Philippines, but definitely kept us on the edge of our seats in the 90-minute mark.
Yeah, this was an insane game. The closest we've been to a nail-biting series. But hey, it seems like the Philippines, they still have a lot of loopholes that can be exploited. Right? In Thailand, they knew pretty well what they really wanted to do with this composition. Again, right? A team fighting composition. The YSS serves as the hyper carry. And then the Grok, which, by the way, in the hands of Flash is very, very scary, was able to land some unique and significant wild charges right here and there. It was turning the game around as well. And then a nice try followed up with an I'm Offended that was also on point. So I think it was thanks to Super Requitano, or Super Rec, He might just rename himself. So Marco no more. It's Reki now. Rekitano, Super Rekitano, holding the base. It was him and Ogwen and Unigo.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
two of them just holding hands and just defending the base for dear life. And the Savage nearly came through, but yeah, it was Unigo
Yeah.
just stealing that. I think that is what we call the support tax, right? You
Yeah.
gotta pay your taxes, and
Yeah, of
that's
course.
the tax that
Of course.
kind of had to pay. But still, it doesn't matter. Like you said, they were able to hold the base. They turned the game around, and then they defended the base, leading to that end. Thailand, they put up a very, very good fight, and I can't wait to see what they have for game 2, because so
Yeah,
far
for
the
sure.
draft has been very solid, and it has been very sensible the way they played.
Yeah.
They knew their game plans, they knew their winning conditions. Now though, game 2, what do they have in their sleeves? The Philippines, I think they're able to kind of read out how Thailand want to play.
Yeah, yeah. There's like an on switch here. Like, you know, you can call him what you want. You can call him Brecutano. You can call him Marco. But you can't deny it. There's just one thing about this guy. He's definitely super. He's super. I'm
Yeah.
gonna change my IGN right after this game. Right after this this cast. By the way, I'm gonna change it to Super Kim. Later on, maybe I can have a bit of a chance later on. But Super Marco, undeniably, is one of the best goal laners here in the Philippines, and I think he just proved that in this matchup. And Thailand, you know, you cannot discredit what they've shown here in match number 1, but it's going to be match point though for the Philippines in the next game. So don't you guys go away. The IESF Asia qualifiers will be right back, still here with Realize and Kim.
Hi
Welcome
everyone,
back.
welcome back to the World Esports ISF Qualifiers, Asia Qualifiers 2025 for Mlbb. Still with me, Realize and Kim. It's my amazing partner right there. We have foreseen the first match of the day and the second match as well, the first game of the second match, in which was a very, very insane thriller. Thailand, the team that we expected to be the underdog, the team that we expected to be, beaten down to a pulp quickly by the Philippines, instead was able to put up an insanely good fight, but that was all shattered thanks to Super Rikitano.
Yeah. Super Recretano saving the day there for game number 1. I guess that was probably, I was expecting, maybe like chill matches for the first 2 streams, but wow, I really thought that Thailand would have gotten that, maybe at least, force out the game number 3. But here we are again, once again, the Philippines match point here for game number 2. They still have a couple more, let me actually whip that up. They have a couple more matches for the no, actually, this should be the last match for the the last match for the day. They do have a couple more days that you'll be seeing them here in the IESF Asia qualifiers. But I think what really surprises me is like how the gameplay of Thailand has changed over the years. I mean, I've started my casting journey by, that was the biggest casting gig that I had, casting for Mekong games. And I've seen how they've grown from there, seen their failures, their losses, and then now coming here head to head with the world champions. These are the world champions, by the way, for M5. So it's just amazing to see that they can go at least like head to head with them or give them a run for the money here at the IESF Asia qualifiers. But match point here, I'm actually excited to see like what will Thailand pull out next. Will it still be kind of like the same composition of team fights, like mostly centered towards the team fights? Where will they put their resources now? Is it towards Super Recutano, or are they gonna try to kind of squeeze in Flap TC or Canon in his lane? So I'm excited, but all throughout we've only seen a Lancelot from Saison in all of his games so far. He hasn't picked up any other hero, so I also want to see if there's anything else that he wants to put out. The fanny was open, by the way, but he still chose to go for the classic Lancelot, which, by the way, is still one of the heroes that is also contested, not just here, but even in professional play.
Yeah, I think it's because Lancelot is a very, very strong pick right now. It has prio, quick clear, and can just snowball pretty well when you get a few kills earlier on in the minute. But yeah, I think it's much more interesting to see if Saison can pick up something else, because it has been so far 3 games that he has picked Lancelot, and all 3 100% win rate. So maybe he might want to try to keep that at 100, unless Thailand can just pull off an upset in the second game of the day, in the second match, and then maybe, just maybe, the Lancelot gets stained. But yeah, so far it has been the Lancelot, and in the hands of Saison, it has been very, very pivotal. It has been very significant in terms of the impact. He's able to give rotational plays here and there. The objectives are contested pretty well by the Lancelot. So yeah, there is no reason for the coach, I think, to take off the Lancelot in the hands of Saison. But it would have been fun. It would be fun for the viewers to take a look at other heroes that he can play. But so far, yeah, I think it's gonna be a Lancelot again, won't it? Unless Philippines ban the YSS here. But I think it's much more sensible for them to ban. Well, what did they ban here? The box.
I think it's still the same case here for Thailand. They haven't changed their bans. It's still centered towards Canon, Unigo. The box just taken out. So Thailand again, either they want to steal away that Lancelot, so Philippines brings out something else, but it's still going to be the YSS that still is a prio pick even in the games up against Myanmar. I feel like it's because of the damage that it offers, especially when it comes to when the YSS does have the items. Saison, are you gonna go for the classic Lancelot here? There's also the one's banned out. I'm thinking of something like they usually pick up Canon's hero and then go for Saison's hero. So will he go for again the Lapu Lapu? If you're talking about like deja vu from the previous game, they can go ahead and pick up the Lapu Lapu for Canon, or if he's comfortable with more of the sustain heroes, the Uranus is still open. The glue is still open, and still gonna go for the same. Deja vu, still gonna be the same. It worked out well in the first game. They did win that game, but Thailand gonna go for the same picks. So does this mean that this is going to be what did they pick up next? Was it an Archangel hero? He picked up the Kagura
Yeah,
here.
Kagura here. Yeah,
Yeah. Not unless he wants
picked
to
up the
go for,
Kagura here.
to go at par with the range of the Novaria, go for like a Farsa or something like that, or the classic Selena. But I feel like with the Ruby being play, it's hard to kind of have that up, right? Like not unless like you want the Farsa again to go head to head with the range.
Farsa hasn't been very prio today. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't really know why, but you could see how Thailand did not even flinch, and they did not have any hesitation to just quickly pick up the Ruby and the Navaria. So it means that yeah, they knew that what they were doing was working. And now for Philippines, they pick up the Claude. That's pretty early for the Claude to be picked up, and that's going to be in the hands of Recatano. I mean, sure, was able to carry very, very strong, but the Claude is indeed very, very early. The Phoveus still left unbanned, so maybe that
Yeah.
might be where they want to ban out the Phoveus, because the Phoveus will indeed be a very strong pick. Very good against most XP available, but the Esmeralda is deemed to be a problem for the Philippines, so they will take it out.
Yeah.
The Valentina as well for Thailand will be deleted from the Land of Dawn, so that is banned out. So the last two bans, what would it be? For the Philippines, I think the Phoveus does make sense.
Yeah.
For Thailand, I think it'll just be coning down the options for Archangel's hero pool. Maybe take out the Farsa. Yeah, taking out
Yeah.
the Valentina, the Farsa then just leaves him without an optimal hero to play with against the Navaria.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Philippines' ban, the respect on to 33, all of the heroes that he possibly bring out. But if you're going head to head with the Lapu Lapu, you either want to go sustain. The Uranus is still up. It feels like a lot of these teams when they go up against the Philippines, they go for like double sustain. Ruby, maybe a Uranus here for 33 to go head to head, and the respect also for few here, taking away his signature Selena and the Valentina. Uh, the Valentina is difficult to go up against, right? Like especially if there's a lot of good ultimates here to pick up, especially for Thailand. That's like three good ultimates for the Valentina to pick up. The Philippines goes ahead and picks up the Gatot Kacha. I like this. There's two heroes that can set up the plays here for the Philippines. You got the Bravest Fighter from the Lapu Lapu, and then you got the Avatar of the Guardian to set things up. I was talking about the Uranus. I was like, yeah, that's the next best option if you want to go up against the Lapu Lapu, who pretty much isn't afraid to do anything in the early game. You got damage, you got sustain, but Thailand's still going for kind of like a very similar setup to what they had in the first game, just with the only difference of 33 picking up the Uranus.
Yeah, Farsa makes the most sense.
Yep.
As you really have that range advantage against the Navaria. If you go something else other than the Farsa, then you're gonna really struggle. But yeah, that Farsa will enable Philippines to have even greater presence in the team fight. Because if you take a look at the lineup from Thailand, it is almost the same, even the same bar the Uranus replacing the Esmeralda that has been banned by the Philippines. So let's see if Thailand are able to replicate that success in the first game they were able to conceive. But the Philippines, with a different approach to the pickups that they made, they have the Claude, they have the Farsa. So again, much more team fight presence, right? You have the Blazing Duet, you have the Feather Airstrike that can just stop the Navaria in their tracks. But the Claude really gets bullied against the Ruby, right? The late, it really needs to kind of get the items, the Holy Trinity, to the late game, and then it explodes. Because again, it feels like Thailand has been very brave to just pick up the Ruby blindly, right? As a gold laner, usually you want to pick up the Ruby when you see the gold laner that the enemy is bringing up. Maybe the Moscow, like you mentioned, but Thailand just convincingly picks up the Ruby, so I feel like they have something in their sleeves.
Yeah, I think I kind of understand why they pick up the Claude here right now. There's two options to take down the front line. It's either usually the answer is carry. Marco is also known for his carry, and then you got the Claude also. But I feel like when it comes to in and out of team fights, or if you kind of want to have options to get out of the team fight, the Claude has much better chance. Rekotana this time goes for the Purify, of course, because of um, the CC skills coming out from Thailand here. But as you can see, again, looking at the emblems here from both sides, nothing too out of the ordinary. You do have the the basic common emblem here for the Claude to just sustain up, to have a little bit more mana here up against Nice Try, who has kept Requitano at bay onto the his turret here. So he knows that when it comes to the early game, the Ruby can definitely bully out this Claude for the meantime. As long as it does not have the items, you can definitely sustain the lane for the meantime.
Yep, slow approach again from Thailand. Emblem supplementing them and their approaches to each of the games, and the boot is completed. Meanwhile, down bottom, Mercatano pressured by Nice Try. Nice Try does have prio. Down bottom, especially now, 4 players of Thailand corralling together. It seems like Philippines are doing the same. Kind of want to pressure 33 from giving up this XP lane and just giving them the turtle. Now, a fight might ensue in which their focus shifts on the neutral objective. Philippines corralling together, just bonding, congregating, and now there's gonna be the Reaper's Fighter. Popped by Canon, but not gonna connect to anyone. That's Flash close by. No wild charge, and that's gonna be an easy take to Turtle. But still, gonna stop the players of 33 anytime
Nigo
soon,
though.
but it's gonna be Unigo getting caught off. That's gonna be Nile with the first blood. A very good pick off and a very important kill given to the YSS.
Yep, Philippines though has secured in the first turtle. I like how they kind of shook things up here for the Philippines. They made sure that Canon was able to reach that level 4 before 33, or if
Ooh.
not, they would have had a better position in the turtle. Angelina though, almost there. She still does have the flicker out, so that's one option. But for now, Saison gonna pressure the heck out of Nile here. He can definitely do a 2v1 situation here. There's the post from Angelina. They can get punished here. There goes the flicker in. And the combos here coming out from the Grok of Flash SR, forcing Onigo to use the Avatar of the Guardian to disengage. But 2 kills picked up here from Thailand. Maybe another one here. Nile though. A 1v1 with Arcangel. Wings by wings out of that one. But that's going to be 33. Flickering in. Was that a flicker in and goes in? Yeah, it was a flicker in to pick up the kill. Onigo here as well, picked up by Angelina. And now here comes the retaliation. Canon being poked there at the back. He's able to sustain for just a little bit, but that's 2 tanks you're going up against. They can turret dive, but not gonna go for it.
Yep. Don't roast, and that's gonna be the puncture. Canon gets 33. Who overstayed his welcome. Down bottom, Rekitano still pressuring. Nice try. This time, the Claude has the upper hand, but the BMI will be popped. So Thailand again, just capitalizing on a very strong early game, right? They're able to put Philippines head over heels, and all the skirmishes being won by them. At least for Philippines, they can really boast the fact that they have the turtle acquired, but the gold lead not different, or rather not much marginal. All right, it's only 1k for the players of Thailand, but now the turtle might change things a bit. Saison has his fingertips on the turtle. Unigo will try to zone out the players of Thailand. The Astral Echo pop. Information revealed. Vision is there. AOG to pop from the back. And it's going to be Unigo defensively running around the players of Thailand. The airstrike, quite premature, but it's just going to be used to zone out Thailand. So Thailand, they're not going to contest anything. Philippines, go home with the turtle.
Yep, Recordano knows here very well that he can't overcommit, can get taken in there by the I am offended. So all he needs to do is just clear out the wave, get as much gold cards as he can, and now Unigo as well. Oh, gets caught in with the barrier, able to stay for a bit with the Revitalize and the Feathered Airstrike from the back, but unable to catch anyone though. That was a pick off there by Thailand with no answer from the side of the Philippines. They do pressure out this top side though. 33 still able to sustain. This is a Uranus after all. Recutano as well on the bottom side hasn't gotten taken down there by Thailand, but there, like what I said, pokes coming out from Recutano is there, but as you can see, Thailand has their eyes set on him after that game-changing play that he did in game number 1. 33 as well, forced to flicker out of that one. Feathered Airstrike. There's Saison again going in for the Thorn Rose, but still unable to pick off 33.
So far, it's Thailand responding to all the moves made by the Philippines and responding in a very swift way. So far, the Philippines still yet to look for a very, very good team fight, for a big team fight. Flash Again, just shadowing from the back. The wild charge has been able to turn the tides of war. And oh, that's gonna be the meteor landing. And the poking in from Angelina is very, very scary, right? It's gonna be war of attrition at this point for the Philippines. Once you get once you get weird down, it's gonna be very hard for the Philippines to survive. And this time it seems like they want to take it very. The approach is uncanny of Thailand. Look at how they really want to try to position Falcons, rather Philippines, to a very unfavorable position. And the mid wave cleared. Oh, that's going to be a very good pull. Saison still able to dodge the Thorn Rose. The Astral Echo and one
Oh,
meteor
almost
is not
there.
enough to take him down. Still tries to revitalize himself. Kitano close by. Kanon also popped in the back. It's going to be
Okay.
Arcangel. Very, very slow. Pops to Purify as well. Has to but he's away with the AOG.
Oh.
Nice try. Still survives for dear life, but it's gonna be Saison also assassinated. The turtle solo, and now it's gonna be the one to recover that turtle. And now it's gonna be Saison and Unigo gone and deleted. Still 33 taken down. Has to die, but Kanon cannot take him down. And Thailand up 4 kills at the board.
They taken in the middle turret here as well, which is big, especially when it comes to rotations, right? Angelina also soloing that top lane, taking in that turret without any contest at all. And again, Philippines with their backs against the wall here. I think what's really difficult in the team fights is that there's so many isolated team fights just like this. Arcangel taken down there by Angelina, but here comes the Blazing Duet from Super Recretano. No one taken down just yet, but you can see the damage is already there. But Thailand, again, wasting no time, taking in as much turrets as they can. The Philippines hasn't taken down any just yet from the side of Thailand. So again, Macro Gaming Thailand has not forgotten about that just yet. But looking at the stats here, both Recutano and I think Saison has taken in as much as they can get. The Turtles, 2 of them went to the side of the Philippines, only one to the side of Thailand. And Recutano, I believe, has farmed up pretty well, going up top right now. And for Thailand, I feel like at this point they can force out the team fight. For the side of the Philippines, though, it is either Canon or Unigo that has to set up the team fights here for their side.
It's gonna be very important. Now, gonna get close by Saison.
Oh, Saison.
Again, pressured. Oh, the wall charge on towards Unigo though, so that's not gonna be so significant. But Arcangel opens up the airstrike, not gonna connect to anybody just yet. So Thailand, they're gonna disengage so far up top. Kitano at least able to exert the pressure, the side lane pressure without last game. It was with the Moskov, now it has to be with the Claude. Not so global, at least, but still gets the job done. And Thailand, they're going toe to toe, band to band for band with the Philippines. It's insane how they have so much confidence in just pulling almost the same lineup from the previous
Yeah.
game, bar the XP laner maybe. And here comes Saison. The Astral Echo popped as well. Nice try under pressure. Again, pops the Phantom Execution to safety. So only a bit of movement there from the Philippines to try to push away Thailand. But Thailand stand unfazed. And now the Lord will be the main menu for both teams. Next to the chopping block. Who will win this out? It seems like Thailand, they have full confidence on this lineup to pull
Yeah.
out the unthinkable.
Yeah, Angelina as well, doing the same thing that Recutano's doing. Knowing for a fact that the wave clear is good, she can make that lane move, but the Lord is up, by the way, the first Lord of the game. For the second match, the match point here for the Philippines. I think this kind of explains why Saison also is the one that has the most damage here, considering that Unigo and Canon also kind of fronts here for the side of the Philippines. He kind of zones everyone out, right? Like once you go in for the dashes, like the back line of Thailand kind of like moves away, right? Like you don't know if Saison's gonna go for the finish or he's just kind of trying to zone everybody out. There goes the halberd as well for the Ruby here of a nice try, of course, to kind of nullify all of the regen skills coming out from Unigo as well as Canon. But this is going to be an important Lord Arcangel though. Wings by wings, but it's not going to be buff. taken down there by the wild charge here of Flash, and nice try. So that's gonna be one member down. That's a key member from the side of the Philippines. They can try to go for more here, but there's goes nice try. Flickers out of that
Saison.
one, and Saison picks up the kill. There's still gonna be 3 members here. Gets blocked there by the barrier. Coming out from Flash. There's also the pokes coming out from Angelina. Avatar of the Guardian out there for Unigo. Respecting the damage coming out from Thailand. Giving Nile the opportunity there to set up things here with the Lord. Half HP already. Saison has got it in that steal earlier on 1/4. They're still gonna push this though. Nice zoning there from the side of the Philippines, but I feel like with the positioning here, it should be the Philippines, the feathered airstrike to zone everybody out. The
Lord.
wild charge, so not enough. It is gonna be Saison taking in the Lord, and Canon picking up the kill as well. Flash is down, and now it is gonna be 33 soaking up the damage. His teammates are already out. Angelina goes in for the Astral Echo, but for the side of the Philippines, they've taken in the Lord enough to at least make the side lanes move, at least push forward here up against the team of Thailand.
Rakitano was slain in that skirmish, but if you take a look at every little skirmish that happens, it's always going to be Thailand with the advantage. I don't know what it is so good about them, but they're able to win out most trades. At least this time around, this is the biggest win that Philippines has seen so far. In this game, right? They're able to get the Lord, they get the turret down bottom, and that Lord is going to keep on marching. This time, they want to invade the purple buff. They don't want to give this free towards the jungle of Nile. Thailand still waiting in the wings. The Lord will march on towards the top side, and this is just going to be a distraction, a decoy for the players of Philippines to then advance on towards the top side. But they're still defending this with their dear life. So Thailand are still
though,
able to
Angelina,
hold this
though.
down, but up top, it's gonna be held almost in cuffs. And that's Angelina just flying around freely. The Navaria is so mobile, so free, but Arcangel pops the airstrike. Still isn't able to dodge, or rather pull out anyone. So as of now, the Philippines, they will be content with getting the Lord 2 turrets, 4 turrets even up top, down bottom. And
Yeah, I mean this middle turret as well. Thailand doing its best to sustain that, but as you can see, the basic attack coming out from Requitano is already like dishing out a lot of damage. And speaking of that, that's 48,000, the most damage dealt so far coming out from Requitano. I'm not surprised when it reaches like at least more than 15 minutes of the game. That should be a whole lot more damage. That's the Malefic Roar also secured in by the team of the Philippines. I think it's going to be a matter of the setups, but looking at how things are playing out, look at where Unigo is. Look at where Arcangel is. Feathered airstrike to zone everybody out. I think for the side of the Philippines, they're trying to go for map control here, right? Like something that they didn't have. Canon try to go in for the bravest fighter there. The ultimates are not up just yet. Avatar of the Garden there by Unigo, and there's a blazing duet from the backside. Angelina gets taken down there by Saison, dashing in and out, and Canon picking up the killing spree and the turret here for the side of the Philippines. 33 taking in a brunt of the damage. Feathered airstrike again by Arcangel to zone everybody out, but 33 is just being 33 there. Fronting for the side of Thailand. 2k lead here by the Philippines.
the Lord spawns as well. This is in conjunction to how the Philippines has been able to push every little lead into the land of dawn. Now they want to try to rush and blitz down this Lord. Canon is able to zone out Nile, and this is uncontested. He can't enter the pit, and this is all given in a guarantee towards the Philippines. They'll try to reposition. That's going to be, and I'm offended, but nice try. As his name suggests, nice try is all he can do. He gets delivered down to his graveyard. Now the Lord has spawned. Will this be the angle where the Philippines can threaten one siege to the base of Thailand? They have a tri-lane push building in the wings. So far, Thailand cannot disrupt that yet. So Saison will be tasked to clear the wave down bottom to accelerate the push. The minion wave coming in. This tri-lane push only gonna be left in the mid. The mid still has a turret standing tall. So this Lord will make its way up top. The siege might happen, but the Lord will be taken care of by the players of Thailand. So this is not gonna be a Lord where it will ravage the entire base. But the Philippines, they will need to back off and maybe look for another Lord. Or they can force their way into the base.
Yep. Again, this is the same situation as what happened in game number one, right? Like the sustain did work out. I feel like at this point it gets really annoying, right? Like when you have a Uranus and a Grok going up against you, trying to zone you out, especially if you're Recutano or you're Arcangel. But I think at this point, when it reaches like, more than, like what I said, more than the 15-minute mark, it's already 16 minutes here into the game. Recutano already has his items. Blazing Duet is enough to almost wipe out the team here of Thailand. But what's making it extra difficult too, apart from the tanky heroes that are zoning the members away from the Philippines, you got the pokes coming out from Angelina as well. That has been on point at times. You can see it chunks everybody to at least like 1/4 of their HP gets taken down in the team fight. So for Saison, he knows his assignment. He just goes all the way. He just kind of ignores Splash here, ignores 33, goes straight for Angelina. And I think that's what makes it easier in the team fights, right? As long as your damage dealer is out, it's gonna be extra hard here for Thailand. It's a 4K lead here for the Philippines. They're looking to secure this next Lord of the game. The inhibitor is also down up top, so I feel like for the Philippines, again, team fight wise, items wise, they've already got it. Again, Saison leading this one with the most amount of gold earned, with the amount of jungle creeps he's able to take in all throughout the game here.
Yep. 1 and 2 led by the Philippines. Saison and Rekitano. 13.5, 12.3. At least that's gonna be much of help for the Philippines to funnel their items and accelerate their end to this game, because Thailand so stubborn and just holding their base and not giving up, because this is the valiant effort we wanted to see coming in from Thailand, and so far they are the closest team to beat down the Philippines. But the Lord now reset, respawning again. This is where the players of Thailand has to contest, because this is an evolved Lord, a very, very strong one at that. So they need to be able to contain the pressure given by the Philippines. Thailand making their way onto the pit. It's going to be Saison closely, not detected by the Astral Echo. The Astral Echo flies past by the Philippines. And it's going to be Rekitano just bonking down the Lord. They have this Claude steady and just using this Lord as a bargaining power, bargaining tool to make Thailand enter the pit, force a fight, maybe react to a potential play coming in from Nice Try. He's waiting in the wing, shadowing the players of the Philippines.
He has the flicker,
One pull
though.
is what it takes. He has the flicker, yes, you said it. And now, Saison will still just back away. The Lord resets. This is a long chess game of Lord. They'll try to dance this to the death. But as of now, it's the Philippines with the upper hand in the Lord.
Yep, Saison forced to back away from that one. The I'm offended. Plus, I think what's really easier here for the Philippines is that the inhibitor is down. They've made the lane on top move as well. But now 33 is going to be the focus here of the side of the Philippines. Nice try. Gonna go in for the I am offended. And now Arcangel as well to the back lines, being zoned away there by Flash. 33 able to sustain everything. Still up. Onigo gonna get a brunt of the damage. Goes in for the Avatar of the Garden. There's the Blazing Duet, but nice try again with the I am offended. But there is the Immortalities being popped up. Nice try, takes down Rekitano. Onigo able to sustain Avatar of the Guardian. Not enough to save the day. There's the Feather strike, and no! Gonna get taken down there on the backside there by Arcangel. Now it's only Flash and Angelina left to defend the base. I feel like for the side of the Philippines, they can go for the end here. They can try to go for the end. They do have the wave clear here for Thailand, but Canon, Saison, Arcangel, these are names that have been written in the household of the Philippines. There's the minions up here, enough to shred the members here of Thailand to have HP. Flash going in for the HP. Arcangel, Saison, and Canon trying to go for the end. Half HP for the base. Saison gonna go in for the back lines. It's still not enough apparently. 1/4 HP. Canon doing his very best. Let's take down the base.
The base!
No minions left. Saison and Arcangel forced to respect that as they back away. 33 gonna go in for Saison, and that's a nice attempt coming out from the side of the Philippines, but it's still not enough. They should go for this next Lord. 20 minutes in. The defense, the holy defense there by Thailand. Again, the same case as what happened to the Philippines in the last game. 57k. This is still the Philippines with the gold lead here. They have the late game advantage as well with the Claude, but we just cannot discredit the lineup here of Thailand. They're just built to last here in this game. It's 21 minutes. I feel like this could be anyone's game. It can shift. It really depends on who makes the mistake. 33 though, he's all alone here. I'm not so sure what the rest of the members here of Thailand are planning. They're so far behind as the rest of the members of here of the Philippines are already in the Lord Pit. They're just taking in a brunt of the damage here. 1/4 HP already for the Lord. 33 doing his very best to zone. But Nile though, Canon going in for the flicker. Misses Nile though. And Avatar of the Guardian isn't enough to seal the deal as they go for the kill onto Nile. That's what they wanted. And now for the side of the Philippines, they can go for more here. Nice attempt there onto the wild charge. They aren't able to take anyone down. Philippines just gonna go in for the purple buff and maybe go straight for the Lord. Still, again, respecting the capabilities here of Thailand.
Yeah. Full respect on towards Thailand. Look at the poke coming in from Angelina. That is a problem for Philippines. As nice try. We'll try to contend on towards Canon. And Canon is just such a menace. Oh, look at where Arcangel is. He's looking for a flank angle. And in the back, it's going to be the Farsa B. Such a very, very menacing presence. But now,
The Lord though.
jump in. That's going to be the Astral
Lord.
Echo. The Lord is so low. They're looking for the steal. Thankfully, though, Saison is the Lord Slayer. 3 Lords to his name. And now it's 33, just taken down by Rekitano. They open up the fray. The Astral Echo unavailable. It's going to be one airstrike being popped as well to clear the wave and push back Thailand. The Lord spawns from the mid lane, and this is where they pick up that 3-lane push, or tri-lane push. As a Queen's Wings being purchased by Canon, he's going to have extra defensive stats, damage reduction as well. Now the Lord wants to march in as Philippines. They try to convene together. They congregate on towards this mid siege. This could be the last push, the final push that Philippines are looking to end the game. Thailand, all they have to do is hold all their hard work. Go on with the wall charge. It's beautiful. No follow-up though, so it all tastes like salt. It tastes bitter as Canon jumps to the back. It's going to be unstoppable on towards the players of Thailand, and the crystal gets broken to pieces. The Philippines, they get the 2-0. So far undefeated in the qualifiers of the ISF Asia Qualifiers Mlbb 2025. The Philippines are your victors.
Let's take a look at the highlights there. I think overall, this is pretty much a similar tempo to what Thailand has shown in game number 1. Like, this is virtually the same lineup that they had, with the only difference of the Uranus being picked up here by 33, but it still pretty much works the same way as an Esmeralda. You got the sustain, you got the way to zone the members here of the Philippines. So I would say it's pretty tough, right? Like, we extended it all the way to 20 minutes, and the holy defense, again, coming out from the side of Thailand when we thought that the Philippines could have ended it all. And not to mention also, like, the wild charges here of Flash were on point. It's just that the damage output is not just there. I mean, usually for this case, like, you're working with a Ruby gold lane, so the damage, most of the time, the burst would come out from Nile, or maybe even the pokes from Angelina. There were a lot of nice attempts here from the side of Thailand. I really, it's such a refreshing take towards Mlbb, because I was expecting something different here, right? Like, I was expecting, like, of course, a 2-0 for the Philippines, but for Thailand, I wasn't expecting this much of a fight being put up against the Philippines, right? To extend the game all the way to 21 minutes is just already a feat up against the Philippines. So I'm honestly really proud of how far Thailand has gone. When it comes to Mlbb, they've learned so much, but again, you're talking about going up against the powerhouses, going up against the Philippines. It was a really good try, but to extend the game to 20 minutes, more than 20 minutes actually in this game, was just already a big W. But, you know, after the last Lord, I feel like it was a nice defensive attempt again coming out from Thailand, but it was futile. There was a Lord, there were super minions coming in. Even the minions are super here, but that's just it. Like, the Philippines just knows how to play the game. They know how to be disciplined. They know how to play the macro game, and kind of bounce back when it doesn't favor them. So again, a clean sweep from the Philippines. 23 minutes into this game, the longest one that we've had so far here. Realize.
Yeah.
They're able to hold on the longest ever match so far in the ISF Asia qualifiers, and yeah, it's very very impressive. That's an impressive feat that is achieved by the Thailand squad because they are holding uh, a titan, a colossal force of power that is in the Philippines, right? This team is a champion. This team is full of world champions. This team is just built by the core forged in the fires of Southeast Asia, Mlbb, and Thailand were able to hold them toe to toe on towards the 23rd minute. So a total game time of 45 minutes plus for both games, and yeah, it is very commendable what Thailand is able to do so far. And so take a look at the stats here. The ATM still, Saison. I don't know how many times he's able to get that title glued to his name, but he has been the farmer, the rich guy so far, right? Kanon is your carry with 5 kills, and Saison again, the carry. The jungler becomes the tank with 98.8 damage, 98.8k damage taken, and Unigo with 10 assists. So yeah, I feel like earlier on, Thailand with the YSS, they were able to scale into a certain strong point, but the Philippines, they always find a way to win out all the trades, and it was Arkangel with the Farsa just flanking from behind. And then they were waiting patiently and intelligently for the Claude timer to pick up the power spike from the Claude. And when the Claude was, there, and when the Claude appeared, they were able to turn the tides around with the Blazing Duet. A very, very strong Claude late game is such a menace. So yeah, that's it for match number 2. All summarized in one word: insane. I feel like that was the closest we've been in most of the matches that has been played today. There was this comeback from Mercatano with the Maniac. It was just out of this world. So yeah, we still have 3 matches left to go, Kim. We still have Hong Kong, China against Mongolia after
Yeah.
this, and then we have Kazakhstan against Uzbekistan, and then we have Jordan against Oman to close out the day. So it's a long, long day. So you guys better prepare your snacks and your drinks because yeah, this is gonna be a
Oh,
long
yeah.
one, right? We're gonna be here with
Yeah.
you guys for I think around midnight is in your time zone,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. I think both of us realize are in the same time zone. So if you're in Asia, at least where we are with realize it should end at least by midnight. But for now, like I hope you guys are enjoying the games. I actually was not expecting this coming out from Thailand. Like I was
Yeah.
expecting, yeah. It was a really really good fight put up by Thailand, but then again, Philippines just showing them the reasons why they are the world champions, the world champions, or why they've taken in the ISF championships as well in the previous year. So I guess that's just it. It's a matter of experience. It's a matter of playing the game for so long also. But I'm really proud of where Thailand has taken this game. Like 21 minutes. I think the first game also was more than 15 minutes. So that's already a feat itself
Mhm.
for the Thai team. So just keep on going. There's definitely going to be a whole lot more matches, but for the Philippines, that should be their last match just for today, okay? But
Yeah.
like what you said, you heard from Realize, it's going to be Hong Kong versus Mongolia for the next matchup. So don't you guys miss that. But for now, we're going to go on to a break here for the ISF Asia qualifiers. But don't you guys go away. We'll be right back with more MLBB action.
Hello, hello everybody. Welcome back to the ISF World Esports Asia and Oceania Qualifiers 2025 for Mlbb. Still with me, Realize, and my amazing partner Kim. We have gone through a break, 30 minutes or less, yeah, and we are primed up and ready to present our second or third match, excuse me, of the day. It is going to be
Yeah.
Hong Kong,
Mhm.
China against Mongolia. So, how do you feel against on this match? Because for match one and match two, it was both played by the Philippines, and it was quite intense.
Yep, super intense. I feel like today I've been so refreshed to see things that I didn't expect to see happen today, or pleasant surprises, I would say. Pleasant surprises, I guess. Surprises also from teams that I've seen um, play like in previous years, and then now I see them again here in the qualifiers. Like they've had significant improvement, and now going into like China. Sorry, this is Hong Kong, China versus
Yep,
Mongolia. So Mongolia,
Mongolia.
I feel like yeah, we've seen the Mongolia in wild cards, right? The wild cards. Um, Hong Kong, we haven't seen so much of them yet. Again, we'll have to see the team lineups here for both sides, for both country, for both teams rather. What would be the turnout? Who's going to be playing for them? So for Hong Kong, China, this is going to be versus Mongolia, and this is take note a best out of five for all of the teams today for this particular matchup. So this means that they need to take in at least 3 games to be able to win the series.
Yeah, and well, so we're gonna take a look at the roster coming in from Hong Kong, China. First, we have Lung, KM, Hinjae, Moon, and Cool, with a triple O right there. It's
Yeah.
a very, very long name. But yeah, this is the lineup for Hong Kong China players that, to be honest, we haven't really seen in the competitive scene. I mean, at least for now, for the players in China or the region around it. At least we have MPL China. It's slowly growing. We have
Yeah,
seen teams
that's right.
compete from China in MSC, even in M Series, right? We saw Dianfeng Yoguai, DFYG back
Yeah.
in M6, and even yesterday in MSC. So yeah, it's a delight to see Hong Kong China um, just grow their talent pool even further. And now we're going to take a
Mhm.
look at the second roster, which is the team from Mongolia. By the way, we have seen some of them play, right? I
Yeah.
believe it was IHC. We have Aizen, Ox, Akuma, ZX Aura, and Garo.
Yeah, all these cool names coming out from all of the players from both sides. I'm actually excited to see like how far Mongolia can carry this, especially since they've had a whole lot more opportunities when it comes to the realm of Mlbb. There's a whole lot more wild cards. I believe like some tournaments within their side that they're able to take in. So for now, I feel like this best out of five, there's so many things that can go on, right? Realize like for
Mm-hmm.
BO3s, it could just swing in like okay, a clean sweep, a 2-0. But for BO5s, this is usually the case when there's grand finals, right? And BO5s again, it could be a teeter totter between the two teams on like maybe uh, Mongolia will take in game one, and then Hong Kong China will take in game two, and then eventually so it could be something like that. But then again, we have to take a look at their play style also on what they would bring out in the first game. And I think it would also be vital, like who's going to be on the blue and red side. Like it seems like there's more chances of winning when you're on the red side. It seems like I feel like you can have the opportunity to grab two more heroes that you would actually want, because in the current meta there's just so many things you need to take into consideration, right? Like will you go for a sustain jungler, or will you go for like the classic the assassin jungler? And I think apart from all of that, there's also a central focus on the XP lane right now. So I feel like this is going to be the same case for this series. Like there's going to be a heavy focus on the XP lane, setting up the place, and eventually that will lead the team to victory.
Yeah, and I think if we can link back and draw the line, so for the Mongolian team, it is actually the same uh, core
Yeah.
players or other 5 players that is actually in IHC. Used to be in Team Lil Gun, so they actually have that experience, right? Even played in the M6 wildcards, M5 wildcards, even for IHC. So yeah, this is going to be very interesting to see how the Mongolian scene even grows further, right? Well, we're talking
Yeah.
players like Aizen, ZXora, Akuma, Garou, these players that have been in the Mongolian scene for quite some time. I mean, Aizen has been there for quite a few times. Used to play Terizla a lot, right? ZXora as well as their jungler. You talked about it. Assassin Showdown. He is very good with the Ling, but I think in this current meta, the
Yeah.
Ling isn't really favored. You'd prefer
Yeah.
to pick up the Baxias, the Hayabusas, or
The
maybe even the
Lancelots
Lancelot.
even.
Like,
Yeah.
I forgot Kyle TZ's last name. What is it?
Yeah. Saison. There you go.
Saison.
Choose my own path.
Nah, it doesn't. It doesn't fit.
Yeah,
And here we
it's
go.
yeah.
Well,
It's a very fast
Thorns
band.
relay. Should
Man-
Finally.
Alea and the Arlot, and wow, it seems like Mongolia is taking away so much junglers. Apart from the fact that you prio sometimes, like some teams prefer to prio like a really good XP lane, a solid XP lane. Um, it seems like the story right now when it comes to the blue side or the first pick, it seems like the teams always centralize on the jungle pick. Like it's always almost 100% pick on the Yisun Shin. So I feel like Mongolia has picked that up. I feel like it's not just there's two different things. Realize like there's a professional scene meta and there's also like a rank game meta. So I feel like this Yisun Shin kind of transcends into like both sides, like in professional play and even in ranked games. It's just really good, even though I know there were adjustments that were made in the recent patch.
yeah, and at least finally, Kim, we're not gonna see the Lancelot, right? Because
Something
it was
different.
picked a lot of times, not a lot of times, most of the times, even every time by
See
Saison,
value in me.
with the Lancelot. But the
You should.
Fredrin ban, that is actually very interesting because we haven't seen the Fredrin being picked at all in today so far, right? But we'll have a look at what Hong Kong China is gonna pick up. I mean, they could pick up with the Farsa here, but I think the Farsa is too early
Yeah.
to be of an option. So maybe what the Hayabusa is also available if they want. No, the Boxia makes sense here if they really want to have that rotational power and the pressure, and they will go with the Boxia. So
Mhm.
yeah, the Boxia is indeed a very very solid first pick.
Yeah, I think it's also very flexible too in the current meta. That's why some teams also, prio pick this flexed into the jungle, flexed into the roam position even. I've seen this. So for Mongolia here, there is a couple of like power picks open. I'm actually really curious why the Zetian is not being picked up. Maybe
Yeah.
the teams prefer to go for something else. But the CC that I know has been banned out for the past few series, and finally it makes its debut here in the Iesf Asia qualifiers. Mongolia is going to be picking that up. I'm thinking if they're going to go for a jungler this time, since it seems like they're kind of um, focusing their bans on the jungler. So like the Yisun's out, the Lancelot's out, and the Fredrin. But now they choose to go for the mid lane instead. So good high ground mage cover here for the side of Mongolia. Hong Kong, China, they already have a solid front line here, regardless of where the Baksha will go. So they go ahead and pick up the Jushin and the Moskov here for the side.
Yeah, choosing a very, very good control mage going toe-to-toe against Farsa. Sure, it isn't as bursty as the Farsa, but at least you will have to be wary of the liftoffs coming in from the Lantern Flare. And yeah, it's just not a good time every time you have to face off against a Chusin in lane, especially in the team fights where she has a very, very
Oh,
easy
there you
escape,
go.
but they will pick up the Hayabusa. So at least now, a little bit of a variety, right, when it comes to the jungle matchups. It was always Lancelot against X.
Yeah.
In the past 4 games we have seen. Speaking of Saison, thank you very much,
Yeah.
Kyle TC. But hey, now at least Hayabusa is picked up, and it's interesting to see how Mongolia will utilize this Hayabusa. The Lapu Lapu are respected severely because again, the Lapu Lapu and XP is a very, very strong laner. They can ban out the Harith here, and they will ban out the Harith. Again, just trying to cone down the gold lane options for Mongolia.
Yeah.
Because up against the Moskov, you really want to give the Moskov a good lane so that they can transition into the late game as well as play the side
Yeah.
lanes. A Granger ban also does
Yeah.
kind of make sense, but
I was looking into
Mongolia-
that too.
yeah, but Mongolia might just pick up the Granger for themselves. So they don't want to ban the Granger.
Yeah, I'm looking at the bans here. Again, the Baksha is super flexible. I was thinking something along the lines of the Uranus could be banned away. I mean, it would be so good for Hong Kong, China if they have the Baksha and the Uranus at the same time. It would give so much room for the Jusin and the Moskov. But like what we were talking about, yeah, the Granger ban comes through as well. So that's 3 marksmen's out. I think the only option here, if you want to burst down the front line, although it does not have much range, plus you have a Jusin, the carry, there's also the Claude. I mean, if you really want to go for the peeling the front line, the Claude is an option here for Mongolia. Beatrix also, but if you're gonna go into the laning phase, it would still be pretty much head to okay going up against the Moskov. And now Hong Kong, China, they will secure, perhaps, like, will they go for like a setter type of XP laner, or the Baksha again goes to the jungle, they go for a setter tank, a setter XP. I think that would be really good, like a very good combo with the Zushin and a Moskov here.
Mhm.
Will an
Now
Estes
then.
work? Like, I'm thinking of healers here, right? Like healers. Okay, that could still be at
Wait.
Wait. Okay, I was thinking something
Nolan.
along the lines of like sustain, but they totally they were like, yeah, we're going for something else. High loss and the Nolan. So this means that it's XP lane Baksha. I mean, what would you
Yeah.
actually prefer up against the CC? I feel this is an XP lane Baksha. If you put the high loss up against the CC, it's still kind of the
Mhm.
CC still has the advantage, right? But Mongolia again, they need to pick up the gold.
I remember when
Oh!
the high, yeah, they will go for the carry as a tank
Carry.
killer, tank shredder. I remember when back then a high loss XP was so rampant that people would end up picking CC against it because the CC is very good against HP percentage heroes. So yeah, I don't think they want to put the high loss up against the CC. The CC will just shred down the high loss, render it useless, right? You kind of want to have the Baxia up there to kind of fight off against the CC, but then again, the CC has the winning lane, either against a Baxia or against a high loss. The Snowland pick kind of comes out of the blue. This is uncalled for. I mean, the fact that they kind of flex the Baxia and then bring in the Nolan. Nolan is one of my favorite heroes, by the way, and I have missed seeing it in pro play, and
Yeah.
it just makes its return. I mean, it has been quite weak for the past few
Yeah.
patches. I mean, it used to be the go-to jungler, now it isn't really. So I really want to see what will Hong Kong, China be able to utilize out of this Nolan.
Okay, so this is. Oh wait, hold on. It's is this? Okay, I'm looking at the high loss here
Oh,
of
no.
Vlam. Yeah, it's gonna be an XP lane high loss and a roam Baksha. I feel like the Baksha would have been, I guess, a better head-to-head option with the CC though. Like, I mean, I've personally tried this, the high loss up against the CC. Definitely not gonna be easy. That's what I can say. Definitely not gonna be easy in the early game. As you can see, Vlam already pushed back against the wall there on his lane. The CC can definitely do this. Can do this. And the laning phase, I mean, for the Hylos, it's a vengeance Hylos, not a revitalized Hylos, which we've seen in the previous patches that a lot of XP laners do, and it does get kind of annoying though.
Indeed. I mean, if you take a look at the Hylos, the Hylos is gonna get severely bullied. Hey, that's a brief pause right there. The
Yeah,
fastest
super
pause
brief pause.
ever in the history of Mlbb Esports. We'll have to see. What?
Okay. Okay.
Wait, no,
Nilma is,
no. They surrendered.
Oh. Okay. I feel like
Is this a
maybe
remake
this
or
is
is this a
a-
forfeit?
let me. There. Okay.
We'll have to
okay,
ask
okay.
for. Oh wait,
Okay,
we'll
okay.
have to ask for confirmation, but
Yeah.
yeah, that is the fastest MLB game ever. Congrats, Kim!
Yeah.
We just broke world record.
Yeah. Woohoo. Definitely.
Yay!
That's like less than a minute. I think there's gonna be. I hear the team saying it's a re lobby. So
Okay.
does this mean that it's gonna be the same heroes, the same bands,
Mm-hmm.
for this game? I feel like it's still gonna be the same bands and picks. So I feel like there was nothing out of the ordinary that they picked up wrong or whatever. But I feel like it should still be the same if this is the case. So
Yep.
we're just gonna have to wait for that to come up and kickstart the game once again. For everybody who just tuned in to the live stream, this is, by the way, Hong Kong China up against Mongolia here. Still in game number one. We just resumed the live stream here of IASF. We're going to be here,
Mm-hmm.
wow, until, well, midnight if you're in Asia. So stay tuned. There's a whole lot of MLBB action here. And by the way, for those who have tuned in earlier and who just tuned in right now, this is a best out of 5, which means that
Ooh.
the winning team has to win in at least 3 games.
Yep. MLBB is all over the stream today. It's gonna be a night full of MLBB, so buckle yourselves up. But we don't, we didn't really expect the remake to come through. That was really, really, yeah, really unexpected. I mean, again, I really want to try to kind of identify why they opted for the Nolan instead of the Boxia. I mean, a Boxia against a Hayabusa isn't the worst uh, matchup ever. I feel like, right? Like it's kind of winning as well for the Boxia because the Boxia is kind of tanky.
Yeah.
You have high rotations, fast rotations, and yeah, I think that could be an option as well if you really want to fight off. But the Nolan comes through. I would want to speculate that it is because of a technical problem that they kind of have to hover around other
Yeah.
heroes. But hey, it's been very fun to see Nolan back competitively, even if it's just it has to be remade, surrender
Yeah.
and all that. But yeah, we can't really say much about the game because it has only been like what, a minute without uh any focal action that has happened in the
Yeah.
map. But putting the high loss up against the CC is not a good idea. I feel like
Yeah, not
you're
very
just gonna get
optimal.
stomped. It's not optimal. The CC shreds you down with the HP percentage passive she has, plus the way she's gonna build into those items that can just shred down the Hylos. The Hylos will feel like paper. I think it's better to put a Boxia there. Just call for rotations to come in early, and the CC is left to dealt with. But yeah, we didn't see the CC getting banned because the CC in the first 4 games was heavily respected. So
Yeah.
that could be a problem as well for Hong Kong China. They have to kind of respect
Yeah.
the CC. I feel like.
Yeah, I think at this point, looking at the teams, it's a best out of 5. So there's just so many pocket strats that you can pull out from your sleeve, especially in a series as long as this, right? Like a BO5, there's so many things that can go up. Either like you want to go for, there's different strategies that you can pull out, right? Like you want to go for fast games. Some teams go opt to go for like high snowball junglers like the Fanny, right? They pick it up, make sure that they win the game fast, go straight to the next game, keep up that momentum, and hopefully they win in the entire series, right? But I feel like once the momentum shifts to the other team, like it's gonna be hard to kind of balance that out, right? Like I kind of want to see that from both sides. I feel like both of them have a good idea so far. What they've drafted is, it's not too out of the ordinary. Like you've seen these picks come up from time to time. It's just a matter of like how they will use it in the game. And at the same time, I'm also curious, like if it's really like the Nolan for like it was a Nolan last pick, right? So I'm not so sure if it's going to be the same case if we do Mlbb. Okay, so yeah, it is actually a complete new draft from
Ah,
both sides. So
okay.
okay, complete new
Yeah.
draft. Let's see if there's going to be anything that they miss out, perhaps like the CC. I feel like that's kind of hard to let go at this point. Like if not the CC, the Phovius, right, or the Lapu Lapu, these and Arlot, right, these are like really really S tier type of XP laners that are heavily priored in the draft.
Yeah, so we just got confirmation that it is indeed going to be an entirely new draft. Well, I don't really know what's gonna happen and how this is gonna project into the game because, again, it means like when these things happen, obviously you don't want these things to happen, right? It's very unfortunate the fact that we have to do a new draft and some of the picks has been shown, right, to the enemy. I don't think it is going to really, kind of be optimal for the players because, again, the fact that they have
Mm-hmm.
to redraft again, rethink again of what they're going to pick up. Maybe some loopholes can be covered because they have seen some flaws popping up in the draft. But
Mhm.
hey, it is what it is. We do hope that nothing will affect the players. But here we go in the draft again. Hong Kong, China ban out Kalea and Arlet. Meanwhile, from Mongolia, they take out the YSS and the Yisun Shin. Sun Shin heavily respected. Will they ban the Lancelot again here? Because they banned the Lancelot previously and they will ban the Lancelot. I feel like this is going to be fair play for both teams. Sticking up with the same bans.
Yeah, I think for Mongolia, there's a heavy respect here on the jungle side. So we've seen the Nolan. I'm not so sure if that's something that Hong Kong China will pick up in for the jungle once again. So it could be could be a Baksha jungle. I was thinking something along the lines, you know, uh, there for the composition, right? It looks like it's built for sustain, but for Mongolia, I feel like they're gonna go ahead and ban away all of the junglers. I think the last time was uh the previous time it was a Fredrin, so I feel like if they ban that out, or maybe they want to ban out the Baksha, so it really depends. But I think that like, oh, since the Fredrin is open to pick up. If not, Hong Kong, China can actually pick up the Hayabusa, but I feel like that's really early to pick that up. Yeah. So they traded the Baksha for the Fredrin instead, which I feel like it still kind of fits in the meta. Like I think for a long time the Fredrin rather was kind of out of the meta. Like when they nerfed it, and then the assassins were back, and then now they kind of sort of buffed up like Baksha and Fredrin, so they're kind of back into the meta when it comes to like the utility jungle. So for Mongolia, they kind of hyped up like the Hayabusa, and if I'm not mistaken, they can go ahead and pick up the Farsa here right now if they're gonna go for that classic assassin lineup for their side.
The Fredrin though, I don't know. I don't really like the Fredrin being first picked. I mean, back then if you would tell me otherwise, then yeah, I completely agree with it. But in this meta, I don't think you should really go for a first pick Fredrin unless the options are very down, right? So maybe it does make sense, but the CC still
Okay.
goes unchecked. The Kacha as well, a very good pickup. The Moskov and Chusin, again the Chusin, will be a very, very good control mage coming up against maybe a potential Farsa pick here, right? Coming in from Mongolia.
Yeah.
But yeah, whatever happened to Chitian, right? Chitian was very,
Yeah.
very highly requested, highly demanded. It was selling like hotcakes in the first day of MSC. A lot
Yeah.
of teams were picking it up in wild cards, even in group stages. But I feel
Yeah.
like the reason why it's not being picked as often is because of the declining win rate that Chitian has. But hey, back to the topic of the draft, they'll go for the Grangers. So as to not get counter banned in the second
Yeah.
phase, they pick up the Granger quickly because they didn't have the option of having the Granger in the first before
Yeah.
this draft.
Yeah, I think it was a higher rate than the Granger ban coming out from Hong Kong, China in the first draft. So now they pick up the Granger, opting to prio the gold lane. So now for Hong Kong, China, I think for the last two bans can center around the jungle. Like since they already more or less, is Fredrin is gonna go to the jungle,
Mhm.
right? So either or they're gonna probably ban away maybe Hayabusa here. But I think at this point, right, like even if you pick up the Hayabusa, you got a Fredrin as your jungle. Not unless you're flexing
Yeah.
that, it might go to the XP lane, right? So Mongolia again taking away roamers here. The Matilda that really goes very well with the Fredrin, Matilda. I think Raphael. All of those support roams that really go so well with the utility. I feel like that might be the route here for Hong Kong, China. But for their side, last two bans, I feel like it could center around the mid lane and even the jungle here. So
There you
they've already
go.
seen the Farsa earlier. It's gonna be taken out. I wouldn't be surprised if they take out like Zetian or maybe even the Eve right now that has almost the same range as what the Zushin has.
So with this thinking, then Mongolia deems it much more prio
Oh,
for them
Eve.
to get a gold laner compared to a mage. Because look at this now, the Eve is taken out, the Farsa banned. What do you go up against the Chusin, right? There has been talks and discussions of Aurora being picked up against the Chusin. Again, you have so much control in terms of the range with the Frigid Glacier and the hail and the Frosty Hailstorm and all that stuff. But I feel like against the Chusin, the Aurora still again gets burst down easily. Sure, she has a second chance in life, but
yeah, we'll have to see the last pick from Mongolia as now they pander on towards the Hayabusa. Now then, for
Please
Hong
go
Kong,
for a
China.
support pick.
They
Please.
might go a Rafaela,
Yeah.
Estes, or an Angela. The Angela still is
Yeah.
very, very optimal
Yeah.
here. What do you think? Phoveus and
Oh.
they go
Okay,
full
really
tank
want to go
instead.
for the heavy front line. So it's very similar to the previous games that we've seen at least like 3 sustain heroes. So I feel like this is the case, even though I feel like the supports would have been really good also with the lineup here of Hong Kong China for the last pick here of Mongolia. I'm thinking something a mage that can burst down these heroes. I'm thinking something along the lines of Lilia. A Lilia, a Valier. Sometimes, the Valier is really good to counter out the Fredrin and the high loss here. It's gonna make it difficult, but up against a foe that can zone you out, I think it's also gonna be difficult. I think it's a good answer. Not sustainability, go for the Lilia, but let's go for the pokes. Yeah, go for the pokes instead. Have a little bit more of the range, like what the Zushin has, poke down the back line since it's already a tanky front. They're gonna be closing it out with a very classic back to front line composition here for the side of Mongolia, and they got decent burst. I'm just thinking of how they could possibly burst down. Like it's a high. You're talking about a Fredrin, a high loss, and a Phoveus at the same time for Hong Kong China. So very, very again a solid front line for their side. Just I feel like if the CC is not able to zone down the backlines here of Hong Kong China, I think it's going to be hard for them team fights. But again, this is a team that has played in the wild card, has a ton of experience also. So it's it's going to be down to execution here for both sides.
I don't know. I don't really like Hong Kong China's draft because number one, it is very defensive. I really want a composition that can really make the first move. But second, it feels like they're lacking damage, don't you think? Like it's only Jusin and
Yeah.
Moskov, and then what? Maybe the Phoveus can jump in to dive into
Yeah.
the backline, but the magic damage is. I feel
It's
like
a lot.
inadequate. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's not much magic damage coming in from Hong Kong China because the Jusin is much more of a DPS mage, so they can't really burst down the players of the Mongolian side. However, we'll have to see how they will execute this because as of now, the game rolls. Welcome to the match number 3 of the day. Hong Kong China taking up Mongolia. As we take a look at the emblems for the Jusin, it's the Brave Smite. Again, sustainability is key. The Fredrin, though, goes for the Impure Rage for extra damage. QC for the Moskov to survive the lane. But, oh, hold on a minute. We have an action. And the Jusin flickers away to safety. That means that is a spell burnt for the first turtle.
Yeah, spells. I think it's very vital to do that, especially in the early stages of the game. And for the Zushin, I feel like it's understandable that you can be aggressive at the stage. You got a high loss with you. You got a Fredrin to cover you up. So all you can do is just pop in that lantern, just pick everyone up, drag them down. It's a very good early stage. But I feel like the Novaria is picked here to also kind of poke up against the Zushin. And speaking of, that's Oki gonna get taken down there by the Gatat Gacha. Nice Ugi Shadow kill there coming out from the Hayabusa, and that's gonna give them a prime position here when it comes to the turtle take. But the CC though up against the Phoveus, this is not gonna be easy, especially if you don't have the pursuit just yet, right? And you got the poke coming out from Skay as well, so level 4 is up, so the turtle is gonna be vital here. A level head here for the CC, so this should be Mongolia getting in the primal position here to take this objective.
There we go. Baton connects with the Astral Echo as well, but in the back line, it's going to be the Hayabusa. Lore gets the turtle, but Sky also stashes a kill. The SOD misses. The OG to the back is on point. That's going to be the Hylos to lead it as well now, though the Phoveus left alone in this world of hurt. Has to go. The skirmish jumps in. The Infernal Pursuit, however, the Quad Shadow is there to try to get the Shadow kill going. But at least Vlam secures that single kill. So Hong Kong, China, they lose one and also lose everything else.
Wait, it's funny, the IGN here of the
Yeah, it's very hard to pronounce them.
It's so it's confusing at the same time. You're Grok, and then I'm kind of mixing up the Guardian with like his ultimate, right? Like the avatar of the Guardian. So
That's
like,
true.
wait, Yeah, but you know what? Speaking of, I want to call him Gigi here. Gigi here.
GG.
GGG, like a triple G here for the Gatot Kacha. He's done such a good job like taunting all these members of Hong Kong China, like to kind of use up all of their skills on him, right? And the avatar on Guardian is just so on point, and the rest of the members here of Mongolia can just free hit the members here of Hong Kong China, and now there goes the appraisal's rat. Woohoo! GGG! Still able to survive all of that. They're still gonna go for more here. The CC gonna get tugged in there by the Lantern Blam, going in for the Infernal Pursuit. Still survives there, but gets in the kill there. 5-2, still Mongolia on the lead right now with the 2K lead up against Hong Kong China.
Oh, we talked about Hong Kong China being so tanky. They have three frontliners, but Mongolia, their sustain is also insane. I mean, GG. Like Gacha with the revitalize and the passive is very, very insane. It took years to take him down. And again, the lack of damage or thereof is again an issue for Hong Kong China. However, up top, it's going to be a brawl. The CC against the Phobius, and the CC goes so low. But at least for now, she can survive. Lore comes in quickly. Quad Shadow pop. Shadow kill. Tempted. But no, the Infernal Pursuit popped as well. He's gonna go in and go deep. However, Lore forces the flicker from Vlam. And now eyes set on the turtle. It's gonna be Hong Kong China finally with a win to their names. Everybody kisses. Goes in with the taunt there. Paisl's Wrath doesn't connect. The AOG right in place, right in queue. The Shadow Strike as well. Shadow Kill, excuse me, will go in. And now the fight ensues. Okimoji has to run back with the Crimson Beacon, leaving Everyday Kiss and Moon Love You. All lovey-dovey names, but now in the face of despair.
Yeah. I mean, okay, looking back at the what you said earlier, that this lineup of Hong Kong China is it's really meant to sustain. It's also a little bit more on the defensive side, right? Like if you go for supports, it's more of like yeah, you want to go for the team fight, but this lineup is built to sustain. But then again, there's just so much ultimates that you can bait. Oh,
Whoa.
look at that! Curtain call there by the CC over here in the bottom side. All of the ultimates being expended at GGG. He gets tugged right in with the lantern, but a solo kill also up top there by the CC onto Vlam. And yeah, that's gonna give them an advantage there to push in. At least I feel like they should be able to take in this tower up top, and at the same time, you got the Spear of Destruction up top. Can he actually take down the CC? It's not gonna be enough. They do save the tower. 43 seconds before the second turtle is up.
This Hayabusa feels like a support. 006, 6 assists
Oh yeah.
for the Hayabusa. And we did see Yorog with the Sky Piercer. Already completed
Avatar of the Guardian?
AOG. Doesn't connect into the back line. It's going to be Lore taking down so low. But Okimoji still able to survive with the Crimson Beacon. However, up top, it's going to be the CC getting the turret now. They're going to jump in with the Infernal Pursuit on towards GG. Now it's Yorog so low. Lore jumps in to his demise, and the taunt is beautiful. That's gonna be Rog taken down, slowing down the progress of that Granger. But up top, the CC still running rampant, just dancing to the tunes of her yo-yo. The turtle spawned, and now this is without any obstruction. The CC might come close, but it can't save it. It can't steal the turtle. So now, Hong Kong, China, at least another net win in their bags.
Yeah, I feel like at this point, like Hong Kong, China, that's like four sustainable heroes. I feel like at this point, I should count Okimoji here as a, um, I would say, also tanky, because you see a tenacity being built, the Braves might as well, on their side. So and the basic common emblem to actually help or aid with the mana region here of the Zushin. So good at the team fights, but then again, like what I said, Mongolia has to really burst down this tanky front line that Hong Kong China has. Either use up all of their ultimates, as you can see, like GGG has been using. Has been taunting all of these members of Hong Kong China, but at the same time, they have to have the damage also coming out from Yurag, as well as Skay, who has been doing a good job. But I think at this point, two turrets down for the side of Mongolia. So I guess macro wise, map control, they do have it on their side. But when it comes to team fight and sustain, Hong Kong China definitely has that. There's
Oh,
the Avatar of the
AOG.
Guardian from the backside. Oh, and the Glorious Pathway and the Revitalize is still up. Everyone's still able to sustain. Blam forced to back away. There's the tug in. GGG still survives the Appraiser's Rat, but immediately gets taken down as well. So much sustain there coming out from the side of Hong Kong, China, forcing the side of Mongolia to back away from this one.
Hong Kong, China, they're slowly looking at the silver lining. Up in the clouds, they see that there's a possibility of survival. Lore is very hungry for kills. He has to TP back to Quad Shadow, hunting for the Moskov. However, Okimochi will move forward. They might advance on towards the CC. So low, Glorious
CC.
Pathway popped as well. Astral Echo will not be enough to save him. It does tag a few players, but still, the Lord spawns. So will this be an opening for Mongolia? As the players of Hong Kong, China, they will advance to the purple buff. Mongolia, eyes set, focused on the Lord and only the Lord. Meanwhile, Lore hits level 12 and it's the orange buff too. So this might be the timing for Mongolia to move on. Maybe they will wait for the CC to respawn and they'll probably move forward. Wishing Lantern completed by Sky. So this might be the power spike. The poke will be insane. AOG cancelled. It's all just about the Lord now. So again, back to the poke. The topic of poke. They have the Astral Meteor. They have the Rhapsody and that Sonata to just jump in, bump in. But again, Hong Kong, China, they have the sustain. They have the HP bars to just tank all the pokes. So this will be the question of whether or not Mongolia wants to play the long game, the war of attrition. Oh, but there goes the poke. Very, very spicy. On towards Blam.
Avatar of the Guardian!
Next, the AOG is beautiful. Connects onto 2. Shadow kill to the back. Okimoji is still able to survive with the Crimson of Beacon, but in the back, this Everyday Kiss with the taunt, having to save himself with the Moskov in the back with the gun down. Finally taken away by Urag. Triple kill in Mongolia. They get the Lord and 3 kills to their name.
Just happened there. I actually want to see the replay that went on. It actually started with GGG with the AOG, and then eventually got into members. Urag was able to free hit again with the Rhapsody, everything else. And I think at this point, you already have at least like 3 items. And as you can see, Avatar on Guardian on point there. The positioning as well of Skay as well as Urag was just really good. But, you know, up against the Moskov there that can kind of reach the back lines, Urag was able to kind of outmaneuver him and get in the private position for that triple kill. And at this point, it's the same case as what we've seen in the previous series. You know, the sustain definitely is hard, especially when it comes to the early game, right? Like, these heroes are hard to burst down, but once you have the damage, it is really difficult. But GGG again with the AOG. Okimoji is down. Lore is the next one on the chopping board. They're able to sustain Urag with the mega kill right now. And the Infernal Pursuit, not enough to take him down. It is just 2 members here remaining for the side of Hong Kong, China. Urag unable to go head-to-head here with the Moskov as well. Going in for the Maniac. Unfortunately, not enough for the Savage. But it's a wipeout for the side of Hong Kong, China, as Mongolia just takes it all in. Urag standing at 912 right now. They should at least be able to take in the inhibitors right now from the side of Hong Kong, China.
But they're spawning. They're respawning quick and they're respawning fast. They want to go and advance. Crimson Beacon popped as well. AOG defensively to the back. Lore with a shadow kill. Gets Okimoji and gets out like a ninja. He gets it. And that's going to be Okimoji down. And has to wait for the death timers. Lore also secures the BOD. Will they advance again forward? The CC playing with fire.
Lore?
The Astral Echo connects, and that's gonna be Lore again. Pops to Immortality, and Urag. Sky Piercer galore in the land of Dawn. Next to the chopping block is Vlam. And the Crystal, wide open. This is Mongolia. Ready to win game 1. As Hong Kong, China, they lose their footing on this game. Lore comes in, the shadow kill again connects, pushing Hong Kong, China back to where they belong. The base, AOG again, and the Crystal slowly but surely melts as Mongolia take what is a dominant game 1.
Yeah, now here's the question for a lot of the teams. What we've been seeing the past few series is just a battle between damage and sustain. And you did mention it, realize in the early stages of this series that the lack of a damage coming out from Hong Kong, China, right? There is the sustain, but the damage it's gonna solely rely on Okimoji and the Moskov here, Liu Hua, which almost all the time either gets picked off here by the Hayabusa of lore, or maybe even takes in the AOG. So it's just really difficult, but at the same time, it's a matter of how to go in and out of the team fights. And I think for the earlier part, right, like you see a couple of wins here for Hong Kong, China. They were able to sustain the damage, but once the Granger here of Yurag was able to scale up, it was so difficult to catch him, right? Like all you have is to sustain. Probably the only one who can take him down is Vlam, or even the Moskov here from the side of Hong Kong, China. And it was just a downhill from that side. And even though there were some kills, there were some answers here from the side of Hong Kong, this was one of the turnarounds that happened here in this highlight. The super beautiful AOG, they're right on point, giving the opening here to Yurag to pick up that triple kill straight for that Lord, and eventually they were able to reap and so much more. There were some shutdowns, but again, it was not enough for the side of Hong Kong, China.
Yeah. This is just pure chaos. But again, we mentioned it. Like, okay, Hong Kong, China, they want to bring up the frontline game. They want to play the long game with tanks and all that. But Mongolia, their burst damage plus the DPS and the CC is actually scary. I mean, when a Granger is popping off, and then you have Hayabusa, who, by the way, also picks up a Sky Piercer. Then you're gonna be scared, especially when there's Novaria. So it's gonna be as easy as ABC. You have the Novaria is gonna poke far away with the Astral Meteor, and then you have the Granger with the Rhapsody, plus the Death Sonata that can just poke you from afar as well. And then you have a Hayabusa looming in the shadows, jumping in the back, diving in the back, which is actually very scary. But a correction for me, Hayabusa did not pick up Sky Piercer, so it was only pure damage from the BOD, the Malefic Roar, the War Axe, and the Hunter Strike. But here we go for Hong Kong, China, having to kneel in front of Mongolia with this loss, 12:37, 12 minutes 37 seconds. This is quite a fast game, relevant to what has happened in the previous games, right? Previously, in the previous matches, it was 20 minutes. Now.
Back to 12.
37. So yeah, we're back to our numbers, our usual numbers, Kim. 12. But the Moskov, he had to purchase the Winter Nature to kind of alleviate the damage.
Yeah.
CC from Yurag, from Lore, and Vlam wasn't really much of a frontline. I mean, you wanted him to dive too, but when he dives, it leaves the backline susceptible. I mean, the high loss was just shredded down by the CC, and then you have a Fredin who is, by the way, also easily shredded down by the CC. So that leaves your whole backline kind of exposed, right? Susceptible, very prone to damage. And here goes the stats. I mean, gold still led by Yurag, 11.8k gold carries Yurag. Tank is also Yurag.
Tank is also Yurag. Yeah.
A Granger
I was
as a tank.
Actually, I'm surprised about that with the amount of taunts, the amount of AOGs that GGG has tossed out in this entire game. I was actually expecting him to be the tank and the wingman. So the wingman makes sense, but the tank though is like, really, Yurag? Or maybe it's because he does have to soak up a bit of damage, but I feel like it's very close to what GGG has. Like he's the front line here, if not the CC. From the side of Mongolia. But like what you said, right? Like there's so many ways to take down the backlines here. Everybody's too focused with zoning out the members here of Mongolia, but there's no one left to protect the backlines. And once that's out, it kind of nullifies the point on why you have a front line, right? Like it's just to protect the backlines. And if the backlines is not protected, you got a Hayabusa, it forces out your teammates. Like there was a winter crown purchase there, the Wind of Nature as well to counter out the Hayabusa. Because I think at this point there's two things that you need to think of here. It's either you have to answer out to the Hayabusa, and after that, the Rhapsodies of the Granger too were super deadly once it reached like the 10-minute mark. So it's either or here for the side of Hong Kong, China.
Well, that is for game number 1. We still have possible 4 more games to go, but we gotta take a short break. So stay tuned in the World Esports Iesf Asia Qualifiers Mlbb 2025.
We're
Welcome back.
back.
We're back.
Yay.
We're back. We're
Yeah,
back.
it's a super short break. I know for a lot of the people, it's a long series that we're gonna have one of the longest ones that we will be having
Mm.
today in back to back, at least like 5 series for today. So we're done with game number 1. It was Mongolia that picked up the W. So now we're heading into game number 2. Question is, can they continue the momentum? I feel like at this point, it's a battle between the meta seems like it's a battle between sustain and then damage. It's the same case even for the previous 2 series of the matchup. Like I feel like they want to get stacked when it comes to like the front line, but then again the damage is a bit lacking. So I feel like they kind of have to flesh out that part. Like yeah, I understand that you want to sustain, or maybe perhaps pair up the sustain with supports. I would love to see more of the supports here in the qualifiers, not unless you want to go all tanky. But let's see. I haven't seen, actually, you know what, we haven't seen any supports realize. Have you noticed that it's mostly like setters for the
Yeah.
past few series?
We haven't really seen, proper support, right? We haven't seen the Matildas. I mean, the closest one we can get to a support roam is probably the Rafaela, no? Because Rafaela did get reworked. And there has been great changes for the Rafaela as well. The fact that you can resurrect your teammate right away. So yeah. But here we go for the second draft of the game, or rather the match. Third draft rather, because we had a remake draft. But we'll forget about that. So now Mongolia still up against Hong Kong, China. Mongolia will take on the blue side. They'll pick it up for themselves. They ban out the UYSS. Meanwhile, for Hong Kong, China, they will ban out the 1-1. Again, out of respect, 1-1.
Wow,
So,
it's
unable to see the light of day today, but the Lancelot
Yeah.
banned again.
Yeah, I think it's still going to be the same case here for Mongolia, even though they have the prio pick this time, right? Not unless they want to leave something out. I think the last game they banned away the Fredrin or the Baksha. So will they go for I think based on what they picked up in the first game,
Yeah.
they prio like the XP, right? Like the things like the CC. So is that also the case here for Hong Kong, China? They want to ban out some of the XP lanes. For Mongolia, I feel like they want to have the prio. They want to have a better jungler. Like it seems like the assassin lineup works very well for them. The front to back works very well for them. But for Hong Kong, China, it seems like they want to go for the sustain. I'm not so sure if they kind of want to repeat that kind of lineup here for the second matchup. Last bans here for Mongolia, they can pretty much ban out whatever they want, right? Like, or whatever they feel like Hong Kong, China can pick up, since they do have the prio pick here.
Yep. And let's see what they will kind of contest the first for the first pick. I mean, they can go for the CC again if it left unchecked, but they will be the ones to ban out the CC. So what are they trying to create here? What are they wanting to pick? I mean, the Fredrin can be again an option, but it was mostly a Hong Kong China option, right? The Mongolia didn't really consider Fredrin to be that pick, so maybe they'll skip it out. Now up to Hong Kong China to play and ban out what they really want to ban. What else is there? A possible ban. Arlet could be banned out here. Chusin as well. Chusin did pose some threat for Mongolia, but it seems like they'll ban out the Arlet. And Mongolia, they can shift their attention to maybe the Chusin. The Chusin is a solid pick, but if they want to go first pick Ranger, still here is still also fine.
Yeah, it was Fredrin first pick for Hong Kong, China in
Yeah.
the previous game. So for Mongolia, I feel like they really are more of like the front to back line type of lineup. So something along the lines of a Hayabusa, but to have a solid start here, since the CC is already out. Wanwan is also out. So there's the Kalea.
Kalea.
I was thinking because what else was up, right? Like the Kalea. I'm not so sure. Like usually the answers to Kalea is either like Purify or so sometimes like teams would answer out to Diggy, but I feel like at this point like Kalea that pops in from time to time here. Very good way to engage, disengage, a way to disrupt the team fights. Also with the Islam, the glue also that was often overlooked also in the previous in the previous games, it was actually open. So now they pick it up here for the side of Hong Kong China. Again, going for the sustain on the side. The Lapu Lapu is open here
Hmm.
for the taking. As well for Mongolia to pick up. They can also go ahead and pick up their jungler as well. But then again, there's also the Fredrin here for the side of Hong Kong China to pick up. It seems like they're also comfortable with that pick.
We haven't seen much of the glue, right? I mean, we just realized that it exists until today, until this time. But juice is still a staple for Hong Kong, China. You are right. They can go for the Lapu Lapu, again, an option. A very solid one at that. But up against the glue, I think it can still hold fairly. They can go GK as well if they want to. That's gotcha. But I think for XP, it's not really the best option. So Lapu Lapu makes the best sense. And yeah, they'll go for the Lapu Lapu. Lapu Lapu Farsa again. A very strong combo, and without hesitation, they go for the Moskov now. Again, the same way it goes in the previous game. Hong Kong, China, they're going to focus on just banning out all the possible marksmen, right? They can ban out the Hyreth, they can ban out the Granger as well. So I think that was Mongolia kind of gambling. Do we want to have a very strong XP laner, or do we want to play weak side gold? Because if they went for the Lapu Lapu here, again, like I said, Hong Kong, China, they ban out the Granger. If they went for the Granger here, they're just gonna ban out Lapus, and another XP potentially. But yeah, there goes the Granger ban coming in from Hong Kong, China. For Mongolia, I think coning out jungler options as well could be an option, but
Yeah.
Mongolia themselves are still without a jungler. So what
Yeah.
junglers would be picked here? I mean, the Baxia band, Lancelot band, YSS band. Will
that-
they go the traditional route of just going Hayabusa and
Yeah.
Fredrin again?
Yeah, I was thinking something along the lines of a Hayabusa at this point, or maybe they want to go utility. The Fredrin is still open, by the way, so I feel like closing in the second phase of the draft, Hong Kong China will still have the prio pick when it comes to the second phase of the draft. So they can either pick up, if they want to go for sustain, the Fredrin, and like what we said, the next option left here for Mongols to pick up is the Hayabusa. I'm thinking of other as a Ling. Will it? Are they setting up for maybe a Ling? But I feel like it's difficult. It's good for ganking though, but like what you said,
Yeah.
like the Ling, it's kind of hard to kind of insert it in the meta right now. It can work, but the Mongolia's lineup is kind of gearing up for that. A Farsa being there. You got the Kalei as well, solid front line with the XP. So could also be that if they still want to go for the assassin, but there's still again the utility junglers that are available. Some teams opt to choose for the Joy, but I feel like it's kind of fallen out of the meta again. Very situational pick once again for the teams if ever that does happen.
Oh, Hylos ban, Gatotkacha ban. It means it opens yet a new horizon for potential picks in the jungle. But hey, Harith is left unchecked, so maybe they could go for a Harith here for Mongolia. For Hong Kong, China, I think if they want to go for the Fredrin here, just go for it because it might get stolen by Mongolia unless they have something else in mind. I mean, what else is there, right? It's basically done and dusted. Options are very, very thinning for both sides. So yeah, Hong Kong, China. It makes sense if they want to go for a Fredrin here to have pressure. But hey,
Oh.
Joy is a pick we completely left out today, even so far in the tournament. But
Oh,
For
no.
Mongolia, they'll go Fredrin, they'll go for Beatrix. So Kalea Beatrix combo, that is something that is also looming in the shadows. The Bandit Rage plus the Tsunami Slam combo is going to be very scary. The Joy, though, it is actually contested to a certain degree in MPLID, but today we have completely underlooked this pick. I think aside from Hayabusa, it is one of the go-to assassins that you can really go for in this meta if you need some sort of magic
Burst,
damage burst type of deal. But now that the roam, what will they go? They'll go for Grok. So team fighting is there, at least for Hong Kong, China.
I think positioning is going to be important here for Mongolia, knowing that Hong Kong, China has so many ways to pick off the back lines, Skay and Urag. But, I wouldn't be so worried about that with what they showed in the first game, right? They were so good at positioning. There were times that they did get picked off, but again, it's inevitable. But I like what Mongolia did. They kind of said, okay, yeah, sure, you can have the Joy, but we have the Fredrin here. Like honestly, it's so hard to play the Joy. How can you pop up the electrifying beats when you got the Fredrin taunting you? So I feel like the Joy here of Everyday has to find another angle, like not go head to head with the Fredrin. So he has to find another way to the backlines here of Mongolia, but it's not gonna be that easy, right? Like you got the
Mhm.
Lapu Lapu, you also got the Kalea that can kind of drag you right in, go, and the rest of the team can go for the burst. So in terms of the lineup here, I feel like it's gonna favor Mongolia a bit when it comes to countering out heroes positioning wise, as well. It sort of favors them and the AOE also. But when it comes to the sustain and the burst for the side of Hong Kong China, they do have it. It's a matter of how they're gonna work out this early game. Are they going to be able to farm up well? That's something that the Joy does need as compared to the Fredren who can just build up the items and be tank.
Here we go for the second game of match 3. Just take a look at Mongolia taking on yet again Hong Kong, China, and the emblems so far. Survivability is the name of the game for most of these heroes. Again, common for some. The lethal ignition as well, and pure rage. But hey, we have action. Yorag forced to flicker because of the barrier that was created. So that is a flickerless Beatrix, one of the most, even top 3 most prone objects in the world is a flickerless Beatrix.
Yep. You got the Lapu Lapu here as well. A very early 3-man rotation here coming out from the side of Mongolia. There goes the Kalea here of GGG, but it's just more of an intimidation coming out from the side of Mongolia. The flicker has been burned here as well for Vlam. A very early flicker out there right before the turtle take. So that should give Mongolia a little bit more of the advantage when it comes to securing that objective. But for now, I think both sides are just looking to at least like scale up here. As of the moment, Urag as well going to be the primal target here. He's just level 3. He does not have the flicker, has already been used up here. And that's going to be the first blood drawn in by Hong Kong China going to the hands of Liu Hua in this moment. But wasting no time at all, that is going to be Lore going straight to the turtle here for the side of Mongolia.
Yep. And now, Turtle's gonna be next on the chopping block. Here comes Blam Blam with the pass, and now, oh, what a taunt! And there goes the Feather Airstrike, as well as the SOD connects to Skane. That's gonna be the Purify Pop Wings by Wings to play out defensively, but the fight continues. Blam goes down, deleted now. Next on the chopping block is the Moskov Tsunami Slam to lock him in place, and that is just a wipeout early on for Mongolia. How beautiful is that taunt from Lore? And the follow-up is just so on point. We need a replay of that, as now they won't stop the action. They'll go for the turtle and also for the invade to the purple buff. This is going from bad to
one
worse
charge!
for Hong Kong China, at least now. Everyday Kiss gets the kill towards the Farsa. That is something that might just bite back Mongolia, because they are biting more than they can chew. This is an overextension coming in from them. And yeah, Hong Kong China, they want to capitalize on this opportunity as GGG jumps back. That might be an unnecessary overextension.
Yep, Mongolia does pick up 5 kills, gets in the turtle as well. But again, the immense pressure again onto the gold lane. Half HP also onto their side. That's going to be the gold crab going to the side of Liu Hua. This time standing at 1-0 here. Both gold laners looking to scale up. As you can see, both teams also going towards the gold lane up after the team fights in the turtle pit. Glowing one has been prioritized here as well by Skay to kind of nullify all of the regen coming out from the side of Hong Kong China.
Now, item check. Well, the Beatrix or Urag has opted for a first item Malefic Gun. So he is heavily worried that there might be harass coming in from afar. So he needs that extra range. But Moon Love You might be in trouble. The wild charge is there. Flicker with the Tsunami Slam. But unluckily for him, the Purify pops. And it's K next on the chopping block. The SOD connects. They will go even further. Nibiru's Passion Pop to zone out the players of Hong Kong, China. And as of now, it's still a stalemate, still an impasse. As Mongolia tracks back their players. The turtle spawns in 10 seconds. So they might have prio for this because 3 players are rotating down
Mhm.
bottom. The Kalea as well to follow suit. But the
Mhm.
Lapu Lapu hits level 7. That's going to be a problematic situation now for Hong Kong, China. They will send
Mhm.
most of their players down bottom though, so this might be a turtle brawl we're seeing soon.
Mhm. Yeah, Lore going in for the taunt here onto Vlam. He's got the slam, and pops in that ultimate. It might actually be Lore. It's really difficult to go up against this. There's the wild charge again
No!
by Moon Love You. Skay gonna get taken down there, bursted down by the Joy. The Appraiser Rats does
You're
take
wrong.
down the Moskov here. There is still gonna be some sustain coming out from both sides. Lore unable to take down Okimoji Vlam with a slither of HP there. It is going to be a 2-for-1 trade-off here. Skay for the gold lane and Moon Love You go straight to the turtle here for the side of Mongolia, wasting no time at all to secure in the objectives here for the side of Mongolia.
Yep, that turtle is gonna be scot-free and all in the hands of Mongolia. But again, combo after combos from both sides. For Mongolia, it's the Taunt X, the Feather Airstrike. For Hong Kong, China, they have a lot of options in their tools, and now they want to go for Urag, and Urag is a dead man walking, gone and deleted. Lore can't really save him, but the taunt is there. Try to exert damage, but yeah, that's gonna be Urag overextending and punished by Hong Kong, China. Waiting for the wild charge, connects onto 2, and GGG has to move back. The barrier disrupts him from moving even further, but at least Surge of Life will be able to heal him up. And now it's going to be GGG having to open up the map and scout for potential angles. Because Hong Kong, China, they're biting back, they're retaliating back. As oh, there
Oh,
goes
Tsunami
the
Slam there
RKO,
onto
Tsunami
Vlam.
Slam again towards Vlam, and Vlam pops the split, but he won't be able to save himself. That's gonna be the glue deleted, but up top they get a trade on towards the turret.
2-1-2 also for Everyday Kiss. It's not such a bad KDA considering that, there's a Fredrin, there's also a Kalea here that's looming when it comes to the team fights. And speaking of Kalea, GGG here. Purify still up here for Liuhua or the Moskov. They want to take in this turret up top. They also got the mid lane, so they can at least take in the macro gaming here for the side of Mongolia. Level 8 has been attained. Lore gets blocked in by the barrier as Moon Love You. He is able to sustain though. Able to back away from all of that. 8 kills here for the side of Mongolia, 5 for the side of Hong Kong, China. Just a 2k lead here for Mongolia. Feathered Airstrike has been committed though. Right before the last turtle is up, they're trying to take as much resources as they can as the retribution actually was used there by Lore to pick up that red buff up top.
Yep. They'll just try to reposition again. This time, focus again shifts on the turtle. That's going to be GGG spotted out by the Lantern Flare. Again, a good scouting tool to check the bushes. But they will be relentless. The taunt connects onto Moon Love You. The slam still unfazed, and that's going to be a free turtle acquired by Mongolia. But up top, again, the Moskov being such a menace. The SOD does land, but it is not wise to take and hitch a ride towards mid. So as of now, they will try to distribute away and just spread out to reset the lanes again and again. As the minions are pushing in
Oh,
favor
there's
of
the
both
Tsunami
teams,
Slam.
but there goes the Tsunami Slam out of nowhere. Vlam is slammed,
Yeah.
so that's gonna be a Tsunami
Yeah.
Vlam.
Tsunami Vlam on Vlam. Yeah, I was like, wow, that totally rhymed without, yeah. And there's the ultimate coming out from the Beatrix as well. The taunts from Lore. Again, Mongolia wasting no time. They're committing to all of these team fights that, Hong Kong, China knows that they can actually sustain. But there is Tsunami Slam again onto Everyday Kiss. The Spear of Destruction as well by Liu Hua, but they are not gonna commit for more. They do have the upper hand here for the side of Mongolia. The side lanes are also contained. I think at this point for Mongolia, the next step is to calmly take down this first lord, at least take down the second tier here for the side of Hong Kong, China. They are in the lead right now, but at the same time, this lead can kind of diminish if you do get like kills on the side here of Hong Kong, China.
Very, very good stuff coming in from Mongolia. Again, just forcing Hong Kong China to be reactive when it comes to the skirmishes. But Lore wants to move forward. A taunt with the Feather Airstrike and the Bennett's Reach. The Tsunami Slam layered on top of it as well. And that's gonna be another apocalypse happening. But oh, hold on a minute. The SOD is there. Here comes the Moskov. Skay with the wings by
no.
wings 1v1.
1v1? What?
And that's gonna be your rack saved by Skay with the pop. And Hong Kong China lose their core members. Oh, there's gonna be an engage from the
Bravest fighter.
Lapu-Lapu. Jumping in again like a madman, playing out of his goddamn mind. And Hong Kong China, they lose 3. And this turret up top will be next as well, but they shift their focus on the Lord.
Yeah, immediately. I really love the responses here coming out from Mongolia, and at the same time, they actually know what to do next after every single team fight. There are, again, W's coming out from Hong Kong, China here, but then again, you know, Mongolia does not forget about the macro gaming here. Is to just secure the objectives. I really love that 2v1 situation. Skay just saved Urag right there with a 1v1 duel up against the Moscow. And look at that, speaking of Urag, one ultimate deleted just like that. Everyday Kiss was just trying to make the lanes move, but at this point, right, with the Lord onto the side here of Mongolia, they will be able to sustain here up top. Still a monster kill for the Lapu-Lapu here. Up top, Lore able to sustain once again. GGG trying to look for an opening here, but then again, as we are looking at all of that, they go straight for the base here, and they can definitely do so and end the game, taking in the second G of this best out of 5 match.
We didn't even see the base being ripped down to pieces. We were focused on that topside skirmish, but hey, Mongolia again cementing their dominance, 1 win away from winning the whole best of 5 series, because the best of 5 again is indeed very, very taxing. But let's take a look at the highlights here from Mongolia. Earlier on, they had to lose Urag on a very, very well orchestrated dive. And sometimes when the Beatrix has to play from behind, it's not really favorable. But look at this combo coming in, right? A taunt, a slam, the airstrike also on point, and it just turned the way of the war for Mongolia. They had their upper hand after this moment. They followed up even to get more kills, but this was a slight overextension coming in from Mongolia that kind of costed them the early advantage that they had. But other than that, they had a very, very good follow-up. Other than that as well, they were able to play behind the wild charge and just dodge it away. The joy, by the way, was non-existent. So yeah, Mongolia was everywhere around the map.
Yeah, that's just, I feel like for Everyday Kiss, the best that he could do was like either at least like make the map move, and that was the 2v1 situation. If the Curse of Crow was not popped there by Skay, that would have been at least another pick off there for the Moskov. And yeah, team fights, again, expect this to happen, especially when you have like, you know, tanky front lines from both sides. This is what we actually did not see. It was Yura going straight for the base while everybody else tried to at least prolong the team fight up top. This is you know, fast games that we're seeing coming out from the side of Mongolia and HKG China. Yeah, I think it's a matter, again, this time, I think for Hong Kong China, they kind of shook things up here by picking up like at least a burst damage jungler. The Joy already had like the Holy Crystal here, but then again, you know, it was so hard to go up against these team fights. There's a lot of threats that the Joy can face. You got the Tsunami Slam, you got the taunts from the Fredrin, not to mention the Appraiser's Rat, and the Lapu-Lapu, by the way, that was untouchable at this game. 0 deaths, 6 kills, and 4 assists. So, you know, apart from zoning, apart from dishing out the damage, he was also the one zoning away the members here of Hong Kong China, which I think he's definitely most deserving of the MVP for this matchup.
Yeah, and yeah, a lot of movements from Mongolia that are very, very on point. I really like their approach to this game. Not giving room to breathe for Hong Kong China, but again, they are not without you know, flaws. They had a few overextensions that almost costed them a few advantages that they had. Let's take a look at the stats now. Yeah, a lot of
stats here going on. Damage taken very, very high from Mongolia. We can't really see the carry. Oh, well, that's gonna be the Lapu Lapu, right? Because Lapu Lapu has no name, so that's gonna be Lapu Lapu as the ATM, the carry, the tank.
Yeah.
And
it's left blank, right?
yeah, it's blank. GGG is the wingman with 9 assists. Very solid performance from the Kalea. Again with the pickoffs on point. The Tsunami Slam plus the Bennett's Rage. So actually, in this composition, they had a lot of things and a lot of ways they can really operate behind the heavy ultimate. So the ultimates you're looking at are the Feather Airstrike and the Bennett's Rage. Two high, fast AoE and heavy burst ultimates, right? So we thought that it was mainly going to be the Tsunami Slam and Bennett's Rage, but they also had the Taunt coming in, right? From the Energy Eruption of Fredrin, and they used that to perfection as well. Because when it comes to the Energy Eruption, it is very hard to dodge, right? It's very instant. You can purify out of it, but when you don't have a purify, then a Tsunami Slam might come at you, and then there goes the Bennett's Rage, there goes the Farsa Ultimate. So a lot of layers coming in from Mongolia. Perfectly executed composition and draft. They deserve this 2-0, but we do hope that Hong Kong China can bounce back in game number 3.
Yep. It's a BO5 after all, so there's still one more game, one more match point for the side of Mongolia to just take this in with a clean sweep. But let's see if Hong Kong China can actually bounce back from that one. But for now, let's give the teams a breather before we head on into our match point. But don't you guys go away. The IASF Asia qualifiers will be right back with more MLBB action.
Welcome back
Yep,
to the
we're
World
back.
Esports ISF Asia and Oceania Qualifiers 2025, and Mlbb still with me, Realize, and as well as Kimberly or Kim. We are powering through match number 3. We are going to enter game number 3, in which we see Mongolia taking the lead over Hong Kong, China. But before that, we have a few other game updates, Kim. So Brunei Darussalam against Timor-Leste. Brunei Darussalam was able to pick up a win. Myanmar against Brunei. Myanmar was also able to win. Bangladesh against Bhutan. Bhutan was able to pick up the win. And Sri Lanka against Pakistan. Sri Lanka was able to win over Pakistan. And now then, game 3 of match 3. It is the best of 5, and we still have 2 matches to go. So I hope you're holding on right there, Kim.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's still a long way to go. We got at least, after this one, we still have 2 more series. So if you guys want to check out the match results, by the way, you guys can go over to iesf.gg to check out all of the match results that we've just said on air. So if you guys want to have like real-time updates, if you want to know if your team that you're supporting has just won their matchup, go ahead to the website and check it out. But for now, all our eyes are focused on Mongolia and China. We've seen back and forth different types of playstyles coming out from both sides, but then again, Mongolia has already secured the 2-0. One more win for Mongolia, it is going to be a series sweep for them. But I feel like for Hong Kong, China, is it the draft or is it the execution? Because I feel like the draft, I feel like it's something that they're comfortable with. They want to go for sustain, okay, but I feel like they should pair it up with maybe a little bit more sustain if you want to go for the full sustain. You know what I mean? Like pair it up with a Florine, pair it up with Rafaela, or maybe even an Estes, which I know is for some teams they're not so comfortable with that. For some roamers they would actually prefer a setter type of roamer, but here we have it again. Mongolia having the first pick here. If I'm not mistaken, that was a final ban on the I think it was a CC ban for Mongolia in the second game. So let's see for this round, right? Like there was also a heavy contestant on the jungle that was it's gonna be the same case here for Mongolia. They can kickstart it off with a Fredrin, or I think in the case for the last series it was a Kalea first pick for the side of Mongolia.
I totally forgot
My
that.
tail's been itching for a real
Your
fight.
team is picking.
For it. That's actually a very, very solid option. But now, the same 3 bans. Arlet is open. They can pick up an Arlet if they want. The Kalea banned out though. Hong Kong, China deem it very, very much of a pest. So if they pick up the Arlet though, it's gonna be a trade with the Lapu Lapu, right? So either you go for the Lapu Lapu or the Arlet. Me personally, I really love the Arlet because you can just go in, go out, plus you have that quick engage with the final slash that can always win out on the trades. But hey, we'll see. Mongolia, we haven't seen them pick up the Arlet. It's mainly been I'd say the bread and butter for of Mr. Flapteasy, Mr. Canon, but we'll see. Mongolia, what will they go for the first pick? They will opt for the Juicing. So snatching that away from Hong Kong, China, because this has been the staple pick for Hong Kong.
Staple pick for them. Yeah, Hong Kong, China can go for, again, a mage that can go head-to-head. Sometimes a Novaria that goes head-to-head with this, a Farsa even, to even out the range. But Hong Kong, China, there's so much open here right now. You can go for the Arlot. Then you can go for, perhaps, a Hayabusa that Mongolia has picked up. You can go ahead and pick up the jungle. The Fredrin, by the way, is also open if you want to go for that. Such a good combo. Taunts, final slashes. It's not going to be easy to dive right in, but Hong Kong, China as well, picking up that Gato Kacha for an extra type of setup. So it feels like, I've been talking a lot about the support drones because I use a lot of that. So I think for the team of Hong Kong, China, they want to go for, setups after setups. And I think this is a very good layering of skills. So you got the AOG, then you got the final slash. But Mongolia instead going to pick up that Fredrin as well for their side. Will they go for the XP lane pickup as well? Something to match up against the Arlot. The Uranus is still open if they want to go for that sustain. The Lapu Lapu as well, that works so well for the Lapu Lapu in the last game, which was 604 by the way.
My bullets be the nails.
And we'll take a look at the pick. That is a Ranger with the Fredrin. Very, very strong pick in the jungle as well. For the Fredrin, we saw what it was able to do in the hands of Mongolia, but this time without Farsa. So yeah, no burst damage compared to the previous draft they had. But Hong Kong China, they can snatch the Farsa for themselves here if they want. Again, a very strong pick. Team fight wise,
Payback.
it really is a laner that fares well against the Chusen, and yeah, they will pick up the Farsa. That is going to enable them to have a stronger presence in the team fight. The AOG can jump into a few players, but yeah, Lapu Lapu ban warranted straight away. And now they can take out the Moskov here if they want. A Moskov, a Hereth ban does actually make sense for Mongolia because they can go down the options for that marksman goal for the gold laner down bottom later on. If they want to ban out that Moskov, the Hereth makes sense. Another ban that you would consider would be the Hylos. The Hylos is also actually a very good ban, especially when
Moskov
you
also.
pick up a juice in the Granger. Yeah, the Moskov is indeed the ban that I think Mongolia wants to go for.
Yeah, the Moskov that was a back-to-back pick for Liuhua or the gold laner here of Hong Kong China. Maybe that's something, force him out on something else. Yeah, like what I said, the Moskov taken out here. I'm thinking something along the lines of Uranus can be used, and the Grok is still open, by the way, for Mongolia to pick up in this game since they do have the Fredrin. So I'm thinking they usually. I actually want to see Grok on a Grok in this game. He's used the Kalea and the Gatot Gacha in the previous game, but oh, there you go, the Uranus out. So which means seems like the XP lane matchup. There's the glue, there's the Phobius that's still up for the taking if you want to go for the sustain, and the Hayabusa finally, the final ban here for Mongolia, taking away more jungle options away from the side of Hong Kong China. I'm thinking if they're gonna go for utility here or still go for assassins. I feel like the Joy will be a difficult pickup, especially since there's still a Fredrin here on the side of Mongolia.
Oh, Exborg.
Wow. Okay, this is
very surprising pick.
this should be the jungle though. I
yeah,
feel this
this
should be the jungle. Yeah.
Exborg jungle. It has to be Exborg jungle. Because Exborg with the Last Insanity has that true damage that can just shred down tanks, and I think that's an answer to this Fredrin. The Fredrin's shields and a very thick HP percentage. I think the Exborg does well against the Fredrin, and we'll have to see if this goes Exborg or goes jungle. But most
Most likely
most of the
a
time,
jungle.
yeah, most likely it's gonna go jungle. Right, this Exborg,
Yeah.
and this Arlet is just way too precious in the XP to be sacrificed. So Gatot Kacha, Roam, Exborg jungle, Arlet, XP, which means that they
There
might
you
go
finally.
for, yeah, Paquito, Grok, yeah, Grok playing Grok. Okay, now then,
Yeah, I like
for
that.
Hong Kong China, they
Finally.
have to go Harith here because they're lacking magic damage. Harith makes sense, but if they don't want to go Harith, you can go a carry makes sense too if you want. You need
There's
to be
the
mobile.
threat of the Paquito though. There's a threat of the Paquito here
That's true.
for Mongolia, especially if you can pull off those bush plays,
There,
go in for the knock-up strike, and yeah, they go for a bit more mobile when it comes to the marksman. You definitely need a lot of in and out. So I see that this lineup of Hong Kong China right now is a bit more on the sustainability, more of escaping team fights. You got the wings by wings. You also can have the last insanity to escape all of the team fights that you don't want to be in. I just want to say though that the Exborg is usually the answer when all of the assassins are out, all of the utilities are out, then that's the next best option. You just go for the Exborg. It's really good. I mean, you got the immortality, you also got the Firaga armor, so there's just a lot of layers that you need to take out before you can finally take down the Exborg. It's also very good when it comes to team fights. Like you pop in the last insanity, it's enough for heroes to kind of use in their battle spells like flicker out, sprint out, even to escape that ultimate. So I want to see how this pans out. Actually, this is one of the heroes that has been buffed in the recent patch because of the Metro Zero skin. So I hope it plays out well here for the side of Hong Kong China. But then again, you got two tanky lineups here. You got the setup plays from the Grok. So it's a matter of who's going to be a bit more aggressive when it comes to the team fights. The final slash of the Arlot will also be a key here when it comes to these team fights.
The Metro Zero skills. Now that you mention it, I haven't touched my gotcha button at all, so I
Oh,
might as well just log in later on and try to gotcha the skin. But yeah, so the skin, it has been buffed to a certain degree, but here goes the emblems. As usual, the export opts for much more of a defensive approach
yeah.
here. So
The
yeah,
tank.
again, defense adds more tankiness as well, but he will still bring up that season hunter to ease off rotations and just farm quickly, right? As that jungle, because export again needs that clear, but oh, here goes the pressure from the Grok and the Juicin. Again, early on, very scary. A liftoff might happen here, but there goes Lore
Oh,
with.
taunts the barriers here from the Grox. Definitely lethal once he got you cornered, but that's a level ahead here for Everyday Kiss. So reaching that level 4 power spike first before Lore, although he did get the first blood, so that should be a very good start here for Mongolia. 17 seconds before the first turtle is up, the Paquito already positioning himself over towards that side, and the Iritel as well. You know, it's the sprint has already been used, by the way, so there's only the second skill out. But looking at this again, the brawl on the mid side, you can definitely keep on doing this as the
Oh,
appraisers right again. Okimoji getting the brunt of the damage, and straight towards the turtle Mongolia goes, and the rest of the team, Hong Kong, China. There's the Last Insanity still available there, but the knock-up strike, Last Insanity still up, and Everyday Kiss is gonna be picking up that turtle for the side of Hong Kong, China. The Firaga armor is down, so Lore gonna go in for the taunt. Grok here gonna be able to get punished by the side here of Hong Kong, China. Two pickoffs right after the turtle take. Rug a little bit too late to the party, but for Hong Kong, China, that is the best that they can take right after that, fighting back up against Mongolia.
finally, finally. Hong Kong, China are looking very much alive after two grueling games that they have to go through. But the Airtel is under pressure. Up top, he's gonna get deleted and
Yep.
gone in the hands of Sky. That is a problematic situation now because the Airtel really needs to snowball, and the Granger will have even much more freedom to just farm up a storm. Let's take a look at the items. Still, with the warrior boots for the Airtel, needs that physical defense, but hey, this is
Yep.
not so good. KM
KM.
might just be deleted
that's
here. The
me.
Arlet will be very
Oh,
much
no.
pressured. There goes the Crimson Beacon onto the Lantern Flare. So KM, not Kimberly Mass, will
Yeah,
die.
definitely not me.
Not
Yeah,
you.
that's a super tough XP lane. They're gonna have to get in all of the gold plating there. It's gonna be mirrored here up top as well for the side of Mongolia. Everyday Kiss, four members here of Hong Kong, China, trying to corner this space of the map, but they should be able to take down the bottom lane. So that's gonna be a turret towards the side here of Mongolia. Again, map control is super important for both sides, especially, you know, if you want to get in all of these neutral objectives. Turret takedowns is definitely the way to go.
Here comes the Aerithal up top again. Just trying to farm. Yet again, the focus shifts on towards Moonlove View. Was able to pull out 4 players with him. Turtle is spawned, so the prio shifting. But there was a recall from Okimoji. It means that this turtle is up for the taking. Dashing in towards Lore. Lore is not interested to take that skirmish. All he has in his mind is that turtle is this neutral objective. The Paquito still yet to make waves. Still yet to make an instant impact. We know how scary a Paquito can be once it hits the later stages of the game, especially when you have a Paquito that can side lane pressure easily. That could just be the end of Hong Kong, China through a possible backdoor potentially. But now,
Mhm.
Mongolia, they have the brute force breastplate in the hands of Lore. Pressured again.
Yep.
Crimson Beacon popped and the Lantern Flare cancelled at the last minute. So Grok still yet to pop the wild charge, but the pressure
Oh.
from the Granger is real. Urag
Yep.
unable to get the kill, but Moon Love You still zoned out, and now they're gonna recycle
Oh,
this.
there's a barrier?
The barrier still very, very disruptive. Back to square one. 4-3 still, Mongolia. Pressure up top.
Yep. I think what's also difficult here is that all the lanes are moving here for the side of Mongolia, right? Like, while all of that team fight is happening, Lanes are moving here for the side of Mongolia. One by one, the turrets are going down. As you can see, the side lanes are favoring the side here of Mongolia as KM deleted by the knockup strike, and now it's gonna be Lore soaking up all of the damage. Last Insanity not available. Oh, there you go.
Oh,
Sneaking up right on Kyusuke, still able to survive with a sliver of health, but not for long as Everyday Kiss denies him of that. Level 8 has been reached here as well. So that's actually a level ahead here for Everyday Kiss onto this export, right? Like one level ahead up against Lore. The standing is still good, but again, the turrets, look at the knockup strike coming out from the Paquito. It's just too much to deal with as Okimoji again just not having a really good day here up against the side of HKG. Grok running for his dear life. Does not have the flicker out just yet. No last insanity available for now. But look at Urag there on top, just making the lanes work
oh
as
no.
the extended team fight again by KM trying to go for the final slash. He does, but it's a futile attempt. It is going to be still Mongolia winning that one.
Look at the layer of CC that Mongolia is able to just exert, right? You have that Lantern Flare plus the Grok with a few, stuns here and there, and then you have Lore with the taunt as well. It just makes it impossible for someone from Hong Kong, China, once they're trapped into that CC to get out. But now they go for the concealed play. The Irithel under pressure. Where do you want to go? The wild charge connects
no.
with the Irithel. Still able to
Oh,
run,
and the
but the
barrier.
barrier is beautiful,
Nowhere to
blocking
go.
their way. And there goes the Feather Airstrike. But what can they do? Not much, because there goes Lore standing and menacingly. The taunt connects as Urag looking for a snipe. Has the Sky Piercer. Ooh, so close, but KM able to survive till the end. That's Mongolia again being so damn scary. Uh-oh.
Oh no, there's the barrier again. There's the barrier.
Kimoji, he's gone. The barrier has been very pivotal for Mongolia's executions.
I feel like the barrier is so lethal. This is what Grok was hiding all this time as Moon Love You goes right in. Last Insanity right on point. Who's going to take the damage? It's going to be the Paquito. The final slash as well coming right in. Grok still able to survive, but not for long. KM going to try to go in for a little bit more as Mongolia going to be backing away. 2-for-none trade-off. And Hong Kong, China goes for the punish.
That's the problem with Mongolia. Since game one, overextension has always been their mannerism. They like to overextend, and that's not something that you really want to do after you're able to get a very, very solid advantage. But hey, Hong Kong, China, they're at least still breathing, even thinly. But Mongolia, they are yet to deliver the coup de grace, the final blow. But as of now, Urag is just gonna grow stronger by the minute. The later the game goes, the stronger the Paquito becomes. That side lane will be activated, but Lore in the middle will try to taunt. But meanwhile, there's a fight in the jungle, a rumble in the jungle. Here comes the wall charge, connects with the two. KM wants to jump in with the vengeance. Urag still able to survive, but up top, down bottom, excuse me, it's gonna be the Paquito killing the Irithel. However, KM still surviving alone. And now
There's the
Okimoji pops the
barrier
Purify in the back. It's gonna be KM left alone.
my
The
God,
last
it's
Insanity will
Lethal.
connect to K and will explode. However, still they're losing bodies left and right,
Oh,
and
there
that's
they
gonna be the
go again.
knockout strike for Moon Love You. Not so much the damage contained, but still Mongolia, they pounce to the base with that inhibitor turret on the chopping block.
Yeah, I feel like it's still too dangerous to kind of end this thing right now. I mean, death timers are not that far apart just yet. The export has farmed up. I feel like the safest way right now is just not to force a team fight and just look at that. The ultimate coming out from the Grok, the feathered airstrike just on point. The taunts as well. And the revitalize to buy just a little bit of time. But Urag gonna go in for the backline. AOG all the way out as KM left there, going in for the final slash. A futile attempt as Urag gets in the double. A 2-for-1 trade-off here. 2-for-2 rather, but make that a triple. Going in for the Maniac here was denied from
Savage.
Urag earlier on. Will it be a Maniac?
Savage!
A Maniac pops in, and now it's going to be a Savage. The last Insanity has been used. No Immortalities just
Oh, no!
yet. Urag has been shut down, though. A double kill picked up here by the export, but finally Skay goes in for the kill. A wipeout here for the side, and almost wipeout for Mongolia. But Yehua just saves the day here for the side of Hong Kong, China.
We have two failed savages today. It was earlier Rikitano with that Moskov hold, and now is Yurak with that Maniac KM. What are you doing here? That's gonna be fine. I thought it was gonna get caught
I don't
upon
know, I'm
and
just casting.
Paquito.
I'm just casting here.
Ah,
kidding.
yeah, that's
I'm
true.
kidding.
You're just casting. Yeah,
Yeah.
my bad. My bad for
Just
chastising
casting.
you.
Yeah,
But
it's
yeah.
okay. I mean, the KM, as in KM, the XP laner here of Hong Kong, China. It's just really hard, right? You want to go in for the final slash, but woohoo, Paquito. Just 4-man trying to take him down. 18-14
Oh, the
is
barrier.
the score. The barrier is up. Yeah, they definitely know 4 members are there, but how do they stop them though? They got a Fredrin, and there goes Lore going in to soak up the
charge.
damage. Yura gonna do his
Whoa!
very best. Gets in the pick off there onto KM. Moonlove is gonna be the next one. A double kill picked up. Will it finally be a Maniac? A triple kill once again
This
here
is
for
it?
Yurag. Going in for the Maniac.
Savage!
And now a Savage has been denied earlier. The Winter Crown to buy in a bit of time, but it's still not enough. SK will pick it up instead. Denied again from Iraq, but it does not matter. They're gonna go for the end. 7 seconds left here per KM, but I think it is just too much to handle as Mongolia will pick up the 3-0 up against Hong Kong.
What is happening? Why are we not getting any savages? So far,
It's
3
okay.
matches.
Close
A
enough.
total of
Close enough.
6 games and still no savage, only on the Maniac. But hey, Mongolia, they don't care about it because they are able to sweep out China or Hong Kong China with a score of 3-0. So take a look at the highlights. Very strong showing from the Fredrin, from Lore, from Grok as well. The wild charges has been very, very sharp. And the Arlet pick, I feel like it did not deliver as how we would expect it to be. Because again, the Arlet pick would argue that it is a very, very strong enabler. The final slash is able to be a lane bully too. But so far, we haven't really seen the impact being brought upon by the Arlet. Meanwhile, it's your Rag just falling and dropping bodies left and right. Aokimoji with the Farsa wasn't able to really synchronize the combos, and export wasn't really the answer to the Fredrin because the Fredrin was able to weather the storm and just push on through. Layers of damage being brought upon him. So Hong Kong, China, they are yet again stumbled. But what a game, to be honest, from Mongolia. Back and forth. The Paquito sometimes was indeed overestimating his own power, but hey, you need a reality check sometimes, and it was given by Hong Kong, China. But still, a very, very solid showing from Mongolia. Plus, Urag twice closely got the Savage.
That's
This
why
was the first one. You got the Maniac. The
2
last
times
Insanity
Maniac.
was popped, and Everyday Kiss was able to shut him down. The second one was in the middle, and it was just
Yeah,
so
this part.
close. Yeah, this one.
Yeah, this was the one. Yeah, very very good positioning from
That
Grok,
wild
like
charge,
what I
though.
said. Yeah, got props to Grok here. I feel like this is what he was hiding all throughout. Like that's why he hasn't picked up the Grok yet. The barriers were so lethal at this point. This was so beautiful. The Winter Crown, I actually thought he would have gotten it. He dashed out there. But of course, you know what? It doesn't matter. It's a team fight game. All you need to do is just take in the base, and it's over. Close enough. 2 Maniacs that we've seen today, and this is just the first day of the IESF Asia qualifier. So take a look at this. It's I would say a standard game. 12 minutes into the game. Still Urag with the most pickoffs here. I have to give it to Grok here in this game. 14 assists. I would have to say he's the underrated MVP for this matchup. The barriers, the wild charges were just on point here for the side of Mongolia, which really made it hard for Hong Kong China to kind of bite back after the wild charge was committed, right? Like even though they do have a solid front line, there's just no answer to the wild charge. And like what I said, positioning from Skay and Urag was going to be really crucial here for the side of Mongolia, and they did it so well. Like there was only one death here for Urag, 4 for the Zushin here of Skay, which is kind of understandable because most of the time you would need to kind of go near the opponent to be able to pop in your ultimate. But overall, I think it was a very good showing of what Hong Kong China could actually have accomplished. But then again, they fell short up against Mongolia. They can only be one victor in every matchup, and in this BO5, it's going to be Mongolia taking it with a clean sweep. And looking at this, I think it's again, ATM, carry, tank. It's all Urag for this game. 2 times Maniac, a Winter Crown play there just to save the day. And again, ultimately, it was all about the W here for Mongolia, and they did so well. But for Hong Kong, China, they did put up a fight here up against Mongolia. So GG to them, nice try. So hopefully, we'll see them come back stronger.
Yeah, hopefully they will come back stronger, but yeah, Mongolia just spreading terror left and right. I mean, how do you even go as a tank, as a ranger, with most of the damage absorbed to you? But yeah, Mongolia looking like one of the stronger teams here in World Esports ISF Asia and Oceania Qualifiers 2025. So I can't wait to see them fare off against the Philippines, fare off against other strong teams as well, like Myanmar. Myanmar is actually a very solid force to be reckoned with too. So yeah, that is interesting to see. But hey, that is our first best of 5 here for today, and the only best of 5 in which we saw Mongolia just run it over with a 3-0 scoreline against Hong Kong, China. We still have 2 more matches to go, in which these matches are very, very, I'd say, exotic, because these are matches that will come from the lesser regions in Mlbb. Right? We have Kazakhstan against Uzbekistan, and we have Jordan against Oman, in which these are matches that might set
surprise
sight
us
and bring spotlight and surprise us with maybe young promising talents that has been undiscovered so far. So yeah, we'll have to see it later, because these regions are yet to show their fangs onto the global stage of the Mlbb circuit. So we do hope that we might discover a few talents here and there. But so far, 3 matches. How are you feeling, Kim? You're still holding on?
Yeah. Still holding on. I mean, I heard today was gonna be a long day, and definitely geared up for it. I got my snacks here on the side where we're having a break. I got my water here, so I'm all good. I hope you're all good on your side. And for everyone who's watching, though, if you guys want to catch up on the matches, again, it's on iesf.gg. If you guys want to have some updates on the offline matches as well. But we're gonna have the last 2 matches. It's still gonna be it's gonna be a BO3 this time, so don't miss out. There's gonna be a whole lot more Mlbb action. This is Kim, and Realize. We're going to be right back after this break on the IESF Asia Qualifiers. See you guys in a bit.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to World Esports ISF Asia and Oceania Qualifiers Mlbb 2025. Still with me, Realize, and Kimberly as well, who, by the way, have seen 3 matches in a total of, let me count, 2, 4, 4 plus 3, 7. 7 matches being played, 7 games being played today. And how do you feel going into our 4th match of the day? Kazakhstan against Uzbekistan.
Actually, I want to say these are all like clean sweeps, but it doesn't feel like clean sweeps with the amount of. I feel like it was more of like the second series of the day where Philippines and Thailand actually gone up against each other. It was actually really long games. It doesn't feel like clean sweeps, but at the same time, we're already at the penultimate match of the day. That's Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan here for today. So I'm looking forward, and like what you said, I really love these newer teams that are coming into Mlbb because there's not a lot of thoughts. You haven't seen them play, so it's almost like a refreshing take every single time. I'm actually so curious to see who they will be filling out. I'm not so sure. I think for this IESF, it is going to be a best out of 3 for both of these teams, Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. This is I believe Central Asian countries that will be going up against each other in this BO3.
Central Asia clash. Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, the derby of the Stans, and for the players though, we don't really have any that much information for both players of both teams. I mean, again, like we said, who knows? You might discover promising talent right here, but this is a team roster for Kazakhstan. Kim.
Yeah.
Kim. I don't know.
Yeah.
Kim.
Let's just. I think it's more of like a chat. Can you please help us decipher this? Like, yeah, please do. Is that Riz? Riz 40 for the last player. I feel like we're gonna. I feel like at this point, like what I did with Miracle last time, like we also casted an IESF qualifiers, and what we just did when we couldn't read the IGS properly, we just called them by the hero name. I think that's really the best way to go. But here's the team roster. I hope for everyone who's supporting the Kazakhstan team, do let us know in the chat on how to properly pronounce these names. But this is your lineup for Kazakhstan. Let's see the Uzbekistan lineup in just a little bit. I'm not so sure if it's going to be the same, but yeah, again, 5v5 situation. This one, Kare, Wistik, and then is this YT Jahon 4IK? Let me check that out later on.
That's YouTube.
He should be on. Yeah, it's YouTube. Yeah, he's on YouTube. So maybe he has a lot of streams there. Let's check it out later on. But yeah, I mean that's usually where it starts, right? In the growing regions, you stream it. Eventually, you grind it. You become good. You reach the qualifiers for your country, and then get to possibly represent your country on the world stage. So there you have it. The roster here of Uzbekistan. Again, chat, do help us out here.
So, Jahon 4IK just went live 5 hours ago.
Oh wow!
Hey,
So I feel like he was watching the IESF Asia qualifiers earlier, and then he was streaming on the side, like getting a little bit of info, putting it out on the stream. Wow, that's fairly recent. It's 5 hours before our broadcast. So yeah, in between that, he was already practicing, gearing up for this matchup that we're gonna be having today. So for everybody who just tuned in, it's a best out of 3. We just finished our only BO5, which was Mongolia versus Hong Kong, China, which ended in a sweep, by the way. And again, if you want to get updates on the matches, iesf.gg is the way to go, the way to check the recent updates on who won which match. There's going to be a whole lot more matches in the next few days, so stay tuned for that. But for now, Kazakhstan versus Uzbekistan for a BO3 in an El Clasico once again here for the ISF Asia qualifiers.
Yeah, again, these are teams without any VODs. We can't really track their competitions and their prowesses, right? What heroes they like to use, what they like to utilize. Again, still have no information on this, so I think it's all about the surprise factor for both of them. I mean, we could talk about the Philippines maybe, like being a team that is heavily a team with VODs. You know how these players play, you know how they play as a unit. But for teams like Uzbekistan, for Kazakhstan, This is just them playing from the dark, and we don't know what they're gonna pick. Maybe they would refer to um, push on to the old meta. We would never know, and we'll just have to see what they would pick. But I do argue that they might be acquainted to the new meta right now.
Yeah.
We're talking about the Arlet pick. We're talking about the Lancelot picks. Which we haven't seen, by the way. The Lancelot was completely banned out and respected. But what about the Fanny though? When the Lancelot and the UISS was banned out, the Fanny was left unattended to, but nobody really picked it up. I think it is about the skill ceiling, in my opinion, because not anybody can play a Fanny in like a pro level type of ceiling. So that might be the big question as to why the Fanny was left out, or rather the big answer. But yeah, like the Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, we don't really have much VODs for them. We don't really have a portrayal of how they really want to play the game, so it's just gonna be down to the draft later on, right? But yeah, it'll be very, very interesting to see these players that usually come with high mechanics, right? Players like these, teams like this, that sometimes are not well equipped. They come flying in with high mechanics. So I hope to discover some talents here, right? Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, again, players with that are known to come from a country that don't really have Mobile Legends as their main esports. This is their time to shine now, and that's why ISF is here, and this is their time to kind of showcase what skills they got, right?
Yeah, I think for this matchup, you would actually be surprised that teams who are in growing regions of MLBB are more updated with the meta than we are, right? Like they really consume a lot of these VODs. They really watch a lot of these professional plays, whether it be MPL Philippines, MPL Indo, where the powerhouses are. They take a lot in from there. So you'd be surprised that they actually really take in the meta right now. So I wouldn't be surprised if there were meta picks coming out, but I also wouldn't be surprised if they pick up a hero or two that we haven't seen in ages, right? Like I've seen that happen in other teams. Like it's just their comfort. They want to bring it out, and I think there's nothing wrong with that, right? Like coming into the qualifiers, you got to bring out the best that you can, the best hero that you can play. I feel like comfort pick is really a big thing. I would rather like field out a comfort pick than something that's in the meta.
Yeah, I think offered picks would be very, very good. I remember, for example, in the wildcards of M6 and MSC as well, the FYG, for example, Denfang Yoguai, the Chinese team, when Nolan was really, really not picked, and everybody opted for other picks, they kept on spamming Nolan because they felt like that was a comfort pick as well. So we'll have to see if they have any comfort picks. If I'm taking a look at that Jahon for IK. If I'm taking a look at his live streams, right, this is where we kind of do our case study. On his live streams, he kind of spams Kadita.
So he's the mid lane. Mid laner.
He is the mid laner. Yeah, he is the mid laner. But he also plays the Beatrix, so he's practically all role. We might never know in which role he'll end up.
He's versatile. He's versatile. I actually was how I got like super into MLBB. Like one of the reasons was also because of he used to play for, I'm not so sure if he's active right now, but like there was a time that his team got into the grand finals of MPL ID. His IG was Renbo. Oh my gosh, yeah. I was such a huge fan of Renbo because he was picking up the Sicilian, which was my main hero, and I was like, wow, where on earth would you see a Sicilian out of meta being picked up, right? And then that's where I kind of follow. I was like, oh, it actually works out for their team, and they were able to make it to the grand finals. So stories like that just really amaze me. I love like new picks coming out, especially since our regions are usually drowning in the current meta. They will always adapt to whatever the meta is. You will rarely see something out of the ordinary, not unless it's something that they prepared for in scrims. You'll never know. But I feel like for streamers like Jahan on YouTube, I feel like you have to kind of understand all of the roles, right, to be able to play your role perfectly. Like you have to know what the mid laner does. You want to know what the roamer does. So you kind of know what to do in every single situation. But we're gonna have to find out later on if that's gonna pay out for them, right? Like he's been streaming. I feel like he's been playing MLBB a lot. So let's see. This is the qualifiers that we're talking about. So this is another tempo. You're kind of putting it in another level here right now for your team.
Yeah, but I think when it comes to comfort picks being brought out, it means that number one, the player is very very comfortable with the hero being picked. And number two, the ceiling is very very high, which unlocks number three, which is confidence, right? You would
Yeah.
really be confident in said hero, to the extent that you won't really fear what your opponent's gonna do, because whatever you do seems right. So that is also something that just might affect your opponents, and we'll just have to see. Will they resort to comfort picks? Will they choose to play with a different approach, right? The meta approach, I feel like, will still be the name of the game. Sometimes people really underestimate these small regions, these regions like this. We would argue that they don't really have the awareness of the meta, but it turns out, like you said, they are much more informed about the meta compared to us sometimes, because they consume a lot of MLBB just to make it up top, just to be one of the best, right? So I do believe it'll end up being the YSS again, the Lancelot again.
That's like the
so
story
yeah,
of the day, right?
the story of the day,
like
exactly. YSS.
if not picked up, it's banned. It's insane. Like I've never seen this. Whenever you're on the blue side, it's almost all the time it gets
Yeah.
picked up first, if not banned. So I think that's the name of the game. I'm not so sure if there's something going on there. Maybe in between scrims, there's actually a lot of YSS that does well, like especially for the teams that have coaches, right? Like you have all of these information. But I think for YSS, it's just I think the power spike, really, the power spike, the burst damage when it comes to scaling. It's just really good. That's why a lot of these junglers, apart from burst assassins, they go for the YSS, which actually is dubbed as a marksman / assassin when it comes to his category.
Indeed. Well. We'll just have to see. We'll wait for the lobby to roll out. We're still waiting for the draft to ensue, because we are very excited to see what the picks are going to be for both players. Again, not much of a portrayal on what will be brought upon by the players, but we'll just have to wait. So far, we have conquered. How many matches is it? It's been three
It's
matches.
yeah,
three
three matches,
matches.
each series
Three.
rather. So in total, that's like 7 games in total
7
that
games?
we've casted. Yeah, 7
Yeah.
games. 3 for Mongolia, 2 each for the both Philippine matches, and then now we're heading into another BO3. So it's a total of I think 12. If it's all clean sweeps, then it's going to be perhaps like 11 or 12 matches in total today.
Yeah.
But if there's gonna be a game 3, it's like 40. Yeah, that's why when I heard about like the schedule here of ISF, I was like, yeah, the first day is always gonna be the longest, because there's so much teams, a lot of group stages that will be going on, eliminations happening. So yeah, the first day is always packed, but always the most exciting, right? Like there's so many surprises that you guys have seen earlier up against the Philippines that really put you guys in the edge of your seats. Again, if you want to catch the matches, other matches, it's at iesf.gg. For the live streams, I see a lot of people asking this on the MLBB pages, where to watch the live stream. You guys can watch it on ISF. It's streaming also on MLBB Esports on YouTube, so you guys can watch the live stream there. It's also going to be the same case for tomorrow. There's going to be 2 matches for tomorrow also, just getting a little ahead of you, giving you guys a little bit of excitement. So there's going to be 2 matches, 2 series tomorrow. So watch out for that as well, apart from today. But for me, I'm just looking to close out this day, hopefully with something uncontemporary, something new. Please bring out anything apart from the meta, because for us, we've seen that for so long. Still the assassin bans coming through here for Kazakhstan, immediately banning out the Lancelot. I wouldn't be surprised if the Yisun would be banned away here by Uzbekistan, which is a highly contested hero, especially if you're on the blue side.
Butterflies born by thy wish, guided by
Bans, yeah. So, generic bans following the meta, in accordance to the meta as well. And the Lancelot respected to choose it as well, a very, very heavy controlled mage that you don't really want to mess with. So what is respected by Uzbekistan. But now then, the second ban. The 1-1 has been unbanned, right?
I am not
Because
the
you have
only one. Bound
Most
by these
games,
chains.
matches, the 1-1 has been first banned. And so far, there is no sign of the 1-1 being banned. If the 1-1 does escape trenches of the bans, oh, it's gonna be hell let loose. But we'll see. The Phobius, the bans it out. The CC respected too. Very strong XP laners. Will this be a 1-1 game for either team? Because it is still not yet closed down. I mean, the Lapu Lapu still there as well. The Arlet, the Clea. A lot of options to play with, to be honest, for both teams. But we just have to see their priorities. Which or where does it lie? Those priorities when it comes to the bans, they really want to roll out here.
Mhm. Yeah, you see the Lancelot, the Phobius, and then you got the Zushin and the this is the CC ban from the side of Uzbekistan. So it's a really a mix and match of um, different lanes. There's no like selected targeting, but I feel like if you're in a very close region like Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan together, I feel like you've probably either encountered each other in ranked games or maybe even in scrims.
Mhm.
The meta is also pretty close within regions. I don't know if you noticed that, like for us, right? Like the Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, these are regions that usually have the same meta, and then sometimes like when you go all the way to like let's say NA or maybe even MENA, there's a totally different meta that's working out for them. And it might not be meta here in our region, but it's meta in their region. But I feel like with the bans coming out like this for both Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, it seems like the meta is still the same. A lot of bans on the XP though. Phobius and CC immediately taken out. The Yisojin, oh my gosh, yes, it's almost all the time. If not, blue side picks it up immediately. So which leaves us open with Kalea first pick. You got the 1-1. Yeah, by the way, which has been unleashed finally here in this first match of the day. Usually the answer to that before was like a focus, right? But now you still kind of need to answer out to this 1-1 here. If you're Uzbekistan, somebody that can go head to head with it, and yeah, somebody that can pick off. The Hayabusa immediately picked up, as well as the Farsa for the range.
The 1-1 being first picked is not in my bingo book at the Big 2025, but hey, it has been the state of the meta right now. It means that the 1-1 is highly respected, but it has escaped the trenches for this game, for this match. So yeah, then we have the option. He's gonna pick it up, and the Kimmy. Okay, so
Wow.
you have two
Double
hungry
marksman.
resource laners that will be deployed, and yeah, it's all about just funneling gold into two of them. Kacha is a very good pick to be the front line of both these two hyper carries. Now the question is, how do you compensate on the hunger of the 1-1 and the Kimmy, right? You gotta really funnel the gold towards them and be sure to snowball as well. When it reaches late game, you're unstoppable, but can you survive the early game? That is the question. To be honest, this match I think is the match where we don't really have an understanding of who's gonna really win, right, Kim? I mean, if we talk about the Philippines against Myanmar match, we knew that the Philippines has the upper hand. Against Thailand, same thing. Mongolia against Hong Kong, China, same thing. We thought that Mongolia was gonna rule and dominate, but for this match, I feel like it has an open ending. It's still 50-50. We still don't have
It's evergreen.
a concrete answer on who's gonna really, dominate.
Yeah, it's so evergreen because again, we haven't seen these two teams that much. Maybe if you guys have seen the streams, you've seen how some players have played. Maybe if they played together, or if there's some local tournaments in the region, you might have seen some of them. But then again, for the bigger regions, it's a little bit different. Like it's evergreen, it's new, it's fresh. Looking at Uzbekistan here, I like the Hayabusa answer, especially this can definitely, if it's farmed up, it can really give the 1-1 and the Kimi a hard time. Two resource laners, right? Like, I mean, it's for me, it's a double-edged sword. Like, yes, it can. If it does work out, then you can definitely take in the game, especially in the late game. Two marksmen, glass cannon type of composition, you can definitely win. But if it does not work out, if it ends out in a very fast snowball type of game here for Uzbekistan, it's gonna turn out differently. Oh, I haven't seen this Suyo for so long. I know some teams still use it. But I think in the current meta, it's mostly the assassins or the sustain like Fredrin. So the Jawhead is taken out. These are very selected bans coming out from both sides. So I feel like they might have some infos either on the stream here of from Uzbekistan. They might have seen just some stellar heroes that they have used in the stream. So yeah, that could be some info. But final bans, I think this should be at least like jungler bans coming out from Uzbekistan to just corner the jungler here of Kazakhstan to pick up something.
Choose my own path.
Yeah, the Arlet ban is good, but I don't know about
Yeah.
the Suyo ban. Why would you ban the Suyo? I mean, the Suyo number one is right now at the weakest state he has ever been because of the nerf towards his magic resistance. Now he only has a physical resistance. And number two, he's just gonna get outclassed by the Hayabusa, so I don't really understand why they get a ban out the Suyo, but maybe they have something else in their sleeves. High loss respected, the Jawhead as well. The Uranus is going to be picked up. They needed a frontline, and the Uranus will be present at that stage. And now, for Kazakhstan, the Uranus has been picked away, so what do they opt for as their
The
and inherent frontline, right? I mean, the
Fredrin?
Phobia's taken out as well. The Fredrin is a good shout for the jungle. That could be picked up as well. But for the mid lane, what do they want to play with? I mean, against the far side, the Eve is available. We saw the Navaria as well being picked up.
but
For
you
scouting
have the
purposes.
Kimmy though. You got the
Oh,
Kimmy
that's
here
true.
for
Oh, yeah, that's the
not
Kimmy.
unless
Oh,
not unless
Leomord.
you're gonna rock a Kimmy a Kimmy jungle, right? Which we've seen, but that's like ages ago.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
it's a
yeah.
Leomord for
Hell,
Kazakhstan. Good for I guess the neutral objectives, right? That you get in the ultimate up, you can steal in these objectives, and the Hilda, the classic Hilda, to disrupt the farm here of
Kufra.
Uzbekistan. Like this is what I said. You kind of see these refreshing picks or these uncontemporary picks only here in the newer regions of Mlbb, and it's something really exciting for me because you really don't know how it's gonna turn out, right? Like it might actually work out for Kazakhstan, and at the same time for Uzbekistan, it's a little bit more of it's similar to what we have in the meta right now. The Kufra, I guess, to answer out to like the one give it a harder time. Even the Leomord, right? So setups here, since their XP lane is more of the sustain. They got a good front to back line again here for Uzbekistan, but for Kazakhstan, it's that kind of composition. If it works, then it works. It's gonna snowball from there.
I completely forgot about the Kimmy being a potential mid laner, but
Yeah,
the
it's
Kimmy
so
is
flex,
there
right?
To play from the back again. Poke is actually still existent in the side of Kazakhstan. The Hilda and the Leomord. The Leomord has actually been picked for quite some time in MPLID, even in MSC. I think it was picked up a couple of times. That is actually an option. But hey, we do hear the sounds of the in-game, but we're still hear the drafting screen. So
Yeah.
if there's any
Let's
help,
get to that.
let's
Woo!
get to that.
Oof.
Shifting.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go.
Call for
Thank
help.
you so much.
Success.
Oh, is that a G verb TZ? I like that.
G-verb
They're
TZ.
adapting to the TZ
TZ.
names as well. Yeah, the TZ names. There's the TZ brother here from is this Kazakhstan or oh no, this is the Leomord with the superhero skin. So I could recognize it for a bit, but wow, look at the pokes coming out from the Kimi. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about this. Like they did adjust, they nerfed Kimi a bit, but I think with the recent revamp onto the Kimi, it's such a lane bully. I mean, to think about it, like you're going up against a Farsa, you can really poke the Farsa in the lane, in the laning phase. So I think that's just the strength here of both marksmen's. Even the one here to a certain extent, you can definitely poke.
Oh.
And speaking of the pokes, right? Like I told you, the Kibi, such a lane bully, and this lineup here of Kazakhstan is just it's uncontemporary. We don't really see it that often, but again, if it works, it works. The Kimi, I feel like they shouldn't give too much kills to uh, the Kimi here. I mean, it's gonna be hard if this gets farmed up. Not to mention the 1-1 also on the gold lane. So one pick off here for the side of Kazakhstan. Turtle's gonna be spawning in just a little bit. Level 4 already reached here by G-Verb TZ. Looking to rotate down bot up against the Uranus, by the way, which I think the Hilda has a much better time here up against it.
Jahon is the roamer. We talked about him playing the Kadira, the Beatrix, but it turns out he is down bottom as that roamer. But hey, so far Kazakhstan has a very good grip of the game. Alvin still there, just exerting his pressure with the Starlium beam. But now they want to gank on the top side. That's gonna be Riz4T taken down with the shadow kill off camera. Whoa, he still survives. That's the 1-1 for you. This time, seems like the players of Kazakhstan might just turn around and look for something else, but no. Uzbekistan moving as a unit, moving together. The recalls are out. But it seems like Aron wants to flicker
wow.
forward. The traction pulse misses, but it jumps. They took a ray. What is that damage? The AOG jumps forward to the squad shadow of Chunga Changa. That's a very funny name. But Riz4T might overstep. He's going to be fine. And wow, did you see the power of Vaultness from the Hilda? Insane.
Yeah, I mean, the Hilda is one of those heroes that I feel like this is often overlooked, but the damage is actually a lot, right? Like you go in for the Power of Wilderness, it's a lot of damage, especially in the early game. So I feel like the Hilda is just I mean, to think about it, you're going up against a Uranus, right? And you're faring pretty well here. You're both level 5, but looking at the items here, the Hilda actually just has the tough boots and going for the defensive type of build. So I'm actually really surprised where the damage is coming out. Probably from the emblem, but apart from that, right? Like it's just a lot to take in. The Hilda goes in for the dive, and then there's so many heroes from the backlines here of Kazakhstan that can go for the final kill. Not to mention the Gatot Gacha that's also soaking up the damage here for this side.
And now then, Kazakhstan still holding on with this lead. Don't want to relinquish it. Because early on, if you are able to nourish your hyper carriers, your Alvin and Riz4T, that late game is going to be extra spicy for them. So now the turtle has spawned. 15 seconds will be the timer for that. Wistic playing close. The XP lane has been forsaken. Meanwhile, on the mid side,
Top side though.
still no damage. Top side, it seems like they want to dive again. On towards Riz4T, the AOG is there. Riz4T still holding his ground. Chunga Changa so low, but the quad shadow still gets assassinated. The assassin gets assassinated. Riz4T again survives yet another dive attempt, and Uzbekistan, their stubbornness kills them from the inside. That's the 1-1 now accelerated. In terms of farm, in terms of XP, in terms of level, this is going from bad to worse for Uzbekistan.
Yep, I think for Uzbekistan, they've poured in so much resources. Oh, nice setup there by Jahan, but that's the two tanky frontliners that can really definitely sustain the turret damage. That's already, wow. All of the gold plating taken down there by Kazakhstan up top. Level 9 also hit there by Gverb TZ, who's actually 3 levels ahead here from Chunga Changa. So it's really difficult at this point. So we're gonna have to wait for the setups here from Jahan. Nice feathered airstrike there to zone out the backlines. AOG just to disengage, but look at the damage again coming out from Aaron on the Hilda. Ubin just figuring out the ways there with the Kimi, but as you can see, you know, these are two marksmen line up. Like what I said, it's difficult to go up against this, especially when these two are farmed up. And right now the score is like 3-0. Map control again from the side of Kazakhstan, and they're looking to invade even towards the red buff here of Uzbekistan, who's just a little bit more reactive here right now. Feathered airstrike still not available, but while we're saying all of that, the turret down bot goes down, as well as Chunga Changa. As the rest of the members here of Uzbekistan, they're just more so reactive of what is going on here. Like they're reactive of the engages that Kazakhstan is doing, that they completely forgot that they're actually scrambling for what to do next year.
Nope, traction pulse misses. And Gverb TZ might wanna make way into the mid lane, but as of now, the turret still stands tall. So if you talk about structures, then Uzbekistan at least still are grateful to have that mid lane turret standing strong for them. Turtle though, under pressure. It seems like they're gonna take it for free. No contest whatsoever from Uzbekistan.
Here comes Riz 4T. They might want to look for a collapse here.
Oh,
AOG connects on towards the Moskov. The Moskov deleted. It seems like he's still able to survive with the Abyss Walker. A Feather Airstrike opened up as well. They lift to tail, but look at the traction. Pulls to the back.
Oops.
And that's going to be overtaken down with Hayabusa, but still Aaron able to get 1 kill. 2 kills for the Hayabusa. Chungachanga dancing around the SOD. Dodge merely. And they're gonna collapse back to mid turret. At least they get it down. But 2 kills. Olvanen, the Gatot Kacha taken down. Uzbekistan. They breathe life back to this game, but still a far cry from winning.
Yeah, for Riz 40 also. The one with the most gold here. Just aura farming. Just taking in as much gold as he can. 5.8k next to G-Verb TZ, which says a lot. Like these first 3 players in the most gold earn is actually on the side here of Kazakhstan. So for Uzbekistan, I feel like they have to answer out to 2 things here. Riz, G-Verb, and Uvlin here. Feathered Airstrike committed here by Kare. But at the same time, it's not able to get anybody out. The ultimate has not been popped just yet, but Jahan taking a lot of the damage there. 1 HP, AOG again, right on cue, right on point onto Kare, who has already suffered 4 deaths from this one. The turret is what they want, and the turret is what they're gonna get. So much pressure here from the side of Kazakhstan, and not to mention the 1-man here of Riz 4T that still has the Inspire here. Aaron just intimidating the side here of Uzbekistan, but they're gonna be able to stay in this one, but not for long though. It's gonna be the Moskov picking up the kill. Revitalize has been popped up here. Jahan trying to go for the setup play, but there's the setup play from the Kibi as well from the backside as Jahan gets taken down. The Katotkacha as well with the Feathered Airstrike from the backside. It's a 2-for-1 trade as the Lord is up for the taking, the first Lord of this game in the 8-minute mark.
At least as of now, they're able to hold on in the back. The Lord now wide open for the taking. The Leomord has that prio to take it compared to the Hayabusa, who really needs to jump and wait for the last moment to pop that retribution. So the question is, will they be able to weather the storm and Feather Airstrike to clear the wave up mid, exerting the pressure up top? It's gonna be the Moskov just bouncing and tiptoeing his way to try to clear that wave that has been mounting so far. And now here comes the
Oh,
Lord so
Phantom
low.
Seed.
This is not gonna be contested. This is free. And the rhetoric connects the traction pulse as well to the back. Wistic biting the bullet from Olvin. The back shadow kill misses, and Riz 40 still survives for so long. They're gonna hunt down this Hayabusa. Where are you going? Chunga Chunga. There is nowhere
Yep,
for
shadow
you
out.
to hide. Waiting in the wings. The quad shadow
Yep.
popped back as well, but Chunga Chunga will
Aaron?
die in the hands of Riz 40 up top though. At least they're able to pop the holy defense.
Yep, the Lord though still goes to the side here of Kazakhstan. Second tiers, maybe even the inhibitors should be down here. The only good thing here about what's happening for Uzbekistan is the punish that they're doing up against Kazakhstan, right? If they overextend, there's also the feathered airstrike to kind of shred the front lines here of Kazakhstan. But we can't deny this is a Lord that's marching into the base here of Uzbekistan. Second tiers are all gone. Phantom Steed all the way up here for G-Verb TZ. Oh no, Jahan taken down there, but is able to escape though. Uses the flicker out to safety. The turrets are still up and alive. I feel like for Kazakhstan, they just want to go for more here, but they have to watch out for Jahan. He's looking to set up the plays here, but there's super minions coming in here from the side of Kazakhstan. The Phantom Seed is available, and there they go. Avatar of the Guardian onto the backside just to escape. They got in the inhibitor turrets, and they try to go for more here. 10 kills for the side of Kazakhstan. This is a very good take-in, at least like second tier, and even the inhibitors are gone with just the first Lord take.
So waiting for that pressure to subside, but here comes Chungachanga again. The only active pressure that they can really hold on to towards Kazakhstan. But Kazakhstan, they're playing this in a methodical way, calculatively, and so far Uzbekistan, they want to push out the lanes, at least on bottom. They're able to push that fourth. And we talk about the Moscow being that side lane threat towards Kazakhstan. I mean, the Hayabusa is also there, so they have that option in their cards. Mid lane still going to be contained by Kazakhstan. Hiding in the wings, the bush. Still going to be filled with two players. Uh-oh, it's gonna be Aaron with all the pressure. The AOG forces Karay to flicker back. The Gatotkachi just exerts all the damage on towards himself. Here comes Riz 40. Where's the flight? He takes flight, not yet, because both tanks still held on to dear life, and Wistic so low. Meanwhile, the back, they
Yep,
can't jump in
minions.
any further. The Crystal, the hands, and in their sights. The Lord 15 seconds, so Kazakhstan, they don't want to rush this one out.
I think it's the safer route here for the side of Kazakhstan, right? There's sustain, there's already damage coming out from Kuray's Farsa, and not to mention the Moskov also. But Aaron here spots out Kuray. Feathered Airstrike committed very early on before the Lord, so that is one ultimate out for the side of Uzbekistan. But let's take a look at what's happening here on the Lord pit. G-Verb TZ though, getting a bit of the damage. Winter
Crown.
Crown though, the save! Today, he is still up, alive, and kicking as Chungachanga gonna get in the AOG. He's all alone here. He does not have the purple. Gets bursted down there by Kazakhstan, and this is the opening that they needed. He did not have the shadow, unfortunately, and that is going to be the Lord free, uncontested here by Kazakhstan.
Mm-hmm. And at least for now, Kazakhstan, again, just playing in the back of the timers, the Lord as well, but yeah, nothing really is able to be achieved behind that behind that taking. G-Verb TZ, you would argue that the Leomord, once it hits the late game, it becomes such a monster. But so far, G-Verb TZ has been only focused on funneling that gold, just farming fast, and here comes the Lord, spawn in the mid lane, but a malefic gun secured by the Moskov, so adds that extra gap, adds that extra range for him to play and kite back. Here comes players of
Yep,
Kazakhstan
Phantom
into
Steed.
the base. Here goes the Gatotkacha with the Conceal
Oh,
AOG
AOG again.
in the place, locks them down. Alvin deletes Karay. The Lord running down. The Crystal opened as well, but here comes the Kazakhstani squad rampaging on towards the Crystal. No minions though.
Oh no,
All
the shutdown
defended.
though.
They have to wait. That's a shutdown for the
Oh, no.
Moskov. The Moskov dancing to death. Not yet agreed on who will die, but here comes Chugachanga still just with the quad shadow wanting to push forth, pursue. All the players of Kazakhstan, as of now, they have to pause and think of what they're gonna do because the minions are gone and 3 players are deleted.
Yep, that's a very, very good defense there by Uzbekistan, right? 2 marksmen left here for Kazakhstan. They got a Uranus, they got the Moscow. By the way, that has not suffered any casualties just yet, so he's just having a very good time farming. He's reached that level 15, even on the side here of Kazakhstan. So it's a matter, again, of positioning here. But again, Kazakhstan has that glass cannon type of composition, which is just favoring their side when it comes to most damage dealt, right? Like as you can see, both marksmen's have the most damage dealt here for the side of Kazakhstan. 50 seconds here before the Lord is up. For Kazakhstan, there's so many ways to end this game. They can go for the split push. They can go for the classic Lord take, but it seems like they're pressuring a lot on the top side, maybe forcing Riz 40 to hop in that ultimate, but the AOG always on point. They get the shutdown onto the Moskov. A double kill. Ovlin as well picks up another onto Jahon. It is 3 members left. They got career there to clear out the way. Wisnik taking in a lot of the damage from the Kimi. Chugachanga trying to get in the pick off from the backlines. A double kill for the Kimi. 4 members left. They got a feathered airstrike here. They know this could be the game. The death timers are up. They're gonna lock in the base here for Riz 40. Chungachanga unable to make the place, and that is gonna be it. Kazakhstan takes in the first game of the series.
Wow, 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 Kazakhstan. Since the early game, we saw their dominance and we saw what they were capable of achieving. And they were able to play behind their win conditions. That was a very, very dominant game. However, Uzbekistan still showed signs of fight back, signs of grit. Let's take a look at the highlight here, in which it was mostly Riz 40, right? Becoming the target of operation. He was constantly ganged up top. They were preparing for a collapse, for a dive, but multiple times he escaped death. So it was insanely close for him to die, but he became a late game threat, like we said. The Kimi, the 1-1 as well. The later the game goes, it becomes scarier for Uzbekistan. So they had to end the game early. However, in Kazakhstan. They were able to push on through, and I think an honorable mention I want to shout out is the Gacha. This
Yeah,
guy
I was gonna say
with
that.
the
Yeah.
engages, the AOG was so on point, and this is why Gacha is so good against the Farsa. The Farsa really wants to function as a standing statue that can shoot out the missiles and get under airstrike. However, when you have to put Gacha, it passively becomes a passive threat. So you're always gonna guess when will he pop the AOG, and when he pops the AOG, the Farsa proactively can ult. So if you wanna survive that AOG, you gotta flicker away. And when you don't have a flicker, you gotta pray that you have the wings by wings. And if you don't have any of those, then wallahi, you're finished, right? So yeah, Kazakhstan, very good layering of the CC. The Gatotkacha with the Kimi as well, the Hilda to zone out the players of Uzbekistan. So yeah, it's been a very solid performance from Kazakhstan.
Yep. The double marksman lineup proved to work out well here for Kazakhstan. This is one of the places where, yep, the Moscow saved the day. But yeah, honorable mention definitely to the Gatotkacha here from the side of Kazakhstan. All of the avatar on guard, it's so, it's oddly satisfying to watch the AOG actually get the targets right here. And I think this is the game with the most AOGs that got the targets right, which actually really enabled both the marksmen to shine in this game for Kazakhstan. It's a double marksman lineup. Sometimes you feel like, oh, this is a bit hard to pull off because you have two lanes that are scaling up. You have two lanes that need items that need time to farm. But for Kazakhstan, they're able to pad it out for this game. I have to mention Gverb TC as well. All throughout the game, apart from the teamfight prowess that the Gatotkacha, the Hilda has alongside the Wanwan and the Kimi, Gverb TC has been the one rotating around the map, ensuring that the Hayabusa does not get his farm as well. Like for the most of the time, you see him proactively taking the turtles, the jungle creeps on the side of Uzbekistan, denying all of that from the side of Uzbekistan. There's a ample amount of sustain, but I feel like for the execution wise, Kazakhstan just executed this perfectly with the double marksman lineup. You'll be saying that they did a job well done. No deaths actually for Riz 4T, so he's definitely the MVP here for this particular matchup. 1-1 has been adjusted, but I think for this particular matchup, Riz 4T just shows that the power of a 1-1, which is also the reason why it has been banned away almost in all of the series that we've casted today.
Yeah, it's a sure win for Kazakhstan. I mean, Riz 4T, the ATM and the tank as well, but it's all been with the 6 eliminations as the carry. I really want to know, the stat where it shows the player with the most damage dealt. I think that tank is supposed to be damage received, right? Not damage dealt.
Yeah.
So I think 76k is way too high for damage dealt. So yeah, I think that would be a very nice stat. But hey, Wingman still got the Gacha.
Oh, for sure.
Very much deserved. Yeah.
Yeah. For sure. The AOGs, I think in this particular game, he only missed like one or two. It's either to escape or to disengage from the team fights, but the rest of the AOGs were just so on point. I was like, wow, it's so nice to play a Gatotkacha. You know how some people would argue saying that, yeah, it's difficult to pull off a Gatotkacha because the ultimate is it's predictable, right? Like you can see the AOG before it even comes right in. But I think in this case, the AOG always catches the team of Uzbekistan by surprise. That's why they got a lot of these W's in the team fight. So props to the Gatotkacha and overall to Kazakhstan for putting up a show here. But there's still one more matchup that they will have. It's going to be the match point between them and Uzbekistan. It's refreshing to see another type of jungler come out this time. It's a Leo Ward, which we've seen also in the previous patches. But in this particular Iesf Asia Qualifiers, this is the first time we're going to be seeing it.
Even if we didn't really see the Leo Mord in action, but we'll be back for the action because I gotta take a break. So stay tuned in the World Esports Iesf Asia and Oceania Qualifiers 2025 Mlbb. We'll be back after this.
Welcome back to the World Esports ISF Asia and Oceania Qualifier 2025 for Mlbb. Still with me, Realize, and Kim, where we are going to enter game number 2 of match number 4 because we saw Kazakhstan completely taking control of that match against Uzbekistan in the first few minutes and even in the closing stages of the game. So we'll have to see if Uzbekistan has an answer or has a reply to what Kazakhstan was giving them in their face.
I mean, it's just a mastery of skills, a glass cannon type of composition that worked really well there for Kazakhstan. Despite the, I would say, uncontemporary picks, not something that you'd see in the meta. And you're a jungler that I wouldn't say is too far out in the meta. It's still there, but it's just not the prio. It's refreshing to see, and it's also refreshing to see that that kind of lineup actually worked out for Kazakhstan. So one more win for them. They're going to be taking in the series, and we're going to be capping it off with the last match of the day, last series of the day. So you'll have to find that out later on after this particular series. Match point for Kazakhstan. I see that there's a high chance of winning if you're. Actually, I can't say that though, because Philippines has almost all the time remained on the red side, and they won all of their matches. And then for Mongolia, I think for the most part they stayed on the red side as well. So there's really not that much of a good stats. Like there was a time that if you stayed on the blue side, there's a higher chance of winning. But I think this time it's just really 50-50 in a matter of really what you choose to prioritize in the game, right? Like I think for this particular round, Kazakhstan prioritized on 2 marksmen, like which is something that you don't really do, right? Like you would prio the XP, you'd prio a jungler, but the 1-1 and the Kimi instantly here. So I feel like the 1-1 ban should come through here, not unless for the side of Uzbekistan, this is something that they've used, something that they're comfortable with. They can actually steal it away if they are on the blue side.
Mhm. That ban is actually very important because we saw the 1-1 did not see the light of day today at all. It was completely banned out. And nobody was able to really play the 1-1. And then came Uzbekistan, completely disrespecting the 1-1. So I do hope that they would try to pander onto just banning the 1-1 because the 1-1 actually was very, very much of a menace. The 1-1 has to be respected, but I think the other bans should stay the same. I mean, the Lancelot ban out, or maybe if you don't want to ban it out, you can play it. No SS, you can test it if you want. Go blue side and then just take over the drafting phase, dictate it to your own liking. The Arlet is also available up for grabs, so that might be an option where these players might want to use. But yeah, Uzbekistan will just ban away the 1-1.
Yeah.
They will start blue side, so now they have a say of how they want to play around the draft. It's gonna be a 1-1 ban, the full obvious ban. Kazakhstan now the Lancelot taken out. They're also gonna take out the YSS, so this is gonna be a trade. Arlet, Lapu Lapu, Chusin, Kalea. There's a lot of heroes that can really go past or by without being banned.
Yeah, I'm thinking this is Kazakhstan just taking away all the jungler options. I wouldn't be surprised if that's also a Hayabusa last ban, but there's just so much to give away here to Uzbekistan. So the respect onto the 1-1. Honestly, it's really hard to go up against it, especially when it farmed up in the lane. The Moskov did pretty well. Like it did head over to the late game, did get the items, but then again, 2 marksmen set up from the side of Kazakhstan early was just way too heavy. The Katakacha is also another one. It seems like Kazakhstan is so comfortable with that hero. The AOGs just kept on hitting time after time, but the Baksha ban still comes through. It seems like this is a popular ban, either picked up, either banned. Same case as the YSS. So for Kazakhstan again, do they want to leave open the things like the Arlot, the CC here for Uzbekistan to pick up first, right? Like, but not unless Uzbekistan wants to go a completely different route, other than the XP lane prio, since it seems like Kazakhstan prios like the mid and the gold lane here.
Oh, the Juicin also taken out and banned, so this might be Uzbekistan just picking up the Kalea. Kalea makes most sense. Because you compare it with a lot of things. You compare it with the Beatrix, you compare it with the Farsa. Unless they want something ultra carry, they can go for the Arlet. But if they go for the Arlet, they can go Kalea, Lapu Lapus, 1 and 2 for Kazakhstan. So yeah, you're in the wrong here for a lot of options, but CC is also available. Um, that is also a very strong pick for Uzbekistan, so that's very, very nice to see them get that pick. Now for Kazakhstan, a lot of options. Arlet, Lapu Lapu, Kalea, but they
Oh,
go
still
for the
the same.
Kimi Gatot. So they are much more confident with the Kimi pick and the Gatot pick compared to the Kalea. So yeah, we'll have to see
Hey.
how they fare off against the CC without the Kalea.
Yeah, I mean the Kalea could still be picked up here by Uzbekistan if that's something that Jahan is comfortable with. But for Kazakhstan, this is a combo that works so well. You pair up the Kimi with the Gatot Kacha, and the AOGs were so on point. I just have to say that once again here. It's so on point in game number 1. And it's only just like, it's an 80% AOG hitting. And still the Moskov here for Uzbekistan. So again, you know, the Kimi could also still be a flex here for Kazakhstan, right? Like earlier it was 1-1 Kimi combo since the 1-1 was open, but this could actually be a Kimi gold lane for the side of Kazakhstan. We'll have to find out later on, but the Farsa being picked up here. So it's virtually the same lineup that Uzbekistan had in the previous game, with the only difference of a CC. And then Kazakhstan goes away and steals away the Hayabusa here for their side. I was actually thinking that they might ban it out, but instead they pick it up for themselves. Last 2 bans here should be centered again towards the jungle picks here of Uzbekistan.
Yeah. This Hayabusa again picked up means that at least they have access to the back line. The Farsa will always be susceptible, especially when you have to get Hotkacha ready to jump in with the AOG. The high loss taken out by Kazakhstan, leaving Uzbekistan no worries, because they have picked themselves up in XP. They can just go Arlet or Lapu Lapu ban here, but they will prefer to ban out the Hilda. So I don't think Kazakhstan really wants to play the Arlet or Lapu Lapu, because it feels like that Hilda was also their strength, their forte in the hands of Aaron. So we'll have to see. The 1 ban now coming in from Kazakhstan. They can just try to ban out the Fredrin here, or the Baxia.
Yeah.
The Baxia.
Let's just ban
Yeah, they'll just ban the Fredrin.
Fredrin.
Because they need to stop a strong jungler
Akai?
to rack and just go crazy on Kazakhstan. But Akai,
Yeah.
you said it.
Akai, I'm thinking about like sustain, sustain or utility. Like you're talking about Akai. I think in the recent patch, the X-Borg, which we've seen that was used earlier by Hong Kong China in their last game for today. It's also a very good option. And the Badang, okay, setups after setups is what you would want to go for. But the Arlot's still open here for Kazakhstan to pick up. So that's a good layering of skills here for their side. The Uranus also, if you want to go for extra sustain here for Kazakhstan. So it's really a matter of the tempo that they kind of want to go for here. But the Arlot, like what I said, it's open. Actually, it's kind of weird that I don't see the Arlot being picked up in the first place. It's not a prize. It's kind of like the teaser, like, oh, it's just a side thought, like, oh yeah, the Arlot is open up. Or maybe it's because they're kind of waiting for what picks will come out. But Uzbekistan's here, utility type of jungler, X-Borg, but I guess they don't really have a hard front just yet, so they might want to go for a hard tank here. The Hylos is already out of the picture, so maybe another trad. Oh, Kalea, which wasn't picked up. Yeah, these are heroes that are usually picked up in the first phase, and now these teams decide, oh yeah, you know what, these are actually open, and might as well pick them up here in the second phase of the draft.
Well, the Kalea taken up. It's a missed opportunity. Oh, the Fanny finally makes its appearance.
Yeah, that's how it should be, right?
Neglected. It was completely neglected. It was completely just gone. But the Harriet as it responds. Okay, this is brewing up to be a very interesting match. What are your thoughts on this game?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, you know, I did not. Usually, if the Fanny is left open, it's been left open even in the previous game, right? So
yeah,
it's a matter of, it's time to bring out the big guns here for Uzbekistan. Let's bring out the Fanny. Let's force out the game number 3 here for the side of Kazakhstan. But the Harriet also here up against the Moscow, this will definitely have a better laning phase. But I think for both junglers, it's straightforward, right? They're both assassins, blue buff dependent also. So I feel like whoever has the upper hand here in this match will get to control really the game. Like if you don't have the blue buffs for both of these assassins, it's like their life. If you don't have it, it's really difficult to pop in those ganks. It's difficult to go in for those team fights and neutral objectives. So yeah, the early phase of the game will be vital. I'm not so sure if there's going to be any invades that will be made here, since I feel like the side lanes are pretty much equal. But in terms of the range, I would have to give it a little bit towards the Farsa here, that has a little bit more AoE compared to the Kimi. But like what they said, the Kimi really bullied the Farsa in the laning phase earlier. So let's see if that's going to pan out. It's going to be the match point here for Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. Finally, the Fanny making its way here to the ISF Asia qualifiers. Let's see if it'll work out for Chunga Changa here for Uzbekistan. The Fanny and the Hayabusa pick up here for both teams. It's match number 2, match point for the side of Kazakhstan.
Yep. And here we go. Where the Fanny makes its appearance finally. After completely neglected for the whole day. Either neglected or just banned. But most of the times it was negligence coming in for the players. Uh-oh, Olvin so low. That is pressure so high. Bro, Jahon was so damn close to getting the kill. But there goes the Farsa. That's going to be Karay with the first blood. On towards Olvin. The Kimi deleted and gone. This time, Uzbekistan having control and seizing any possible loots of war that can get in the early game. And so far, Kazakhstan is still left without an answer. The Hereth against Moskov lane, though, at least for Riz4T, it's all about surviving and bullying and harassing this Moskov, because the Hereth late game can be much of a disaster for Uzbekistan, but the Fanny gets spotted out, retrieves it away. Oh, that Starlium Beam catches her, but no follow-up. So she can still steel cable her way away from the players of Uzbekistan.
Yeah, Gverb TC here is already at level 4. That's a little bit of clapback there from Uzbekistan. Karay was actually the first blood earlier up against Uvlin, and they got his catch up, but now he finally got his revenge. But now the ultimate is still not yet up. That's gonna be Jahon taken down there by 4 members of Kazakhstan. The turtle's gonna be up, so this should give Kazakhstan again the prime position. We talked about how, you know, the early stages of the game will be vital. Chunga Changa still has to get in that purple buff, while Gverb TZ already immediately goes straight. And positioning wise, I feel like this should favor the side of Kazakhstan, not unless, you know, somebody's gonna go in for the opening. That attention will be taken in. Gverb TZ Retribution taking in the turtle here and takes down Chunga Changa as well. Care of the assist from the back line as well. You see a lot of the purifies also being used here. Respect to the Kalea here of Jahon, but that's going to be the turtle and the pick off onto the Fanny here from the side of Kazakhstan.
Here goes Swistic up top. That lane against the Arlet is very scary to play. As the CC, you would expect it would win, but the Arlet is just way too self-sustaining. And that's going to be a solo kill for Aaron towards Wistic. The CC gets deleted. Take a look at the item build so far. No major items acquired just yet for any of the players, but it seems like the Fanny will go for a Hunter Strike soon. And there goes the Feather Airstrike just to clear out the waves, just to clear out the lane. But look at Kazakhstan. They know this Fanny cannot be left alone, just play and farm. So they have to move as a unit to try to shut it down, try to invade it. And just disturb it, disrupt it, cause upheaval. And up top, it's Aaron with the final slash again. Looking to end Wistic's comfort up top. But so far, Kazakhstan, they're still holding on a thin thread early on.
Yeah, I think it's difficult to farm at this point, right? It also disrupts the rotation that Uzbekistan is doing here, since Chunga Changa still needs to farm up, right? As compared to Gverb TZ, who's rocking in that war cry. By the way, level 7, just a level ahead up against Chunga Changa, but that's not to be discredited. 1k gold lead here for the side of Kazakhstan. The turtle was also taken in by them earlier, so if this continues on, a double laning as well for Riz4T. So this is definitely all across the board. It's W's, and again the AOG by the Katotkacha. Always, all the time, on point with the backline damage. Better airstrike committed here, but here comes Gverb TZ with the retaliation. Does he have the shadow kill?
No!
Taken down real low as Aaron picks up that kill flickers in to take it in, and now the purple buff is gonna be contested here. I don't think it's gonna be an easy one there. Wistik gonna get taken down, and the pull in here from their side. The final slash as
The
well as
Fanny.
Chungachanga with no escape here from the Kimmy. A double kill picked up, and the purple successfully denied from Uzbekistan with a tower to boot.
Oh, that SOD, don't take it, don't take it, and yeah, no. The Moscow won't take it, but now for Kazakhstan, they will take the turtle. And at least for Gatotkacha, right? He has to ration his ultimate, it seems like. He can't really blindly jump in, even though the AOG does connect most of the times, or if he wants to use it defensively, that's fine. But I feel like it also needs to be situated in a scenario where the Farsa or Karay one time might just pop the ultimate, right? The Feather Airstrike, the counter, we've talked about it, is the AOG. To force her to flicker away or just straight out cancel the ultimate. And there goes the AOG, knowing well that Karay has popped the ultimate. Attraction pulse on top of it as well. 2 bites off the cherry. Purified is the Tsunami Slam. Now they want to collapse even further. Wistik so low. Taken down. The final slash is perfect. And 2 members remaining. Yet to be deleted. The SOD connects, but from the back it's going to be Chungachanga. But can't really do much. And Kazakhstan, they roll even deeper into the trenches of a victory. But for Uzbekistan, it's them falling in the same limbo as the previous game.
Yeah, how does Riz40 manage to do this? I mean, we haven't seen much of him, right? Like, he was just able to keep on farming up. And speaking of farming up, he's the one with the most gold right now. Earlier, I believe it was GVerbTZ, and now it just swung to Riz40 after that team fight. And I think for this, like, Chungachanga is really going to get denied that purple buff. And like what I said, you know, the Fanny without a purple buff, yeah, it's really difficult. The retribution comes right in before all of the turtle. But how can you manage that when you know, Kazakhstan has been wreaking havoc there? There's the takedown onto the Arlot, but now GVerbTV onto the backside. Chungachanga gonna be the target here. Jahan taking in a lot of the damage, the bullets from the Kimmy as Riz40 gonna dance all the way in, getting a double kill there. 3 members down for the price of 1. I would say that is definitely a W Spear of Destruction there. They're not gonna commit for more here for the side of Uzbekistan, knowing that Kazakhstan just is farmed up more, has a bit more, has more items than them. 2 turtles for the taking for their side as well. And the last turtle is up here once again for the taking.
I just realized the Gatotkacha has the EVOS recall. EVOS in his veins. But how cracked is Riz4T though? You saw him with the Harith, the 1-1 and Harith, 2 high mechanic heroes. He's able to pull it off with little to no sweat. And delivering as well. 4 kills for the Harith. Only 7 minutes. This is disastrous for Uzbekistan. And the Fanny just left in the trenches, not escaping the clutches of Kazakhstan. Now they will try to fish for more. This maybe final slash play. But held on.
Yeah.
For Aaron. So no follow-up whatsoever. There goes the final slash, connects with the Fanny, but no follow-up. No further action taken. They will try to just hold on. Up there goes the Zaman Force. That's Riz4T with the damage. Oh my god! Insanely hurting Uzbekistan. That's the Harith with a 5-kill lead. This is what it does to you. And Uzbekistan, all they can do is just watch in a gape. Meanwhile, up top, they will try to push forward. That's going to be GVerbTZ with a turret to his name as well. But for Uzbekistan, this is looking very bleak. Every second that passes slowly for them.
Yeah, I feel like what's really hard here is once the Zaman Force is up, I'm not even sure who's the one dishing out the damage. Is it the Kimmy or is it Riz4T? But look at that, deleted in an instant. The Moskov here of Uzbekistan down. The most that they can do here for Chungachanga is he's just making the lanes move, but that's the most he can do, right? Because Kazakhstan just wrecking havoc there. There's the Tsunami Slam, the AOG coming right in. There's just too much damage here coming from the side of Kazakhstan. They got the minion waves. They're looking to end this one. There's some tanky lineups here, but I don't think it's enough just yet. At least the inhibitor should be down here for their side. They got the Blood Wings also here for Ublin, so this is gonna be a whole lot more damage towards their side. 5 members standing up and tall, looking to end this game. The feathered airstrike, the AOG is up. Final slash not committed just yet as they clear out the minion waves here. 16 kills for Kazakhstan. Almost a, yeah, no, it's actually a 10k lead here for Kazakhstan. So this is really difficult, not unless you get like at least 2 shutdowns here. Riz 40 still standing up top with 35,000 gold.
Ooh, that SOD. It lands, but no follow-up. Can't really take that when 4 players are primed up and ready to catch you in that pit. So now, reset for Kazakhstan because they know they can't end it just yet. They play the long and disciplined game. Two! Final slash connects the Moskov, has the Spear of Misery. However, they'll follow up. The Tsunami Slam is their AOG! And Attraction Pulse is beautiful. Say goodbye to your hopes and dreams of winning this game because Kazakhstan is just there to shatter the mirror. And so far, it seems like Chungachanga can't do much but just watch from afar. Shadow kill! And Deverteezy!
What was that?
What is Mikasa in the eye of Kakashi? And that's gonna be Kazakhstan with 20 kills, ending the game in a 2-0 fashion, a dominant one compared to game 1.
Wow, I would have expected like, yeah, it's explosive, right? Like you pick up the fanny, that's the kind of reaction that makes you go like, whoa. That's the last pick, right, for the side of Uzbekistan. But for Kazakhstan, they just know how to play it well. I think for the most part here, Kazakhstan just took in a lot of the turtles, a lot of the neutral objectives, and I think by the time it reached the 5-minute mark, they just denied the purple buff here for Chungachanga. The most that he could actually do for this entire game was just to make the lanes move. And by the time that the lanes were moving, Riz 40, I don't even know what he was doing. Like we were so focused on the fanny here, we were so focused on G-Verb TZ that we just completely forgot that there's also still Riz 40. Look at that! Half damage on even the tankiest heroes. Even under their own turret, they weren't safe. There were attempts here of the setups. Yep, they were successful. But then again, you know, the damage. Again, Kazakhstan just has so much more of that. Not to mention the slows coming out from the Kimi. So it's just really difficult to move in this situation. Not to mention Riz 40. Just like 2 Zaman forces, he just dances around you, you get deleted in an instant. So it was really difficult to stop it. There was no way to take him down. Probably the only way to take him down was the Jahon, but there's still the Purify available, right? So there's just so much to consider here for the side of Uzbekistan. And this was one of the final team fights that they had. The Avatar of the Guardian, once Karay was down, it was just way more easier for Kazakhstan to penetrate the base here of Uzbekistan. And the setups after setups and Riz 40, they weren't able to shut him down. It was just snowball for the side of Kazakhstan again, proving to us that, yeah, they made it work mid to late game. It didn't even reach, the 15-minute mark, a very fast game, 10 minutes and 30 seconds. And they were able to close this series out with a clean sweep once again.
A clean sweep. So it's been a clean sweep galore so far. 4 matches being played, even insert a best of 3 right there and still get the best of 5 right there. And they still get a 3-0. But in Uzbekistan, we thought the Fanny might be a catalyst pick where, it might create
Game changer pick, perhaps.
Yeah, game-changing approach, right? But still, Kazakhstan was very methodical in their approach. Again, there is a reason why they let go of the Kalea and went for the Gatot Kacha, because you have so much backline access. You make the Farsa basically immobile. You can't move as a Farsa when you have an AOG. The ultimate as well rendered useless, because the Farsa has to be on her toes every time the Gatot Kacha is close by. But I think Riz 40 is just a cracked beast. This guy is so good on the 1-1, on the Harriet. He showed high mechanical prowess, and I can't wait to see more of him. But let's take a look at the stats here. ATM is Riz 40, carry is Riz 40, tank is Riz 40. Everything you can think of is just him, and him. The wingman's still the same. It's gonna be the Gatot Kacha. Sorry, I can't spell her name, but yeah, if you take a look, even 0 neutral objectives for Uzbekistan, and they are completely shackled. And look at the damage to the tower, 50k for Kazakhstan. Uzbekistan has only 7.3k, and it's just hard. It's super
Mhm.
hard when you can't really go past the front line, when you can't really, transcend the carries of Kazakhstan because um, you have an Arlet that's actively moving, you have a Harith that's so elusive. The Fanny can't do much, so yeah, that's just a dominating um, end to that game coming in from Team Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan. Yeah, wow. I mean, the Fanny was unleashed. Different picks were unleashed. Kalea was given, but I think ultimately, for this game, it's just a matter of the mastery of heroes as well. The macro gaming was also very strong here for both sides, and if I'm not mistaken, I think I saw Riz Vorti on a Holy Crystal as the
Yeah.
one of the first items, right? Like you get the cooldown boost, and then you get the Holy Crystal. So it really, really just shreds everybody apart, and it made it so difficult for Uzbekistan. Good game. Nice try though for Uzbekistan. We hope you come back stronger, but Kazakhstan definitely will be taking the W for this one. But for me and Realize, there's one last matchup for everybody today who has been watching us. Thank you so much for watching IESF Asia qualifiers, but we'll be right back with one last BO3 for the day. So don't you guys go away. The IESF Asia qualifiers. We'll be right back with more action. Yeah, we're
Yo,
back.
yeah,
Woohoo!
got
It's
got
a
caught
long
in
break.
the act.
Yeah. I mean, it's already past midnight. Well, yeah, it's almost midnight rather here in our time zone. But of course, the IESF Asia qualifiers are still up. Welcome back. I know that was a long break. I hope you guys got some rest wherever you are watching from. Hopefully, you guys are safe. You guys have gotten your snacks because we're down to one last game. We're down to one last series, our last VO3 for the day. And of course, they say the first day is always the longest one, but we got one last matchup for you guys. It is going to be Jordan versus Oman. Am I right?
Yeah,
Yes.
Oman
Yeah.
against Jordan. I don't know, Jordania. I think they're the same. I think we're supposed to say, yeah, Jordan. Oh, okay. It's supposed to be Jordan because
Yeah.
Jordania is like an Indonesian way to say Jordan. It's like Jordania, but yeah, it's Jordan up against Oman. It's gonna be the clash of two countries, which, by the way, we don't have much background to when it comes to just the MLBB scene, because these teams hasn't really been exposed to that much MLBB. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Jordan was able to partake in one of the editions of the ISF. I think it was ISF 2023. I might have to check that again.
Yeah.
But yeah, so far, it's a bit of a gray area where we can really say, right? Not much to say yet again. For Oman, I think they haven't even been exposed to international MLBB. Maybe it's only up to the qualifiers. Aside from that, there's not much happening for these teams, especially MLBB. ISF started only by 2022, so yeah, they will need to
Mm-hmm.
put themselves on the map. Here comes Jordan with as team roster. We have Tagar, we have Doremi, Tara, Falcon, and Vlad. So yeah, kind of complicated name right there, but I'm just gonna call you Vlad. Yeah, these are the players that is going to don the Jordan uniform for today's match.
Yep. For the team roster of Oman, I'm actually also excited to see who will be playing for them for today. I believe some of the teams have some substitutes, and some teams have their usual five mans. But you know what's really interesting about the six man is that you can feel them out anytime. It can kind of shake things up, like whatever you're
Mhm.
preparing for right now. It could be the six man coming in and just having a different tempo all throughout. But let's also take a look at the team roster here of Oman. We got black. Ooh, black. Is that black rice? How do
Black
you read that?
rice, yeah,
Black
black
rice.
rice.
Yeah, let's call it black rice. Abdullah, you got Zhongli, you got Zero Dark, and white rice. Okay, you got black rice and you got white rice. Okay, you got all of them, and both really, um, uh, yeah, both of them playing for the Oman roster here for today in the Asia qualifiers. And
Mhm.
Zhongli, isn't this the one from?
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
gonna say another game, another game.
yeah.
So
That game,
that game
that
wherein,
game.
yeah, he's like the poster boy for that game, actually, one of the
He
poster boys rather.
is.
So
He is the
it's
poster
it's nice to
boy.
see him.
Yeah, he's here. I mean, he is the poster boy. He loves Osmanthus tea. He is
Hmm.
approximately 2,000 years
Wow.
old, and he is able to shield his teammates. I think we're getting the correct Zongli here, right?
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah. That's that same Zhongli. I'm sure.
yeah,
You're. We were
the
talking
god
about
of
the
Earth.
same. Yes, the same person here. Well, you guys have to find out if this is definitely another Zhongli that will be playing for Oman. But jokes aside, Jordan and Oman again. I like this. It's like rolling the dice. You don't know what you're gonna get. It's like
Mhm.
picking up like some I
Cookie
don't know. It's,
box
it's
or
just
chocolate
yes,
chips
yes,
and all that.
chocolate chips or whenever you're picking it. Yeah, my brain's not braining right now, but you get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying. It's just a treat to watch. Especially for me. I do watch a lot of like I digest a lot of like local MLBB, right? Like MLBB here in the Philippines, MLBB in Indonesia. So these are things that you really take into consideration. But for growing regions, I think it's always interesting to see what they can bring out because it's either something new, it might be a strategy that
Mhm.
works, and I think for a lot of these teams, they come to surprise. Even I think for the games up against the Philippines, which is oh yeah, of course they won, but they were favored to win, but at the same time, it wasn't an easy feat for them. So a lot of people
Yeah.
also got caught by saying, "Hey, you know what? Thailand is actually good. Myanmar actually gave them a run for their money." So it's so nice to see those comments come up. Yeah, a little bit of competition coming in here to the ISF Asia qualifiers. But Jordan could be on the blue side, Oman on the red.
What?
Yeah, you can expect this. You can expect this. Realize, I think it's just standard. It's because this is another region, different metas, targeted
Yeah.
bans here. I believe maybe some of these teams have gone up against each other in scrims. So these are, yeah, selected bans. Franco, which I
I
would say
can't.
deadly in the right hands of the right roamer who's very comfortable with this.
That what is an excited what? Because
Yeah,
I can't
yeah.
wait to see the draft. Because if you take a look at the ban and it's a first ban, Franco, you can expect something very very interesting later on in the draft. Like you said, it's like rolling the dice. Life is like a box of chocolate. This game is like a box of chocolate. You never know what you're gonna get. So we'll have to see. Maybe we will see some funky and unique picks coming in. But Oman, they will try to ban out the Uranus. Not really, a fan of the ever so regenerative state of Uranus. But let's take a look at the bans here. Okay, if you want to talk about meta, it seems like it has to diverted here, right? So the Fulvius has the chance to be banned because it is a very strong XP laner. But if you're gonna ban the Fulvius, you might as well ban the CC, or you can just pick it up for yourselves for Jordan because they're in the blue side right now. But for Oman, I think you gotta go ban the CC because that XP laner is going to really, really make them knackered. So, what else do they want to ban? The YSS. The YSS is still open as well. The 1-1. So a lot of options, and we could expect a lot of heroes to run loose and just be there in the Land of Dawn for the first game.
Yeah, the Uranus, we've seen the heavy sustained meta for the previous series. Myanmar, Thailand has used this up against the Philippines and Julian. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this is the case. It's the targeted bans, like what I said, in Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, right? There are some streamers, perhaps they've gotten some info from that, and now Jordan with the final ban. Which means that if this is gonna be the ban route, there's so much OP heroes, there's so many S tier heroes. I'm just not sure if these two teams will just let that slide or they're just gonna completely forget about it. Arlot, the Wan Wan, CC, these are heroes that are open, and all the assassins are open, by the way, like the Lancelot, the Yisun Shin, which seems to be always a prio pick when you're on the blue side.
Man, it's like picking from a garden full of roses and daisies and lavenders. You gotta prioritize what you really want to pick, but the 1-1 will be the one banned out. So there is a possibility where A, Lancelot gets left out, B, the YSS also is there, or C, the CC comes through. Because if you're gonna talk about priority, I feel like these three heroes has been the main uh, contest point, right? But they go ban the CC, so now the YSS is in full swing. If Jordan really want to take it for themselves, that is a very, very likely possibility. But hey, maybe they have other plans in their minds, right? Maybe they have other tricks in their sleeves. So be it. But I think I see the YSS is the only sensible pick, but they go for the Chusin. So yeah, it still makes sense because they need a control mage that can really dictate the tempo from the mid lane, rotations wise, and team fights. It's pretty safe when you pick up the Chusin, but they really got to work on a pick that can exert damage not as low as the Chusin. Because the Chusin doesn't really have that burst damage you
Yeah,
require in
yeah.
this meta. It's very DPSC. Maybe it has control, yes, with the left off and all that, but hey, it's better if you have a backup damage dealer later on
Hmm.
down the road. For Oman, what
Yeah.
will they pick here? The YSS is wide open, Kim.
Yeah, YSS. Oh, yeah, I told you this is
Whoa!
this is really where it all comes out. Realize
Yes!
I love this. I love this. Something
Yes!
new, something off the tempo, something non-meta. But yeah, this is savior in the mid lane, and there you go. That's the pick from Jordan are a little bit more of the contemporary side. Very meta. The Lancelot, the I was thinking of an XP laner here because it seems to be the prio bans, but they've already secured their gold laner here, which means does Oman want to go head to head with that, or maybe even pick up a very good XP laner here right now since the Phobius and Uranus is out. They could go for the Arlot if they want to go for contemporary, but yeah, the Tigreal and the Savior is not something you would usually see, so maybe they'd go for something totally off the charts again here for their last pick before the second phase.
That's very early, to be honest, to take real pickup. I mean, the Savior, yeah, haven't seen much screen time, to be honest. So does the Tigreal, but the Hayabusa, finally, quite a
Okay.
meta pick, but not like the top of the pack, but still, it works against the Lancelot. You know, you get clear lanes, you get fast clear, you get uh, a chance to go toe to toe with the Lancelot, even if the Lancelot is just way much favored in this patch. But hey, the bans now, what will they take out, right? I think for Jordan, they could just start banning the gold laners. Maybe ban out the
Yeah.
Harith, the Moskov as well, because they have secured themselves that Granger, which by
Yeah,
the
I
way
think
can poke from away. So yeah, just ban out the gold laners, no?
yeah, gold
Ooh,
lane or maybe even oh wow, okay. Roamers here
Florin man.
for Jordan. Which is a highly contested pick also in ranked games. Professional play perhaps, they're thinking
Mhm.
of yeah. I feel like at this point like Oman should secure their XP laner first. A very good XP laner to go head to head. The Arlot is still open by the way. Not unless they want to go
Lapu,
up against that. Lapu Lapu also like they can ban that away. But I feel like at this point Oman is just banning away all of these roamers, possible roamers for the side of Jordan. I wouldn't be surprised if they ban out another support like is it an Angela Lancelot? But I think with the way Jordan is drafting, it's very um it's your usual drafts that you would see. So I wouldn't expect to see something out of the ordinary. But Oman though, going in for the Kufra ban as their last ban, and Jordan as well, making sure that their Granger wins their lane. So they take away the Irtel and the Harriet, like what you mentioned earlier, which leaves us with the option of, uh, Beatrix or okay, the
Moskov.
Ruby still. Yeah, Moskov is still open by the way. So Ruby again could be flexed into the jungle, the gold position. So we still don't know from the side of Oman. But again, looking at the way that they draft, it's very straightforward, which is I guess it's totally fine. And now Jordan goes ahead and picks up the Gatot. Perhaps will this be an XP lane? But I mean, so far with the way things are going here at the Iesf Asia qualifiers, it has always been almost all the time Romer Gatot. So
Hmm.
yeah, there's so many XP laners, good XP laners that are good right now. There are a lot that's up, and the Lapu
Lap.
Lapu, yeah, that has a very high win rate or a
That's a
very
very
good
good
win
pick.
rate. Yeah.
Yeah, very good win rate so far today. We've been spectating most of the matches that has that Lapu Lapu as one of the strongest XP laners. But now, oh man, let's see what do they round up their pick with. Ruby Gold against the Granger ain't too bad, but the Ruby gets poked from far away. If they go Ruby XP, well, it does make sense, but you lose your team fight presence when it comes to
Yeah.
just going up against the Lapu Lapu. The Lapu Lapu can always jump into the back, um, and just wreak havoc. So I think this has to be a gold lane Hanabi. Oh
Okay.
my god!
Okay. Okay,
Oh
Hanabi,
no!
late game. But up against the Granger, though, I see how it can poke, but yeah, I totally realize it's just a matter of
Oh
comfort
no!
picks. It doesn't matter what's the meta. It's fine. We have our own meta here for Oman, and I guess these are comfort picks coming out from them. I mean, you wouldn't pick these up if you're not confident with them. So for me, it's just a matter of making it work out. But Jordan is looking really meta here right now. So I would be really surprised to see how Oman will pull this off. But then again, two junglers that will heavily rely on blue buffs, especially on Oman for the Hayabusa. It's crazy. I think the only meta pick that Oman here has is the Ruby and the Hayabusa. The
The
rest is
hype.
very situational, right? It's very
Hmm.
situational.
Hey, screw the meta. We are here to create the meta, right?
Yeah.
So maybe that's Oman's kind of way of thinking. they're there as pioneers to maybe conceive something new. But the Hanabi, don't forget the Hanabi was meta for quite some time, for a brief
The
moment, to be honest.
Hanabi
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 Lolita,
Lolita.
yeah,
Yeah, that was
Hanabi
such an
Lolita,
even here in the even here in MPL Philippines, I think that was a thing for quite some
yeah.
times. I think I've seen it also in ranked games, and it could be deadly as well. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome here to the final of today, Jordan versus Oman in the best out of three. This is game number one. If you just tuned in, if you want to catch the other matches, if you missed out on the other matches, you guys can check out the results over at isf.gg. But for now, we're going to take a look at the composition here. Hanabi versus Ranger. Let's see how that will pan out, right? Like, let's see how that will pan out. The Tigreal seems to be leashing the Hayabusa first before he heads over into the gold lane. But I think when it comes to the pokes, the Ranger definitely still has it, right? It's still king of pokes when it comes to the lane.
Hmm. That poke from afar with the passive. Let's take a look at the emblems before that. There's action happening up top. Let's take a look at the emblems from the Hanabi. The Hanabi goes for the standard marksman emblem. There's a bargain hunter for herself, the swift as well for extra attack speed. But Black Rice under pressure, he has to reposition. Lantern flare all above his head. But the Hanabi Granger lane, right? I think Hanabi against anything is just strong in lane, right? He has the Hanabi has that shield, a very very quick wave clear. However, it always kind of messes up the lane equilibrium. If you want to kind of defease the minion, it can never be achievable. But hey, hold on a minute. They
Oh.
have a fight happening currently. This one ultimate coming in from the Hayabusa. I'm not lost for words. Here comes the
Starry
puncture
Eyes, though.
from Starry Eyes at the backside. The Thorn Rose connects. He's looking for more. That's so low. The Tigreal is not
He can go
dead
for the
yet. And
triple.
Starry Eyes fails to get
Yeah.
that kill towards the Tigreal, but Black Rice falls to his demise. The Shadow kill connects, but that's about it.
Yeah, Jordan just quickly punishes Oman right there. That was a team fight win earlier. I was actually wondering how they're gonna play the savior. I mean, it's so hard to go up against a Jushin in the lane. Like, you need to have the right angle to pop in your combo. But right now, speaking of Jordan, they're gonna go ahead and go in for that turtle, half HP, 1/4 HP. Zhongli trying to make something happen here, gets lifted out. It's gonna be Starry Eyes picking up the turtle for their side. Vlad picks up a kill, and now Zhongli able to sustain, but here comes Starry Eyes once again. Not gonna go for more, but instead straight towards the resources here from the side of Oman. 4 kills for their side.
It's looking very shaky for Amon in the early game. I mean, the early game, again, if we talk about the Hanabi being the focal point of attack, then it wins out in lane against the Granger. But come the team fight, it's going to be very difficult for the Hanabi to make her way and make herself known. As now Abdullah making the rotations on towards the mid side. White Rice, though, needs assistance. Because so far, it's been Starry Eyes just dictating the game, dictating the tempo. If we take a look at Jordan, they are unfazed. Rotations being made, but Foul down bottom wants to win that gold crab. He is under pressure. The Tigreal needs to create a
Oh.
moment. Still yet to hit level 4, and that's going to be acquired freely. That gold crab. Now, though, they're playing that 4-man rotation. But Fallen Supra can always just tank this damage out. He can always scout out Specialist Kacha to just absorb and soak in all the damage. But White Rice, so far, not the best start for a Hayabusa because he is behind 2 levels compared to Starry Eyes with 7 in his own name.
Oh,
But
that
it feels like they want to dive down bottom.
yeah. It doesn't help too that Vlad is just intimidating White Rice here on his lane. He can't even farm up. But down bottom, we see that 2-man rotation from both sides. Both roamers are here. It's at least this is a 2.5k lead for the side of Jordan. Turtle, Starry Eyes. It's just, the map awareness here of Starry Eyes is just on point. Like, every time there's a single team fight, all he does is come in, do the cleanup work, and the rest of the team can just poke. Turtle is up here, second turtle for the taking, and now, White Rice getting in a brunt of the damage, and here Fall as well. AOG comes right in. Black Rice is not safe from that. Zhongli as well, able to sustain for a bit, but the I am offended as Fallen Supra able to sustain all of the damage, and they revitalize to save the day. But wait, Starry Eyes!
Oh no!
More. not safe under their own turret as Jordan 8 kills and Starry Eyes straight to the turtle once again. I love how they come in and out of these team fights. Like Starry Eyes is just so clean every time he comes in. Like he's just so aware of what's going on in the map, and not to mention he's farmed up at least like 2 levels. Yeah, still 2 levels up against White Rice.
Very clean. I mean, going in and out, and then just playing the fiddlesticks with the players of Oman. It feels like Oman is kind of clueless at this stage of the game. What do they want to do? How are they able to withstand the map pressure coming in from Jordan? Because Jordan so far, look at how invasive they are. Right, they're everywhere around the map, and this is going to be one hell of a game for them.
Oh,
Oh,
AOG?
AOG! Black Rice, where do you
Oh,
want to
no.
go? Nowhere. Black Rice is left behind. White Rice can't help his counterpart. Down bottom, it's Starry Eyes! My god! He stares them
the
with
last
death
shot.
in his eyes. Starry Eyes is scary.
Yeah, with the killing spree too, that kind of amps up his dashes here from their side. I just want to say that, you know, the AOG here of Fallen Supra is just as good as Triple G's AOG. That's always almost all the time on point, 80% on point. But the AOGs here of Fallen Supra, gotta commend him for setting up the plays here. 11 kills for the side of Jordan, just 1 for the side of Oman. They did pick up the first blood though, but again, pressure on all of the sides, and Starry Eyes just does not even care. He's just gonna join the team fight later on. He's just gonna take the turrets for now, and yeah, I think macro wise they just got it. But now that's gonna be 3-man rotation down bot. Starry Eyes not gonna commit towards that one. Blue buff as well gonna get denied here from the side of Oman. So much resources, so much jungle creeps also taken away from the side of Oman.
Resetting slowly but surely. Coming to the mid side. Oh, this is the big moment they're looking for, but the AOG just stacks them in the back. That is beautiful. The Brave Spider as well will just stack them up together like falling dominoes. And in one brief moment, what looked like a very brave initiation all turns to hell. Because Oman burned to a cinder. That was insane. Jordan just jumped in their faces. 4 players down. And Jordan will advance up top and down bottom.
Yeah, wow, this has got to be in my compilation of the most satisfying things to watch, right? Like when you get the combos right, you know, apart from those like oddly satisfying videos where you see like people slicing the soaps or like doing something ASMR, this is probably one of them, right? Like the AOG is so on point next to GGG in the previous game. This is
GG.
just beautiful, absolutely beautiful to watch from the side of Jordan. It's only the inhibitors left here for the side of Oman. I'm actually thinking of what they can do here next. I mean, it's usually just the Hanabi and the Savior here for the damage, but how can you bounce back from that when Jordan keeps on setting up the place? I wouldn't be surprised if the AOG is available once again. And speaking of the AOG, there again onto the backside! It catches 3, no 4 members as Starry Eyes goes for the cleanup, a double kill for Fall, make that triple! As it's gonna be Black Rice once again, the last man standing. But as he clears that out, there's no minion waves out. But wait, there is. They're gonna try to end this one. I don't think there's anywhere to go but up as Jordan. They're gonna start it off strong, 20 kills, and starting it off with game number 1 W for their side.
Well, that is the fastest game we have ever seen so far, at least today
How
in
fast
the
was that?
World Esports Iesf Asia and Oceania Qualifiers 2025. Yeah, that is the fastest game we have seen, Kim. Because Jordan was just running rampant, unstoppable. Everything they did seemed perfect, seemed right. I mean, they only conceded what 2 kills, and those kills were given away in the early game. I mean, again, that was the shadow kill, but Starry Eyes came in flying colors. He tried to shut them all down in one big bite. You know, Man wasn't given anything. No turret, no neutral objective, only 1 kill. Yeah, it's all just done and dusted. I mean, it's very hard when the Tigreal really wants to engage. The Gatot Kacha stands tall to stop any further advancements, right? The follow-ups are just cancelled and hindered, alleviated because of a singular ability, and that is the AOG. you take a look at the replay later on, where it was the Tigreal who made the move, but down bottom again, this was Starry Eyes just racking up reels. Here we go. So he goes for the implosion, but the AOG stacks them together and then comes in Vlad flying with the bravest fighter. So it just stacks them up together, CC'd in a singular position,
Yeah.
and the rest is just history. I mean, they only gave away 2 kills, and that's it. How do you go home with 2 kills while Jordan is just steamrolling them with 20 to 2? That is the most dominant game we have ever seen today. Even,
Yeah,
the,
8
even the
minutes.
Philippines had to go toe-to-toe against Thailand and Myanmar.
Yeah. Yeah, I was really surprised with the turnaround. Like usually you'd see like longer games as the day goes by, right? But this is the fastest game that we have for today. 8 minutes. I'm not so sure if Jordan will try to break their own record for the next game, but it's match point for them. And I just want to commend apart from Gatot Gacha from Fallen Super here with the AOGs, it's almost always on point. And not just that, the map awareness of Starry Eyes is just it's impeccable. Every time he comes right in, everybody's really low, and all he needs to do is just dive right in for the final kill. And as you can see, he suffered no casualties in this game. I think it's almost a perfect game for most of the members here of Jordan. It was only the first blood going to the side of Oman, and then eventually right after that, they just snowballed from there when Starry Eyes was able to pick up those 2 kills, and then Oman was just more of reacting towards what Jordan was doing in this entire game. 8 minutes in, super fast match. There's nothing more I can say. As you can see, all of the objectives just went towards the side of Jordan. Not a single one went to Oman. I think this time it's a bit more even out when it comes to like the ATM carry and the tank, so it's a little bit more different this time. ATM of course goes to Fall with the Granger, who was able to reap in the rewards. You've seen a triple kill by the end of the game, and of course the carry is Starry Eyes with the most kills in this game. And tank damage, 35,000 again goes to Fall for this matchup. And the wingman, of course,
take a
none
look
other than
at-
Fallen Supra with those on point AOGs, just really satisfying. I mean, this can all be compiled in the nice highlights and just put it up on your social media and just like let everybody praise you. That was really good AOGs come in from Fallen Supra next to GGG for this day in particular. It's just so many Gatot Kachas, so many YSS, but I think the Gatot Kachas had a much better game for today.
You take a look at the damage to towers. Literally, Oman had 0. I'm kind of speechless. Again, this is something that we expected, because the composition is just hard to execute, right? That composition, again, even if they would look for a big moment, a huge ult coming in from the implosion, the follow-up from Jordan will always be so quick, will always be faster. So we'll have to see what Oman has in the bag. Maybe we'll see more funky picks. To be honest, I don't mind. I love it. I love these funky picks, so I hope they're going to bring it out again. But hey, we'll be right back after the break, so stay tuned in Iesf World Esports Qualifiers Asia. Bye-bye. Welcome back to
Super
World
quick
Esports
break.
ISF Asia and Oceania Qualifiers 2025. Still with Mlbb, still with me, Realize, and Kim, to what could possibly be the last match of today. We have been accompanying you guys for almost, I think, 8
Wow.
hours now.
Half the day. 8 hours, yeah. Like
Almost
full-time
almost
job.
the whole day. So
Yeah, casting is a full-time job. MLBB
it's
is a
okay.
full-time job.
Yeah, it is. It is a full-time job. This is why Kim is able to afford nice things in her life. You know,
Yeah.
still
Well,
working forward to
I'm
that.
pretty sure you have a lot of nice things also behind you right there. You have a whole lot more stuff right there. in the
These are all
back.
free
So-
gifts. These are all free items, Kim. Come on.
Well,
this- these-
that's good enough. I have nothing. Look at my background. There's absolutely nothing except for a picture frame. Wait, right over here. Right over here. So there's absolutely nothing here.
I wish I
compared to
had a
your
picture
background.
frame. But yeah,
Oh yeah, that's the only
uh,
thing you need.
yeah, that is something we need because I think I'm just gonna try to picture what happened in game number 1, Kim. We talked about it, right? Okay, yeah, that first ban from Jordan was kind of a kind of an anomaly, the Franco, right? Because okay, there is no reason for you to ban the Franco, but hey, maybe they have something that they know that we don't know, right? Maybe it's stream data, maybe it's some of the players that really like to play Franco. We never know. But then you see the pick Savior Tigreal on 1 and 2. It kind of shocked me, but again, we love it. I love it. I love when like the teams pick up off meta heroes that they think might work, right? But the Hanabi and Tigreal at the end just didn't kind of stitch up what was the issue for Oman, because you needed something that can be so mobile and so aggressive in the early game, and that's not what Hanabi does. Because when your enemy has a Gatotkacha, a Lancelot that's always on the move, you can't just stick up and wait for a counter initiation. And even if you do counter engage, the Gatotkacha is going to counter engage you. So yeah, that's a lot of loopholes in so many levels for Oman. I hope they fix it, but I don't mind seeing another off meta pick for them. So what do you think, Kim?
Off meta pick, I mean, bring it on. I think, if they're comfortable with it, might as well, maybe shake things up. If they have any other pocket pick there, they can also try to go for meta picks, right? Like if it didn't work out. But I feel like for Oman, we're gonna have to find out, right? And again, another factor would be if they're on the blue side or on the red side. You're gonna find out, right? Like if they're on the blue side, they still pick up something non-meta. I feel like they're gonna go that route. But I think for game number 1, it was just really difficult, especially when you have Starry Eyes, who was just so proactive all around the map. The map awareness was always there, almost all the time. He just comes in. It's like he comes in, gets the food, leaves, and it comes right back in at the right time. So it's always like the timing is impeccable for Starry Eyes when it comes to joining in the team fights. Plus, the AOG of Fallen Supra has to be respected here as well. Like the AOG almost all the time makes game-changing plays as compared to the Tigreal in that game. There was only one setup that was good, but when he did, it almost either did not make any difference as Jordan was able to just pick off heroes time after time with the AOG. But Jordan, again, on the blue side here, still the Franco ban, the 1-1 Oman goes ahead and starts it up with the Florine ban and the Fulvius that still stays on the ban list here for game number 2.
Well, I mean, again, right? Oh, they banned the Hanabi. Oh, okay. Did they think that-
Okay.
Wait,
All
wait.
right.
Do they really think that the Hanabi was a problem, right? That's the question. I
Yeah,
mean, the Hanabi
yeah.
ban, I don't know. I have no...
I feel like they respect the capabilities of a late game Hanabi. I'm not up against a late game Hanabi, but
yeah.
respect, or maybe they're thinking, let's just kind of not give options here for Abdul. I think it was Abdullah who was the
Abdullah
gold laner here for Oman. So speaking of the gold laners, they're gonna take one away as well. The Granger that did so well here for Fall. We didn't see so much of it in the early game, but when it reached like the peak or the mid to late game here for Jordan, it just worked really well. Starry Eyes being able to cross over as well. The Lancelot ban didn't come through, so maybe they can either start up with that or the YSS that's open, by the way, Arlot. So many good picks, knowing that Jordan is mostly centering their draft towards like meta heroes. So there's a lot open here, and it really will dictate the tempo of how it's gonna pan out here for Oman.
They call me a
At this
hero.
point, we can't really dictate the draft, but there
Yeah,
goes the
Yushin Jin.
YSS finally left open and picked up for Jordan because they had the Lancelot previously, and now they're gonna go and get the
More
YSS.
than a weapon.
The
Oh, the
Julian finally
Julian.
makes its
This
appearance.
was banned earlier.
Yeah, it was banned
Yeah.
previously, and that was banned by Oman. They banned it
Yeah.
themselves, and now they want to play it. Okay, seems like they have a plan for this Julian. Now though, what pick will they bring out here? An XP laner is great. I mean, you have a lot of options there, but knowing Oman
Uranus.
and what they did. Oh yeah, the Uranus, it was banned out, right? Maybe they
Yeah,
they will
it was
pick that
banned
up
out.
as well. It was banned out, and
think-
now it is free for the taking up for grabs for Oman. What will they bring out here? Whoa!
Oh,
Let's go!
let's go. First week. Hey, I just want to say, all these heroes, you gotta respect them in the late game. Hanabi, Mia, these. Okay, if used really well with the Inspire, it can be deadly. But yeah, I was expecting something along the lines of a Uranus, maybe Tigreal, or but yeah, okay, let's do Mia. Let's do
Oh,
Mia.
no.
But there's so many again, so
got a
many
good
options
taste.
here for taken here. When it comes to the gold lane, since it seems like
Cyclops!
okay, Cyclops makes its appearance here, but okay, it could be a jungle Cyclops if you know they possibly want to put the YSS in the gold lane, but the Jawhead as well makes its appearance here, and this was banned in the first game, so now it makes its appearance here for Jordan. So yeah, Jordan's like, yeah, let's go with the contemporary picks, let's go with the off meta picks, and yeah, the Jawhead though is built to like it's not a setter type of tank, but it's
Yeah.
more of like pick off, single target pick off. So yeah, Mia, Julian, these aren't exactly easy targets to pick off. Also, they have so many ways in and out of the clash, but they lock in the Ruby for the final pick here of Oman. So now with the final two bans, it should center around the gold lane here for Jordan. The Granger's already out, so maybe they can take away some more um, meta picks here for their last two bans.
I love how Jordan is actually, accepting Oman's way of play. I mean, look at them. They picked up the YSS. They're like, okay, let's keep this meta. And then they saw the Julian plus the Mia. They're like, nah, screw
Yeah.
that. Let's go Jawhead. Let's go Cyclops. And they do. They ban out the Melissa as well. I mean, the Melissa is pretty good against the Mia. But I think you gotta ban out the Moskov, no? Because the Moskov is the only left viable option for Jordan. But still, there's an Irithel, there's a carry, but you don't want to pick up a carry against Mia. You are going to be skinned alive in lane because of how far a Eudora
Oh.
ban. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It gets really annoying as well. You know, sometimes the Eudora, I see it in, well, not in professional play. It's a pocket pick, I know, by a Malaysian team, by Todak. I know that's a pocket
Todak,
pick
yeah.
for them. Yeah, they pick up the Eudora. And, you know, if used really well, it can be deadly for the team composition. Especially the Eudora can, you know, just have a genius wand, can have a single target burst on, you know, squishy heroes here of Jordan, knowing that they have a Cyclops and a YSS here. Still doesn't answer my question though. I still don't know if this YSS where it's gonna go, and knowing how this is the route of our drafting phase, it might actually be maybe perhaps a gold lane, but I've never seen that though. I've never seen that. Oman maybe taking away last and final gun. Okay, they take away the CC here, another option for the gold lane, but Uranus, Lapu Lapu, and the Arlot is still up for grabs.
Zilong.
Yeah, I love how these are heroes that are often overlooked, but
Yeah.
actually good if you get to farm up. So okay, respect Jordan, just respecting all of that. And,
Imagine,
yeah,
though.
Oman going for. Yeah.
Imagine Zilong. Imagine Zhong Li playing Zilong. Wouldn't that be very, very, very nice? Zhong Li
Yeah,
with the
Zhong Li.
Zilong. So,
The Zilong.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. I
And the
mean,
Inspire.
with the Inspire as well. You said it. Like these are heroes that are underestimated, right? Early on, you go and you see someone pick up the Mia, pick up a Hanabi, a Eudora, and then you go, okay, that's easy. But then they go late game, they reach the power spike, then you can't do anything, and then you are absolutely done for. So, yeah, I think Jordan is sensing quite a bit of a danger there. The Yuzong and the Moskovs
Okay.
comes through. So 3 purple heroes with 2 orange ones. Quite a bit of the color palette there.
Yeah.
And now Oman, one last pick.
Yeah, it's yeah, our background's red, they got blue there, so and purple. So My favorite color, by the way. So
Ah.
Oman, they still need is this a ruby roam? Because they picked up the glue here, or
has
is
to
it a
be.
glue roam? Right? Like I mean, this is Oman you're talking about. They can easily switch up these heroes, but I think if you're talking about the overall utility, then maybe go for the ruby. They still need a mid lane. They went for the savior early on. Um, yeah, the Julian could still be a flex here for Oman. You'll never know what you're gonna get for the next pick, and they lock in with the
Oh,
Valir here
Valier.
for the final pick of Oman. Okay, I feel like it's gonna be hard to pull off the Valir though. I mean, up against tanky heroes like Hylos, Fredrin, this is a good answer. It's a situational answer, but up against Jordan, there's so many dashes, so many ways to escape the fireballs of the Valir. So hopefully that's gonna pan out well for Oman. Again, this is the last, possibly the last game that they can have. So they're just gonna bring out all of their cards, all of their pocket picks here as we head over into game number 2 here of the last matchup that we have for today, the last BO3, Jordan versus Oman in game number 2.
Oh no, I can't wait for the Mia to just gank someone with the hidden moonlight. We saw Lemon, RRQ Lemon.
Yeah.
If you knew he
Yeah.
played Mia, he was hiding in the bush, right? He went on with the hidden moonlight to go for a 1v4 play, 1v3
Wow.
play, and he fumbled up miserably, costing RRQ the game. Um, we might see glimpses of that happening again, but we don't know. Abdullah, if he reaches the late game, I can guarantee you this Mia will be unstoppable, especially against a Yuzong, uh, against like a Moskov. The Moskov will be bullied heavily. I mean, Mia is a very good tank shredder, a very underrated tank shredder to be honest, with so much slows. And against the Jawhead, against the Cyclops, it's very good because the hidden moonlight gives you that purify. So that might be a way to kind of like dodge out. But let's just see what will happen in game
Yeah.
number 2, possibly the last game of today. The hidden moonlight will be the main tool for the Mia to excel in the team fights.
I mean, I think for the side of Oman, it's just that you know what, the Harubi could have worked, but like what the weekend said, sometimes you're just out of time, out of time. It was such a fast game that they weren't able to scale up at that. Like Jordan just had answers after answers, plus the layering of skills from the Gatotkacha was so good. I was actually expecting them to pick it up here once again. It was not banned out, so I think for this time, either they're gonna go for an all-out brawl here for with the way that Oman is rotating here right now, or possibly just go in for Jordan. They're just gonna go in for the objectives. As you can see on the top side, there's not much Black Rice gonna be able to get in. The toss from the Jawhead and the first blood taken in there by the side of Jordan. It's not gonna be easy though to go up against this Yuzong. The passive is just really too much to take in, especially if you're a Ruby. There's so much sustain when it comes to the Yuzong here. So I feel like the XP lane should be contained. All eyes on the gold lane instead. Val hasn't made a move yet. Abdullah is just one level ahead. Zhongli though, getting solo killed down bot. Like what I said, Yuzong has
Yuzong.
just so
Yeah.
much sustain. Yeah, because there's a Zhongli, there's a Yuzong, so much songs in this game.
There's a Zhongli, there's a Yuzong, there's a Zilong, there's a lot of longs there, but don't worry,
Yeah.
me. The long missiles, the heat-seeking missiles, will try to take down one player. That's gonna be Starry Eyes with the ship at the mountain.
Oh.
Shocker! Oh, that damage! It's insane. Starry Eyes gets Black Rice and has Black Rice for lunch and dinner. Oh, the flicker popped by
Yep.
Glue. Purple buff under contest, but no follow-up whatsoever. This is going to be very hard to toss the back. The ejector as well. The blue split will not save him. And that's going to be Tagar with that kill. The chase though from White Rice will try to save him, but no follow-up whatsoever. And he has to go back. That's going to be a 1 kill for Oman, but for Jordan, they're going to get 1 and the turtle as well.
I love how all of these brawls are just happening on the mid lane. There's
with
nothing
no
happening.
with no elaboration.
Yeah, it's just like all out brawl on the mid lane, and yeah, and often all of the time it favors the side of Jordan, right? Like I love the attempts here, but there's absolutely nothing you can do when you get ejected just like that by Dormy. An instant kill. I think at this point you can even build the Jawhead to be like semi-tanky and semi-damaged Jawhead. It actually works out when you're ahead of the game, but now here comes the Yuzong. There goes the split coming out from the glue. Gets dragged right into their turret. He's gonna take in a lot of the damage and gets punished right there by Agar. There's the ejector once again onto Abdullah with nothing that they can do. 7 kills here for Jordan as the Moscow Bafal again left to farm all the way up top, having the time of his life there, taking in so much of the gold plating from the side of Oman.
This Julian's not gonna play. I mean, there's so much pressure coming in, right? From the Cyclops,
Yeah.
from the Jawhead. The Jawhead single-handedly stops any invasion, and the Mia not given time and space to perform. So, I don't know if they can stretch it out to minute 45. I think that's where Oman can win. But as of now, Jordan is not going to give anything. Starry Eyes even adds more kills to his catalog. It's gonna be Zhongli gone, no longer the God of Earth. He's just
Yeah.
gone to a Red Riding Hood girl of some sort, and Raimi will come forward. That's gonna be the swords
Oh,
pop.
he might get
Raimi
punished though.
is stuck in a rock and a hard place. He's gonna be deleted, and that's gonna be Black Rice picking up the kill. It is a very, very good kill. However, Cyclops, the hands of Tagar, still just exerting the stuns left and right. There's gonna be White Yu Zong coming up close. No kills given yet. So Starry Eyes has to just play from the poke, from the kite. But here comes Fall coming in with the Abyss Walker from up top. Abdullah will be given time and space to farm. As of now, the Flicker comes in with the pass, but it's cancelled. And so far, the Glue has to go back with the split. Tagar looks for the kill. That's gonna be the
Wow.
SOD. And the Mountain Shocker
and
to
White Rice
boot.
too.
White Rice adds insult to injury. What's better than White Rice? 2 rices. That's White Rice and Black Rice gone.
Yeah, we can never get enough rice here in Asia. That's our
I love
that's our
my
favorite
rice.
thing ever. Yes, same. Like you have it for breakfast, you have it for lunch. It's just the best thing ever. But for now, down bot Zhongli again. This was the Zhongli before the buff that was given to him in the other game. But yeah, it's gonna be turrets after turrets taken in here for the side of Jordan and the Moskov again. This is the same case as what happened to Fall in the previous game. Left unchecked, left to farm so well because most of the time for Abdullah, he's just reacting to what's going on here, trying to join in the team fights, but these team fights are almost all the time won by Jordan. And now you don't have the Avatar of the Guardian,
OD.
you got the Mountain Shocker. Instead, Val goes in for the Spear of Destruction. Might get punished there. He's able to sidestep a little bit, almost gets controlled there by the flames coming out from Black Rice, but still able to leave unscathed. 12 kills here for Jordan, 2 turtles to take. I feel like they might just ignore this last turtle and go straight for the Lord Doremi. Gonna go in for the play, flickers in and gets the glue. And at the same time, Zhongli looking for an opening here, but there's nothing much that they can do. There's so much damage coming out from the Cyclops here, not to mention Starry Eyes that's standing 5-0-3 on this Yi Sun-shin, and Fall as well that just has the global map control, and turrets after turrets are falling here. It's 5 turrets down for the side of Jordan, and Oman just trying, they're trying the best to look for an opening. But I think at this case, with how aggressive Jordan is playing this, there's absolutely nothing that they can do but just to react to what they're doing here right now. It's a 10k lead in the 8-minute mark. 8 minutes and 52 seconds. I feel like they're trying to close this as fast as they can, but with this type of pick, let's see how that will pan out.
It's a scary situation to be in. The Yisun Shin is just racking up kills, 6 kills, becoming so scary and so hurtful to deal with. And here comes the dive, the Black Dragon
the
Foreman, the
ejector again.
dive connects, and that's gonna be Starry Eye with godlike. The double kill, the triple as well, looking for the Maniac, but doesn't quite get it. And here comes Starry Eye with the gun down. The Maniac gave him the Savage, please. Just go and get your Savage.
Yup,
Looking for the
he gets
Savage, it's so
stunned.
close. The Savage is not there just yet, and Starry Eyes has to be content with not getting the Savage, but at least Tagar is there to clean up house, wipe out. Players of Oman are spawning in like flies. They will come in close.
But I think Jordan will play this to perfection. No, they want to challenge death in front of their eyes. Moving back though. Slowly but surely, Jordan will try to subside their pressure. Speaking of Tagar, he actually has a YouTube channel and he just went live a couple of hours ago. So, yeah, interesting to see the players of Jordan here.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, right? Like they could easily. The turrets here are still pretty much good to go for the next game. Vlad onto a killing spree right now. This is not a Yuzong you would want to mess with. Abdullah, I know he's trying to look for an angle here to go in for the ultimate, but now Mountain Shocker here by Starry Eye is gonna try to go in for the kill. Still legendary at this point. The members of Oman are super low as they're gonna try to take them down. Abdullah with a sliver of health. They're not even waiting for the minions to come in here as Starry Eyes just wreaks havoc after havoc. Fall finally takes in that inhibitor, that last inhibitor up top, and now they're looking to try and end this game or probably just go in for more of the kills. Doremi again with the objector onto Abdullah. The base is wide open here for the side of Oman. 24 make that 25 in just a bit. 1 HP for the turret. They're gonna try to end this one, but Oman doing their very best to save the base. Zhongli and Black Rice left to defend once again, but that's gonna be it. Starry Eyes locking in the base. It's over. 26 kills for Jordan as they end this once again in one of the fastest series that we had for today. Realized 9 minutes and 15 seconds. Jordan takes in the entire series.
A combination of 2 games with a span of 8 minutes and 9 minutes, total of 17 minutes for both games, in Jordan just stomping on the players of Oman with their funky picks again. We talked about how this Mia can become such a threat game with maybe the Falera as well, right? And then you have a Julian late game. It's very, very scary. But how would you want to operate onto the late game if you can't get past the early game? Because Jordan was just exerting their pressure deeply, heavily left and right. It's going to be Jordan again, just being omnipresent all around the map. They have been dictating the game since the first second that rolls out in the Land of Dawn. That was a very, very good combo. And yeah, nothing to really highlight because of how ridiculous Starry Eyes is with that Isun Shin and the damage that it was able to deal. Kind of a bummer because we weren't able to see the real potential of a Mia late game, right? Because they didn't even get past minute 10. But...
And the Hanabi.
Yeah, and the Hanabi as well. Kind of sad. I wasn't really able to see the late game heroes shine, but hey, it is what it is.
This is I think the best expectation that you would want from a Yi Sun Shin, right? Like for the past few series we've been seeing Yi Sun Shin prio pick several times but never really actually taking in the game. So I think this is one of the W's. Yeah, no, this is the first win I think that the Yi Sun Shin had for today. Despite the fact that it's been picked up several times, and they actually closed it out real strong. I believe Starry Eyes closed with maybe, I think it was like 13 or 14 kills by the end of this match. It was just kills after kills. 11-0-8. Just kept stacking up, and eventually when they ended the game, 2-0-8 for their side. They closed it out with 26 kills. So it's just a matter of just total snowball here for Jordan, and it just went all the way from there. 9 minutes into the game, we can see how dominant. There's nothing much I can say, but it's such a dominant series here for Jordan. For Oman, I guess, what they can take away from here in matches like this is just really the experience. I personally love going up against stronger teams, especially when you're going into ranked games. There's a lot that you can learn, despite the fact that you got a loss. But, for Oman, hopefully you guys come back stronger. But for Jordan, they've, really showcased what it's like to be able to snowball with this kind of lineup.
I mean, YSS, as you know it, if like this hero is fed, it can two-shot you, right? It can one-shot you even. With 2 auto attacks, you're gone. But Jordan, they were able to maximize the use of that Isun Shin. 12 kills, 0 deaths. Immortal, basically, not dead for a single time. That was Faust the Moskov really just farming his way on towards the end, becoming the rich guy supposed to be. But no, Starry Eyes is going to bag ATM and carry with 12 kills. But the tank is Tagar. So Tagar
with the most damage that he had to absorb. Take a look at Oman's stat, though. At least an improvement, Kim, because in
Yeah.
the previous game they weren't able to hit the tower. Now they have 521 damage. Because previously it was 0. So at least that's a win in their books. Other than that, not much to really highlight. Again, they don't really have any objectives in their bags. Nile, Turtle, no lords, no turrets. So yeah, we hope that they can improve in that department. And yeah, it's back to the drawing board for Oman, for Jordan. It's them keeping up this momentum and going even further.
Yeah, keep it up. Again, for everybody who has tuned in today to the IASF Asia qualifiers, we'd like to thank everybody who watched, who supported the teams. And again, if you want to see more of the results, you guys missed out. All of the results are actually up on the website of ISF. You guys can go check it out. It's isf.gg. But that's it for us today. Definitely GG, WP. So many things that we've seen today. I feel like it's just a repeat of like for me, it's like Yisun Shin, Lancelot, and Gatot Kacha. That's what I'm gonna remember about day number 1 here of the Asia qualifiers.
Yeah. It feels like I've completed a very, very long road trip from from somewhere, because it has been 8 intense hours. It has been a long hour for us to cover all the matches. It's been very, very nice to cast and see and take a look at the talents, right? From all these players, we saw what the players of Jordan were able to do with their picks. Oman with their funky picks, even if they were unlucky to not get the win. But yeah, at least they tried. And then you also have Philippines, who, by the way, are
Yeah.
not as invincible as how we thought they would
Oh
be.
yeah.
So, yeah, a lot of things happening here, but that's it, I guess, for today.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long day, especially for day number 1. For all of the fans who have supported your favorite teams, keep on doing so. There's more games happening here at ISF Asia qualifiers tomorrow, so don't miss out. But for now, me and Realize have to take we're gonna have to take a rest. It's been a long day for us. We've been casting
nap.
8 hours straight, full of MLBB action. But hope to see you guys again tomorrow. Don't miss out on the stream of ISF Asia qualifiers. But for now, we're gonna bid you guys goodbye. See you guys in the next stream, and see you guys in the next one. Bye bye.
Bye bye.